Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. If you're starting 2026 late at night, listen carefully, because all three of these people heard the same sound at 2:17 a.m., and after that, reality stopped matching their lives. If you're starting 2026 late at night, I need you to do something before this video really begins. Glance at the clock, just once, and then don't look again. Not because I'm trying to creep you out with some cheap ritual, but because every person in tonight's three stories made the same mistake. They checked the time. They told themselves it was normal. And then, at 2:17 a.m., they heard a sound so small it shouldn't have mattered. A short, clean beep. The kind of harmless noise you've heard 1,000 times from a motion sensor, a security camera, a hospital monitor, a doorbell system. A sound you would usually ignore. A sound that, in these stories, didn't mean warning. It meant confirmation. I'm saying this as someone who's listened to a lot of horror submissions, and as someone who hates exaggeration. The reason these stories stuck with me isn't because they're bloody or violent. They aren't. The reason they feel so wrong is because they're all painfully ordinary. 3 normal American nights. 3 places you've probably been or driven past without thinking. A lonely rest stop off the interstate. A sleep clinic that smells like disinfectant and fresh laundry. A quiet suburb where the porch lights stay on and the mailboxes all match. And in each place, reality doesn't crack open dramatically like a movie. It just drifts. A fraction. Like a video that's slightly out of sync. Like a reflection that blinks a beat late. Like a phone notification that pops up with no app icon, no text, no sender. Just a blank banner that disappears before your brain can decide if it was even real. That's what makes this dangerous. Because if a monster jumps out, you run. If someone breaks in, you call the police. But what do you do when the only evidence is a timestamp that keeps returning to 2:17 and a sound you can't prove you heard? What do you do when the thing that changes isn't the room? It's you? When your wallet is almost the same, your ID is almost right, your memory is almost intact, except for one detail that's off by 1 day, 1 digit, 1 blink, and you can't tell if you're being haunted or updated. Tonight's first story starts with a man on a long drive who pulls into a rest area just to wash his face and wake up. That's it. No haunted houses, no abandoned asylums, just fluorescent lights, vending machines humming, and a motion sensor that chirps once in the hallway. But when he looks into the mirror, something about his reflection doesn't line up. Not enough to scream, just enough to make your stomach tighten. The second story comes from someone who signs up for a sleep study because they're losing time at night, something many adults can relate to. Only the clinic isn't studying his sleep. It's controlling it. And the third story takes place in the safest setting of all. A neighborhood so quiet it feels like a promise. Until the residents admit, casually, like it's an HOA rule, that everyone there dreams the same dream, and they're all doing little things to keep it stable. I wasn't the kind of person who collected scary stories. I didn't go looking for haunted roads or abandoned buildings. I wasn't the type to pull over just to take pictures of a cursed sign on the side of the highway. I'm saying that up front because I know how these things sound once you put them into words, especially when you're sending them to a horror channel and you're asking strangers to believe you. But the truth is, if this had happened to someone else, I would have rolled my eyes too. I was 36 at the time. I had the kind of life that makes you feel older than you are. Not because of anything dramatic, but because every month was a stack of small obligations you had to keep from sliding off the table. A mortgage payment that never cared how tired you were. Health insurance that reminded you you weren't invincible anymore. A car that didn't break down often, but always chose the worst weeks to make a new noise. I had a job that didn't excite me, but it was stable. That was the word adults use when they're trying to convince themselves they're doing fine. And then, suddenly, it wasn't stable. My company got acquired. One of those corporate changes that gets announced with forced smiles and words like synergy and streamlining, even though everyone knows it just means people will vanish from the org chart like they never existed. 2 weeks after the announcement, my manager scheduled a quick check-in, and by the end of it, I had a severance packet, a carefully rehearsed apology, and an email telling me how to access the career transition resources. I didn't panic right away, not visibly. I signed the papers. I shook his hand. I even said something polite like, "I understand." It's amazing what you can make your face do when you don't want to look desperate. The panic came later, quietly, when I was alone in my kitchen at midnight, staring at the fridge light, thinking about how the world doesn't actually collapse when something goes wrong. It just keeps moving, and you have to keep moving with it, even if you feel like someone switched the floor under your feet. A friend of mine, someone I'd known from a previous job, texted me about a contract position out west. Not glamorous, but decent pay. 3 months to start. A "we need someone who can show up and work without drama" kind of role. I said yes before I could talk myself out of it. That's how I ended up driving across state lines on a cold night. My entire back seat filled with the neat, depressing evidence of adulthood. 2 suitcases, a cardboard box of files I didn't want to throw away, a bag of toiletries, a folded blazer, and a dry cleaning sleeve that rustled every time I changed lanes. I had one of those cheap dashboard mounts for my phone, and the cord ran down like an IV. The kind of setup you see in a million cars and never think about. The first hour of the drive felt normal. It always does. Even when you're leaving a life behind, the start of the trip can feel almost comforting because the rules are simple. Stay between the lines. Follow the signs. Keep the gas above a quarter tank. Don't fall asleep. The interstate at night has a rhythm to it. Anyone who's done long drives in the US knows it. The road is wide and confident. The reflectors blink at you like low, steady stars embedded in the asphalt. Every few miles, a green overhead sign tells you the name of a town you don't care about and the distance to the next one you also don't care about. The light from your headlights slides over guardrails, over the dark slope of trees, over the occasional billboard advertising an attorney, or a fireworks store, or a casino. Truck lanes become their own ecosystem. There's a certain etiquette to it. Semis cruise in clusters, their trailer lights forming slow-moving constellations. You pass one, and you can feel the air shift, the car wobbling slightly as you move through their wake. Sometimes you catch a glimpse of the driver's silhouette in the cab, lit blue from a screen. It's strangely human and strangely distant at the same time. like passing a small private room that just happens to be moving 80 miles an hour beside you. I stopped for gas outside a town I barely recognized from the sign. One of those exits that's basically a gas station, a fast food place, and a motel that looks like it hasn't had a renovation since the early 2000s. The kind of place where the lights are too bright and the air smells like stale cigarettes, even if you don't see anyone smoking. I remember the details because I kept the receipts. I'm that person. I save receipts, take pictures of paperwork, label folders. Not because I'm paranoid, but because life has trained me that if you don't keep track of things, they get lost. And when things get lost, it's always you who pays for it. The receipt from that stop was crumpled in my cup holder for the rest of the drive. I can still picture it, the thin thermal paper, the black blocky font. It listed the station name, the pump number, the gallons. It stamped the time in the corner. I looked at the time and thought, that's earlier than I expected. Not by much, a few minutes, but enough to make me double-check my phone. My phone showed a different time, a handful of minutes ahead. The dashboard clock was somewhere in between. I told myself it didn't matter. Clocks drift. Cars aren't precise. Phone towers adjust. But I noticed. That's the first thing you should understand about me. I notice. I'm not the type who walks into a room and misses the fact that a chair got moved. I'm not the type who forgets what day it is. I can tell you exactly where my keys are right now without looking. It's not a superpower. It's just a habit born from being tired of small mistakes turning into big problems. I got back on the highway with a coffee that tasted like burnt cardboard and regret. The radio was low, just enough noise to keep my brain from chewing on itself. Late-night radio in America is a strange comfort. Sometimes it's sports talk. Sometimes it's a preacher. Sometimes it's a DJ who sounds lonely. The signal fades and returns as you move through different pockets of coverage. And when it fades, you get that soft ocean hiss of static that makes you feel like you're in between places, not fully connected to any of them. I drove for another hour, then another. I passed exits that promised food and fuel, and next service is 27 miles. I passed a sign that read, "Watch for deer," and as if on cue, my headlights caught the bright pinpoint reflection of an animal's eyes in the trees, just for a second. It wasn't a deer, I don't think. Too low. Maybe a raccoon. It didn't step into the road. It just watched, then disappeared. The sky was moonless, the kind of dark where the windshield reflects your own dashboard back at you like a faint ghost, and you have to tilt your eyes slightly to make sure you're seeing the road and not your own speedometer floating over it. Somewhere out there, my life was changing shape. I could feel it in the way I kept adjusting my grip on the steering wheel, in the way my shoulders were tense even though the road was straight. It wasn't fear. Not yet. It was just the subtle anxiety of transition, the feeling of leaving the familiar behind with no guarantee the next thing will hold. Around midnight, the highway opened into a long stretch where there were fewer lights, fewer exits. The signage got sparse. Mile markers blinked by. Small reflective rectangles that appear for a second in your headlights and then vanish. For a while, I played a dumb mental game. I would predict the next mile number just to keep my mind engaged. That's when I noticed the first real micro-wrongness. The second hand on the dashboard clock stuttered. It didn't stop. It didn't jump forward dramatically. It did something more subtle and, somehow, more unsettling. It hesitated, like it caught on a rough tooth inside the mechanism. One beat. Then it kept moving. I stared at it for longer than I should have, my attention drifting away from the road for half a second. I told myself it was nothing. Cheap car clock, temperature shift. I turned my eyes back to the highway. A few minutes later, I looked again. It stuttered again. Same kind of hesitation, same single beat. I laughed quietly to myself and shook my head, like that would reset my brain. When you're tired, you start assigning meaning to small things. That's a normal human flaw. You see patterns. You see faces and shadows. You imagine your phone vibrating when it didn't. Your brain is a machine, and when it's exhausted, it starts misfiring. I know all the rational explanations. That's part of why this story is hard to tell. Every step of it has a perfectly reasonable excuse. That's what makes it dangerous. The radio signal faded, and a different station came in. Same frequency, different voice. The new station was playing an old song I recognized but couldn't place. One of those tracks that exists in the back of your mind like a smell from childhood. Familiar, but not attached to a clear memory. The singer hit a line, and the line made my stomach tighten. Not because it was scary, because it felt like it was addressed to me. It was just a lyric about driving, about lights, about staying awake. Nothing supernatural, but my brain snagged on it anyway. I turned the volume down a little. I didn't want my mind to start doing that thing where it builds a story out of coincidence. That's when my phone buzzed in the mount. Not a ring, not a notification sound, just that sharp, muted vibration against plastic. I glanced over automatically. The screen was dark. I tapped it with one finger, then put my eyes back on the road. Still dark. I told myself it was just the car hitting a seam in the pavement and the phone shaking loose. That happens. The mount was cheap. The vibration motor in the phone can also trigger weirdly when you plug in a cable or the connection jiggles. But again, my mind made a note. I kept driving. The highway curved slightly, and for a while the road ahead was framed by trees on both sides, the darkness pressing in like walls. In that stretch, the lines felt too bright, too clean. The reflectors seemed to blink in a pattern that felt almost intentional. I hated that thought. I pushed it away. I focused on real things. The speed limit signs, the lane markings, the distance between my car and the trucks ahead. I checked my mirrors the way you do when you're trying to stay alert. I took sips of coffee that didn't help. Then, about 20 minutes later, something else happened that I still can't explain in a way that makes me feel sane. I passed a mile marker that said 214. I remember because I looked right at it. The number flashed in my headlights. A few minutes later, I saw another marker, same number, same reflective rectangle, same placement. I blinked hard, like that would clear my vision, like maybe I'd misread it the first time. But I hadn't. I know numbers. I'm not the kind of person who mistakes a 4 for a 1 in a flash of light. I slowed down slightly, without meaning to, my foot easing off the accelerator. The truck behind me changed lanes to pass, its headlights flooding my mirrors. I got that brief claustrophobic feeling of being boxed in. I told myself the mile markers might be placed weirdly. Construction zones do strange things. The highway could have a loop or a spur. There could be an eastbound, westbound confusion. Plenty of rational explanations. But none of them fit the simple feeling that crept into my chest. The sense that I had just driven over the same patch of road twice without turning around. I checked the next marker obsessively. Okay, normal. My heart rate slowed. I laughed again, this time louder, annoyed at myself. That's what stress does. It makes you hungry for something to be wrong. Because if something is wrong out there on the road, at least it's not wrong inside your life. For another half hour, everything stayed normal. No repeated markers, no clock stutters that I noticed. The radio found a clearer signal. I sank into that dull trance that long-distance driving creates, where your mind floats half a foot above your body and time becomes soft. And then it happened again. The clock stuttered. One beat. And this time, my phone vibrated in the mount at the exact same moment. A sharp buzz. No sound. I felt the hair rise slightly on my arms. I forced myself not to look at the phone. That's how people drift into accidents. That's how you end up as a story someone else tells. Still, the impulse was there. A little tug in my mind, like someone tapping your shoulder. I kept my eyes on the road, but my attention was suddenly too sharp, too awake. That's the thing about a small wrong detail. It can jolt you more than a big one. A big problem gives you something obvious to deal with. A small one sits in your mind like a splinter. I started doing what I always do when I'm uneasy. I checked my surroundings for the most practical explanation. I looked for road construction signs. I looked for a state trooper. I looked for anything that would justify the oddness. Nothing. Just the highway. Just the trees. Just the slow, steady parade of trucks. My mouth tasted like old coffee. My shoulders ached. The air inside the car felt stale, warmed by the heater, carrying that faint smell of fast food wrappers and upholstery. I cracked the window an inch to let cold air in. The night air smelled like wet earth and pine. It was clean. It helped. For a moment, I felt calm again. Then, just as the cold air hit my face, I saw the sign. Rest area, 1 mile. The green letters glowed in my headlights. The arrow pointed ahead like a suggestion, not a command. I wasn't desperate for a break. Not yet. But I felt the kind of exhaustion that doesn't always show up as sleepiness. It shows up as irritation, as numbness, as the sense that your brain is lagging behind your eyes. I told myself it was common sense to stop, stretch, use the restroom, splash water on my face, get back on the road. That was the plan. I said it out loud, like speaking it would keep it ordinary. Just a quick stop, I told myself. 5 minutes. The truck ahead of me signaled and drifted toward the right lane. Another truck followed. The highway seemed to open up, encouraging me to do the same. I signaled. I moved right. My tires hummed over the rumble strip for a second. Brrr, then smoothed out. The exit lane appeared, dark and wide. As I took the ramp, my headlights swept over a reflective yellow sign that read, "Slower traffic, keep right," then another that warned of a curve. The road dipped slightly, and the noise of the interstate softened behind me like someone had turned down the volume on the world. Up ahead, I saw the rest area lights. Harsh, white, clinical. A small pool of brightness carved into the black. And as I rolled toward that pool, the dashboard clock stuttered one more time. One beat. I glanced at it despite myself. The time read 2:16. I remember thinking, okay, fine, in and out, back on the road before 2:20. I pulled into the lot, and the gravel crunched under my tires. The car's headlights swept over empty parking spaces, over a vending building, over a dark line of trees beyond the property. I shifted into park. The engine ticked softly as it cooled. The heater fan sighed. For a second, I just sat there with my hands on the wheel, staring at the building like it was any other building on any other highway. And that's the last moment of the night that felt completely normal. I sat there longer than I meant to, hands still on the steering wheel, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. The rest area building didn't look sinister. That was the problem. It looked like every other late-night stop I'd ever pulled into. Too bright, too clean at a distance, and somehow lonelier because of it. The kind of place built for quick relief. Bathrooms, vending machines, a map on the wall nobody reads, and a trash can full of fast food wrappers that prove hundreds of people have been here, without leaving anything of themselves behind. The parking lot was mostly empty. A couple of tractor trailers were parked far off to the left in the designated truck section, their sleeping cabs lit faintly from within. They looked like giant animals at rest, unmoving but not dead. A sedan sat closer to the building with its headlights off. No interior light visible. No one walking. No doors opening. No footsteps. Just the soft wash of interstate noise in the background, like ocean surf you can't see. The lighting was harsh. Sodium lamps that made everything look slightly sick, slightly old. They didn't cast shadows so much as they flattened things. My car looked like it belonged in a security footage still frame. The building's white exterior reflected the light back at itself, giving it this sterile glow that made the darkness beyond the lot feel even deeper. The tree line at the edge of the property wasn't just dark, it was a wall. I told myself this was all normal. Late night rest stops are quiet. People don't linger. Truckers sleep. Travelers keep moving. In the daylight, this place would feel boring. In the daylight, it would smell like pine and coffee and sun-warmed asphalt. But at 2:16, 2:17, whatever the actual time was, it felt like a set that had been left standing after everyone went home. I opened the door and stepped out. Cold air hit my face and lungs, sharp enough to reset my brain for half a second. The gravel under my shoes made a loud crunch that felt too dramatic in the stillness. I closed the door, and the sound echoed back off the building. It made me aware of how far I was from anything that felt like people. The wind moved through the posted signs near the building. No loitering, restrooms, pet area, making the metal poles creak. Somewhere on the other side of the lot, a plastic bag scraped along the pavement in short, nervous jerks, like it was trying to leave too. I watched it for a second, annoyed at myself for even noticing, and started walking toward the entrance. There was a sidewalk leading up to the building. The concrete was stained with old rain marks, faint tire rubber, and the dark smudges of thousands of shoes. The closer I got, the louder the building's soundscape became. Not voices, not music, just mechanical life, a steady low hum from inside, the faint buzz of lights, a ventilation fan cycling somewhere behind the walls. The doors were automatic, glass framed in metal. I could see the interior. Vending machines lined up like tall refrigerators, a couple of plastic chairs bolted to the floor, a wall map with a bright blue "You Are Here" dot. Everything looked clean in the way public places look clean from far away, sanitized, wiped down, impersonal. I stepped onto the welcome mat, and the building reacted. A small, sharp sound came from above the doors. Not a chime, not music, a beep. It was quick and clean, like an electronic acknowledgement, the kind of sound a motion sensor makes when you walk into its range. It shouldn't have meant anything, and I hate that I'm about to assign meaning to it. but something about that beep made the back of my neck tighten. It felt familiar in a way that didn't match the moment, like I'd heard it before in a place I couldn't name, like it belonged to another memory that hadn't fully loaded. I paused on the mat without stepping fully inside. I listened, waiting to see if anything else happened. Nothing did. Just the hum and buzz and the distant hush of the highway. The beep didn't repeat. It wasn't an alarm. It wasn't warning me away. So I stepped in. The air inside smelled like disinfectant and something older underneath it. Stale mop water, plastic, the faint metallic tang of coins. The temperature was warmer than outside, but not comfortably. The warmth felt trapped, circulating without fresh air. It smelled like a space that was cleaned regularly, but never truly aired out. The lights were fluorescent, and they buzzed with a frequency you don't notice until you're alone. When you're with people, the brain ignores those sounds as background. When you're alone at 2:17 a.m., your brain decides that every mechanical noise might be a message. The vending machines lined the far wall. Soda, water, chips, candy. The bright product images looked too cheerful under the sick light. The machines hummed steadily, compressors cycling. Every few seconds, one would make a deeper groan, like it was shifting in its sleep. A coin slot blinked a tiny green LED. A card reader displayed a faint insert prompt. It felt like a room full of waiting mouths. To my right, near the ceiling corner above the entry, a security camera pointed down at the interior. The lens was black and glossy. A small red dot glowed next to it, steady, not blinking, like an eye that never closes. I found myself looking at that dot longer than I needed to. I've worked in places with cameras. I know they're everywhere. But there's a difference between knowing a camera exists and feeling watched by it when you're the only moving thing in the room. The red light didn't feel like safety. It felt like documentation. I walked past the chairs and toward the restroom hallway. My footsteps sounded too loud on the tile, each step clean and sharp, with a faint echo. The building didn't absorb sound. It returned it. Every movement felt recorded, not just by the camera, but by the room itself. Halfway to the hallway, the beep sounded again. This time, it came from deeper inside, overhead, near the restroom corridor. Beep. Same tone. Same clean electronic acknowledgement. I stopped automatically, like my body had recognized the sound as a cue. It was irrational and embarrassing. I stood there, frozen for a second, and then forced myself to keep walking. I told myself the sensor was simply picking up my motion as I entered its range. That's what sensors do. Still, the sound left a faint pressure behind my eyes, like the moment right after you hear your name called in a quiet room. You turn, expecting someone, even if you know it was just a mistake. The hallway was narrow and painted a dull off-white that had been scrubbed so many times it looked tired. The restroom signs were simple: men and women, black letters on white plastic. There were no other doors, no employees only, no storage closet, just the restrooms at the end like a final destination. As I walked, I noticed the subtle changes in the air. The disinfectant smell got stronger. The warmth shifted. The hum from the vending machines became muffled, replaced by a higher, thinner buzz from the lights overhead. The deeper I went, the less the building sounded like a public space, and the more it sounded like a machine. The men's restroom door was slightly ajar. That was probably normal. Someone could have left it that way. Maybe the cleaning crew. Maybe a traveler a few minutes before me. But my brain, already too awake, flagged it. I pushed the door open with my shoulder. The restroom was empty. 2 stalls, 2 urinals, a long sink counter with 3 faucets, a mirror stretching across the wall, reflecting the fluorescent light back at itself. The tile was clean in a way that almost felt theatrical. No puddles, no paper on the floor, no graffiti visible at first glance. It looked like a rest stop restroom, trying to pretend it wasn't a rest stop restroom. The first thing I noticed, absurdly, was how loud the room was when nothing was happening. You never realize how much ambient sound your brain filters out until you're standing in a small tiled space that amplifies everything. I could hear the faint electrical buzz in the lights. I could hear the ventilation fan working somewhere above the ceiling. I could hear my own breathing, steady but slightly quick. I stepped toward the sink and turned on the faucet. The water came out cold enough to sting. It smelled faintly of chlorine. I cupped it in my hands and splashed my face, letting the shock jolt me awake. For a moment, it worked. The cold made me feel normal, like I was back in control of my body, like everything on the highway had been nothing more than fatigue and anxiety and too much coffee. I braced my hands on the counter and looked up into the mirror. It was me. Same face, same tired eyes, same faint crease between my brows that showed up when I focused. The same little scar at the corner of my jaw from a clumsy shave years ago. The mirror didn't distort me. It didn't make me look like a stranger. But something didn't feel right. It's difficult to explain without sounding insane, so I'll describe it the way it felt in my body rather than the way it looked. When you look at yourself in a mirror, your brain expects a certain synchronicity. It's not just that the reflection copies your movement, it's that it does it instantly, without delay, without hesitation. You don't consciously notice that. You just trust it. It's a kind of comfort we don't think about. In that restroom, I realized I was trusting it. And then, without any dramatic event, that trust wobbled. I blinked. My reflection blinked too. But the blink felt late. Not late enough to see clearly. Not late like a video glitch, where the frame freezes and catches up. Late in the way a person hesitates when they're pretending to understand you. Late in the way a smile arrives a half second after the decision to smile. My pulse picked up. I leaned closer, narrowing my eyes. I was looking for a reason. Condensation, light flicker, fatigue. Something to justify the feeling. The mirror surface looked normal. No cracks, no warping. The fluorescent light reflected in it cleanly. My face was still there, exactly where it should be. I blinked again. Same thing. A tiny hesitation. So small, it could have been my imagination. So small, I felt ridiculous for reacting to it. But I did react. My shoulders tensed. My hands tightened on the counter. That familiar adult instinct kicked in. Don't overreact. Don't make a big deal. Don't become the person who panics at shadows. I turned my head slightly, checking the room behind me through the mirror. Empty stalls, closed doors, no movement. I told myself it was just the buzzing lights messing with my perception. That's when the ventilation fan changed tone. Not dramatically, just a slight pitch shift, like the fan had to work harder for a moment. It made the air in the room feel subtly different, heavier. The sound reminded me of the way a plane's cabin noise changes when it adjusts altitude. A small alteration that makes your body register movement, even if you're sitting still. I stared at my own eyes in the mirror, and suddenly had the uncomfortable thought that I didn't look tired. I looked awake. Too awake. My pupils seemed a little too large, my expression too focused, like my face was performing alertness rather than feeling it. I looked away from my eyes and down at the counter, trying to reset my brain. My phone was still in my pocket. My keys were in my other pocket. Everything was normal. I was splashing water on my face at a rest stop. That was all. When I looked back up, I noticed something else. There were scratches on the tile near the mirror, at about eye level. At first, I thought it was the usual. Little marks from cleaning equipment, or someone's key, or some bored traveler dragging a coin along the wall. Then I leaned closer and realized it was writing. Not graffiti, like a name or a crude joke. Not random scratches. Letters carved with purpose, as if someone had taken time. The lines were thin but deep, cut into the tile like a warning someone wanted to last longer than marker ink. I felt a strange reluctance to read it, like reading it would make it more real. That's ridiculous, I know. But in that moment, it felt like a boundary. I read it anyway. Don't fall asleep in here. The sentence sat there, blunt and clean. No punctuation, no flourish. Just a rule. Under it, smaller, shakier, like the person carving had been more tired or more frightened. It gets you in the blinks. A cold sensation moved through my chest, not like a chill on skin, but like the sudden absence of warmth. My first thought was that it was a stupid prank. People carve nonsense into public bathrooms all the time. They write warnings, urban legends, fake threats. It's human nature to leave a mark and imagine the next person reacting. But my body didn't react the way it would to a prank. My body reacted like it had just been reminded of something it already knew. I stared at the words for longer than I should have. The buzzing of the lights felt louder. The fan seemed to push air less like ventilation and more like breathing. The room felt smaller, the tile too close, the mirror too wide. I looked back at my reflection. It looked back at me, and again, I had that sensation of delay. Not enough to swear under oath, not enough to capture with a phone camera, but enough to make my throat go dry. I did something I'm not proud of. I tested it. I raised my hand quickly, snapping it up into view like a magic trick. My reflection raised its hand too, but it felt like the reflection decided to do it, rather than simply being forced. That thought made my skin prickle. I lowered my hand. The reflection lowered its hand. The delay was tiny, almost imperceptible. Except now that I'd seen it, I couldn't unsee it. Like noticing a squeaky brake on your car. Once you hear it, it becomes the loudest sound in the world. I backed away from the counter slowly. My shoes squeaked faintly on the tile. I could hear the fabric of my jacket shift as I moved. The restroom smelled harsher now, the disinfectant mixing with that faint metallic scent of water and pipes. My heart was beating harder, and each beat felt like it echoed in the room. I told myself, get out. Don't make this a thing. Go back to the car, drive to the motel, sleep in a normal bed like a normal person. My hand went to the door handle. Before I touched it, the beep sounded again. It came from outside the restroom, down the hall. Beep. And this time, it didn't just register as motion sensor. It registered as a response, like the building had noticed I'd read the message. I froze with my hand hovering a half-inch from the handle. The silence that followed felt staged. The fan kept running. The lights kept buzzing. But the hallway beyond the door felt suddenly occupied. Not by a person necessarily, but by attention. like something had shifted its focus. I listened. No footsteps, no voices, no door creak, nothing. My rational brain tried to rebuild the world. Sensors beeped for movement. That's it. Another traveler walked into the corridor. The camera tripped. The system beeped. End of story. But the rest of my body didn't accept that explanation. My body felt like it was waiting for the next sound. I opened the restroom door and stepped into the hallway. The fluorescent light overhead flickered once. Not an obvious strobe, just a brief dip in brightness, like a blink. The disinfectant smell faded slightly, replaced by the warmer, duller air from the vending area. I looked left, then right. Empty. No one at the vending machines. No one on the chairs. No one near the entrance. The security camera's red dot still glowed, steady and patient. I stood there for a moment, letting the emptiness sink in. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The emptiness felt intentional, like the building had been cleared out for my benefit. I walked back toward the entrance slowly, my eyes sweeping over everything. The vending machines hummed. A card reader blinked. A small out-of-order sticker curled at the edge on one machine. The map on the wall showed a simplified version of the state. Highways traced in red-like veins. Everything ordinary. Everything normal. And yet I couldn't stop hearing that word carved into the tile. Blinks. I stepped onto the entry mat again. The door sensors didn't beep this time. The glass doors slid open with a smooth mechanical sigh, and I stepped out into the cold. The parking lot air hit me like relief. The highway hiss returned, familiar and distant. The trees stood silently at the edge of the property, their darkness less oppressive now that I wasn't under fluorescent light. I took a breath and laughed. Softly once, mostly out of frustration. I felt foolish. That was the truth. I felt like I'd let stress and tiredness turn a bathroom wall into a horror story. I started walking back to my car with quick steps, determined to treat the whole thing like a weird moment that would be funny later. I told myself I'd forget it within an hour. I told myself I'd be back on the highway before the coffee even wore off. Halfway across the lot, the wind gusted, and one of the metal signs near the building rattled hard, the sound echoing. The sudden noise made me flinch despite myself. My nerves were already stretched thin. I glanced back at the building. From outside, the interior looked even more empty. The vending machines glowed behind glass. The security camera angled down like it was watching the floor. The fluorescent lights buzzed invisibly behind the closed doors. It looked like nothing. It looked like safety. And in that moment, with the cold air on my face and my car only a few yards away, I almost convinced myself the mirror delay was imagined. The carved message was a prank. The beep was just a beep. Almost. Because as I reached my driver's side door and put my hand on the handle, I realized something simple and deeply unsettling. I couldn't remember blinking since I read that message. Not in any clear way. Not in a way I could prove. Just a blank, uncomfortable sensation. As if my body had been holding its eyes open without telling me, afraid that if I blinked again, something would happen in that fraction of darkness. My hand closed around the driver's door handle, and for a second, I just stood there, listening. That sounds dramatic now, but at the time, it felt like a normal pause. Like the kind you take when you're trying to remember if you locked the door earlier, or if you left your headlights on. My breath came out in a pale fog and vanished. The parking lot lights made my windshield look like a sheet of dull glass. I pulled the handle. The door opened, with that familiar suction pop of a sealed car in cold air. And then my phone vibrated. Hard. Not a soft little buzz you miss in your pocket, but a sharp, insistent vibration that rattled the cheap plastic mount on the dashboard. The mount creaked. The screen lit up bright enough to cut into the dark interior like a knife. I didn't even think. My eyes snapped to it automatically. There was a notification banner at the top of the screen. No app icon. No sender. No preview text. Just a blank white bar, like someone had typed a message and then erased it before it could arrive. For half a second, my brain tried to interpret it the way it always does. Oh, the weather app. Oh, a spam text. Oh, a system update. Then the banner vanished, not faded, not swiped away. Gone. The screen returned to my lock screen wallpaper like nothing had happened. My throat tightened. I could feel my heartbeat in my fingers where they gripped the door edge. I tapped the screen twice, harder than necessary, trying to bring the notification history up. Nothing. No record. No alert. No log. It was like it had never existed. The rational part of my brain told me exactly what to say. Ghost notifications happen. Phones bug out. A weak cell signal can cause half-loaded banners. Plenty of normal explanations. But none of those explanations accounted for the way my body reacted. It wasn't just surprise. It was recognition. Like my nervous system had been waiting for that exact thing to happen. I slid into the driver's seat quickly, not because I thought someone was chasing me, but because I suddenly felt ridiculous for being out there in the open, alone, staring at my phone like a teenager in a horror movie. I pulled the door closed and locked it out of habit. The click too loud in the enclosed space. My hands were cold on the steering wheel. I glanced up toward the rest area building. From where I was parked, I could see the glass entrance and the glow of the vending machines inside. The interior looked as empty as it had before. The security camera was in the same corner, red dot steady, as if it had never blinked. I forced a laugh, quiet, breathy, the kind you do when you're trying to convince yourself you're being stupid. "Okay," I said out loud. "Okay, enough." I started the engine. The car came alive with a low, comforting rumble. The dashboard lights brightened. The heater fan kicked on. The small, familiar noises of a functioning vehicle filled the silence like a blanket. I should have driven away right then. But I didn't. Because once you've been unsettled, your brain does this terrible thing where it wants proof. It wants to understand. It wants to turn fear into something measurable. And the easiest way to do that is to go back and look again. Like checking a dark room twice, hoping your second look will make the first look feel stupid. I didn't fully get out of the car. I just sat there, staring at the building's glass facade, telling myself I was going to confirm the most basic thing, that it was empty, that nothing was behind me. My eyes drifted to my rearview mirror, then the side mirror, then back to the building. The lot was still empty. The trucks were still parked far away. The sedan near the building still sat with no lights. I was about to shift into reverse when my eyes caught movement in the reflection of my passenger side window, not outside the car, inside the glass. The window was reflecting the vending machine's glow from the building, and that reflection was slightly warped, layered over the dark interior of my car. In that warped reflection, it looked like someone was standing behind me, just a shape, a tall, vertical presence where there shouldn't have been one. My heart slammed so hard, I felt it in my teeth. I turned my head sharply, whipping around to look into the back seat. Empty. No one. Just my suitcases, the box of files, the blazer sleeve rustling slightly from the movement of air when I turned. The interior light stayed off. The darkness back there was normal. I faced forward again, forcing myself to breathe slowly. My brain tried to run the explanation at high speed. Reflection distortion, nerves, moving shadows from fluorescent light, my own head movement. Then I saw it again, this time clearer. Not in my window, in the building. The vending machine glass inside the rest area had caught a reflection, like a mirror. The bright product images were glossy, and the glass surface reflected the entryway and part of the hallway. In that reflection, there was a figure, standing in the corridor leading toward the bathrooms. It wasn't right in the center of the frame. It was off to the side, like it had just stepped into view. It looked human, but it didn't move the way people move. It didn't shift weight or scratch its face or adjust its posture. It stood too still, like it was posing, and it was facing the entrance, facing my car. My skin went cold. I threw the car into reverse so fast the engine revved. Gravel crunched under my tires. I backed out of the space, eyes flicking between the building and my mirrors, trying to keep the car straight. As I reversed, the vending machine reflection changed angle. The figure should have stayed visible, at least for a moment, until the line of sight shifted enough. It didn't. The figure vanished. Not by walking away. Not by stepping back. It was just not there. As if the moment of reflection had been a single frame that no longer existed. My chest tightened like I couldn't get a full breath. I nearly clipped the curb in my haste, corrected, and shifted into drive. The headlights swept across the building one last time. Nothing. Just the sterile glow. The empty chairs. The humming machines. I could have convinced myself I imagined it, except my hands were shaking on the wheel, and my mouth tasted like copper. Those are the kinds of physical details your body doesn't fake easily. I started to pull toward the exit lane. That's when I noticed my driver's door hadn't latched properly. It was closed, but not sealed. A thin line of cold air slipped in around the edge, and the door open light on the dash flickered faintly. I stared at it, confused. I had closed it. I remembered pulling it tight. I remembered the lock click. I reached over and pushed it firmly until it sealed with a dull thud. The warning light went off, but the fact that it had been open, even slightly, made my stomach sink. Because it meant something simple. I could be wrong about what I remembered. And once you start doubting small certainties, everything else becomes unstable. I kept driving toward the exit, trying to focus on the practical steps. Get back on the ramp, merge onto the interstate, find a motel, sleep. Make this night a story you laugh about later. My phone vibrated again, not as hard as before, just one quick buzz. I didn't look at it this time. I forced myself not to. My eyes stayed forward, but the urge to look was almost painful, like an itch. The rest area exit road curved slightly. The headlights swept over a patch of grass, over a low fence, over the edge of the woods. Then I saw something that stopped my mind in its tracks. My car door, standing open. For a split second, my brain didn't understand what it was seeing, because the angle was wrong. The headlights were catching the shape of a door, open wide, my driver's side door, except it was not my door. It was the door of the car parked in my original spot, the car I'd just backed out of. But that car was mine. I was driving it. There shouldn't be another copy of it. I blinked hard, and the image corrected itself. It wasn't another car. It was my own car's reflection in something. The dark pane of glass, or the slick, wet surface of the rest area sign, warping the angle into a duplicate shape. My heart was pounding so hard I felt dizzy. I focused on the exit, determined to leave, when another detail hit me like a punch. My backpack wasn't on the passenger side floor, where I always kept it. It was on the passenger seat, right beside me, strapped in like a passenger. I stared at it for too long. My eyes flicked down, then back up to the road, then down again. I hadn't moved it. I didn't put it there when I got in. I hadn't even opened it. It had been on the floor. I remembered the weight of it shifting when I sat down earlier. I remembered stepping over the strap. Now it sat upright, zipper facing me, and the zipper was open. The small, neat gap at the top, like someone had checked inside and then left it that way on purpose. A cold wave rolled through my stomach, and my hands tightened on the wheel until my knuckles ached. I pulled over into a small shoulder area just past the rest stop exit, not far enough to be safe, but far enough that I wasn't directly under the building's lights. My hazard lights clicked on automatically, the sound sharp and repetitive in the car's interior. Tick, tick, tick. It felt like the only thing keeping time. I reached for the backpack slowly, like it might bite. Inside, everything looked normal at first. Laptop, charger, a folder of documents, a pack of gum, my wallet. I grabbed the wallet and held it in my palm. It was the same shape and size, same worn corners, same faint scratch across the leather. It felt like mine. But then my eyes caught the logo. It wasn't the logo that had been there before. It was similar, but not the same. The font was wrong. The stitching pattern along the edge was slightly different. The leather texture felt a fraction smoother, like it hadn't been broken in by my life. My breathing went shallow. I opened it quickly. My credit cards were there. The same cards, the same numbers, the same wear marks. My cash was there, folded the way I always fold it. My driver's license sat in the clear slot. My name, my face, my address. Everything looked correct. And then I saw the date of birth. It was off by 1 day, not a year, not a month, just 1 day. It took my brain a second to accept it, because it's such a small error it doesn't feel like an error. It feels like your eyes misreading. I read it again. Then again, slower. My DOB had always been something I could recite without thinking. It's on every form you fill out as an adult. It's a number you type so many times you stop seeing it as information and start seeing it as muscle memory. The license in my hand had a different number, a different day. My throat went tight. My mouth went dry. A cold sweat prickled along the back of my neck. I pulled the license out and held it closer to the dashboard light, as if brightness would fix it. It didn't. My face on the license looked like me, but in that moment, it also looked like a stranger. Not because the photo was wrong, but because the context was wrong. Like looking at your own picture on a memorial website while you're still alive. I checked the expiration date. Normal. I checked the issue date. Normal. I checked the signature. It looked like mine, but not exactly. The curves were slightly tighter, like a version of my signature written by someone copying it carefully. My hands started to shake so hard, I had to press my elbows into my ribs to steady them. I set the wallet on my lap and forced myself to breathe slowly. Okay, I thought. Okay. There's a rational explanation. The DMV printed it wrong. A typo. A clerical error. Except I'd had that license for years. I'd used it in airports, at hotels, at bars, at the bank. If the date had been wrong, I would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. It would have caused a problem. And even if, somehow, it hadn't, that didn't explain the wallet being subtly different. The backpack moved, the zipper open, the blank notification. It didn't explain the figure in the vending reflection. My phone vibrated again. This time, the vibration was slow, deliberate, like it wasn't a notification, but a heartbeat. I stared at the dark screen without touching it. The hazard lights continued their steady ticking. Tick, tick, tick. In that rhythm, the vibration felt like an interruption, like something trying to sync with my car's pulse. I couldn't bring myself to unlock the phone. I didn't want to see another blank banner. I didn't want to confirm anything else. Instead, I shoved the wallet back into the backpack, zipped it up, and tossed it onto the floor. Harder than necessary, like I could physically reject whatever had happened by putting it out of sight. I turned off the hazards, put the car back into drive, and pulled onto the highway. I accelerated too fast, the engine straining briefly, my foot heavy on the pedal. The headlights stretched farther down the road, carving a tunnel of light through darkness. The interstate hiss grew louder again, and for a moment that familiar sound made me feel grounded. I drove with both hands locked on the wheel, posture stiff, eyes scanning the mirrors. Every pair of headlights behind me felt threatening. Every shadow at the edge of my vision felt like it might be someone standing too close. I told myself I was going to a motel. I told myself I was going to sleep. I told myself this would be clearer in the morning. But the longer I drove, the more I felt something I hadn't expected. Not relief, not safety. A strange sense of being followed, without movement. Like a link had been established. Like the rest stop didn't need to chase me, because it had already left something inside my life. I checked the dashboard clock. It read 2:21. The second hand moved smoothly. No stutter. My stomach twisted anyway because now I couldn't trust smoothness. Smoothness could be another edit, another layer. My phone stayed silent for 10 minutes, then 20. I started to loosen my grip on the wheel. I started to feel stupid again, which was almost comforting. Fear can be embarrassing, and embarrassment can feel like a return to normal. And then, as the highway curved and a cluster of trees rose on the right like a black wave, my phone made a sound. Not a ring, not a text ding. A soft system tone. And immediately after it, in the same clean electronic pitch as the rest area sensor, a beep. Just one. I nearly jerked the wheel. My heart slammed against my ribs. I looked down at the phone before I could stop myself. The screen was lit. There was no notification banner this time. No message. Just the lock screen. And at the top, where the time should have been, it displayed 02:17. I stared at it, confused, then looked up at the dashboard clock. 2:39. My watch. 2:39. The phone showed 2:17. A cold pressure filled my chest. My fingers went numb around the wheel. Then, without me touching it, the phone's time changed. Not smoothly ticking up. It snapped to match the current time, as if it had just remembered where it was supposed to be. The lock screen went dark a second later, like it had done its job. I drove the rest of the way to the motel in silence. No radio, no music, nothing. The highway signs blurred. The exit numbers felt meaningless. Every passing streetlight seemed to flicker at the edge of my vision. When I finally pulled into the motel lot, the neon vacancy sign buzzed above the office like an insect trapped in glass. The parking lot motion light clicked on as I rolled in, flooding my windshield with white glare. The office door was locked, but there was a little bell on the counter and a sign that said, "Night Window." I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to get out. I wanted to keep driving until the sun came up, but I was tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. I was tired from holding my mind in place. So I parked, grabbed my backpack, and walked toward the office window. The clerk inside didn't look up at first. He was watching something on a small TV, the blue light painting his face. When he finally turned toward me, his expression was neutral in that practiced way motel employees have. Polite, bored, used to strangers. "Checking in?" he asked. I nodded and slid my ID through the slot. He took it, glanced down, and for a half second, his eyes flicked up to me in a way that made my stomach drop. Not suspicion, recognition, like he had seen me before. He looked back at the license, then typed something into his computer. The keyboard clacked in the quiet office. A printer whirred behind him. "You're traveling alone?" he asked. "Yes," I said, my voice too tight. He nodded slowly, then handed my ID back. I took it without looking at it, like it might burn. As I turned to walk to my room, I heard the motel's ice machine clunk somewhere down the hall. A heavy, hollow sound, and under it, so faint I could have imagined it, another sound. A clean, electronic beep. I drove like the place could follow, and then I realized it already had. I wish I could tell you that the moment I saw my date of birth was off by 1 day, I did the smart thing. I wish I could tell you I pulled over, called the police, took photos, documented everything like a responsible adult, then drove straight to the nearest DMV office in the morning to figure out what happened. That's not what I did. What I did was what most people do when something impossible happens to them in the middle of the night. I tried to make it normal by force. I checked into that motel, like I was checking into any motel. I nodded at the clerk. I pretended my hands weren't shaking. I said, "Thanks," when he slid the key card through the little night window slot. I walked down the exterior corridor past the humming vending machine and the ice machine that clunked like someone knocking on a pipe. I unlocked the door to my room and stepped inside and closed it behind me. And I stood there with my backpack still on my shoulder, staring at the blank wall, like the room might explain what the road had just done. The room was exactly what you'd expect for the price. Beige walls, a bedspread with an abstract pattern designed to hide stains, a small desk with a lamp that gave off a weak yellow glow, a TV bolted to the wall, a mini fridge that clicked on and off with the confidence of a machine that knew nobody was listening. The air conditioner sat under the window like an old dog, exhaling stale cold air in uneven bursts. Somewhere above me, in the ceiling, I could hear a faint rattling from the vent when the AC cycled. I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't want voices. I didn't want any other narrative trying to crawl into my head. I set my backpack down by the bed and immediately took the wallet back out, because part of me believed that if I looked again, I would find that I had misread it. That's the trick exhaustion plays on you. It convinces you that your eyes can't be trusted. It turns the world into something negotiable. Like reality is a sloppy draft you can correct by looking harder. I sat at the desk, pulled my license out, and held it under the lamp. It was still wrong. The day was still one number off. I read it slowly. I said it out loud. I compared it to what my brain insisted was true. I looked at my face on the card and tried to see any sign of tampering, scratches, peeling, a corner that looked freshly cut. Nothing. It looked like my license. It felt like my license. It carried my information with a kind of bureaucratic certainty that made it feel more real than my own memory. I checked my phone next. I opened my Photos app, searched for license, because I knew I'd taken a picture of it once for some online form. I found an image from 2 years ago, a quick snapshot I'd taken in daylight on my kitchen counter. I zoomed in on the DOB. It matched what I remembered. I stared at it for a long time, then looked back at the card in my hand. 2 versions. One old photo with the correct date. One physical card with the wrong date. My mouth went dry. My stomach tightened. I told myself the only explanation was that the card in my hand wasn't my card. It was a copy, a swap. But swapped by who? When? And for what reason? The rest stop? A random thief? A prankster? None of those fit. A thief wouldn't go through the effort of making a near-perfect duplicate just to change my birthday by 1 day. A prankster wouldn't have access to my address, my license number, my face. And the worst part was that the change was so small, it was almost meaningless. Unless it wasn't meant for me. Unless it was meant to align with something else. My phone buzzed on the desk, and I flinched hard enough to knock the license against the wood. I stared at the screen. Nothing lit up. No notification. Just the faint vibration, like a heartbeat, then silence. I picked the phone up and unlocked it, half expecting to see another blank banner. There was nothing. No missed calls, no texts, no alerts. The battery percentage, however, made me frown. It was higher than it should have been. I'd been driving for hours with the screen on and the GPS running. Even plugged in, the phone usually hovered in the same range, not climbing dramatically. But the battery now showed 94%. I could have sworn it had been in the 60s earlier. I tried to reconstruct it in my head. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'd glanced at it too quickly. Maybe the charge had caught up because the screen had been off for a while. But the feeling remained. Something about the phone's numbers didn't match my memory. The same way the license didn't match my memory. The same way the mile markers had doubled briefly and then corrected. It was like the night was editing small details and daring me to prove it. I did what I always do when I need grounding. I made a list of practical steps. Step 1, sleep. Step 2, check the license again in daylight. Step 3, call the DMV or look up how to verify an ID number. Step 4, stop spiraling. I set the license back in the wallet, forced the wallet into my pocket, and went into the bathroom to wash my face again, like that would wash the fear off too. The bathroom mirror was cheap and slightly spotted with old watermarks. It wasn't the rest stop mirror. It didn't have fluorescent buzz behind it. It was just a motel mirror. I stared at my reflection for an uncomfortably long time, watching for any delay, any hesitation. Nothing. It moved with me. It blinked when I blinked. It looked like me. Exhausted, yes, but normal. Relief rushed through me so fast, it almost made me lightheaded. Okay, I thought. Good. The rest stop was a one-off. The mirror thing was my tired brain. The carved message was some idiot trying to scare people. The figure in the vending reflection was a trick of angles and glare. And the license? The license was the only real problem. A problem I could solve in the morning. I took off my jacket and shoes, left the curtains closed, and sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress was too soft, sinking under my weight in a way that made my muscles resist relaxing. The AC clicked and exhaled cold air. The mini fridge hummed. Outside, a car passed on the highway, the sound fading quickly. A distant dog barked once, then silence. I lay down without turning off the lamp. I couldn't bring myself to have the room fully dark. I scrolled through my phone for a minute, not really reading anything, just letting my eyes move so my mind didn't. I searched rest stop, mirror delay, and blank notification no app, and got the usual mix of forum posts and tech advice. Nothing that matched the feeling in my chest. After a while, my eyes started to burn. I set the phone on the nightstand, face down, like that could stop it from doing anything by being watched. And then, despite everything, I fell asleep. I don't remember dreams. If I had them, they didn't stick. It felt like I blinked and the room changed temperature. The AC cycled. The lamp was still on. The room was darker in that pre-dawn way, like the world outside had a faint grayness to it. I checked the clock. 3:26 a.m. My mouth tasted stale. My throat was dry. I reached for the water cup on the nightstand and drank too fast, almost choking. Then I noticed my phone. The screen was lit. Not bright, not flashing, just softly lit, like it had been woken by something. I sat up fully, heart immediately awake. There was a notification banner at the top. Blank. No icon. No text. A white bar floating at the edge of the screen like a missing sentence. Before I could touch it, it vanished. The screen went back to the lock wallpaper, the time displayed clearly at the top. 03:26. My pulse hammered. The room felt suddenly too small. I grabbed the phone and unlocked it. No notifications, no history, no record. I opened settings. Notification log was empty. Battery usage looked normal. Nothing unusual. But when I went back to the home screen, I saw an app icon I did not recognize. At first glance, it looked like one of those system utilities you ignore. A generic camera outline, a small red dot in the corner. The name under it was simple: Viewer. I stared at it, trying to force my memory to produce a reason it could be there. Had it come with an update? Was it part of the motel's Wi-Fi login? Was it something I'd installed months ago and never used? I tapped and held it to see the app info. No developer name I recognized. No rating. No store details. It didn't show up the way normal apps do when you long press them. It behaved like it had always been there, which made my skin crawl more than if it had behaved like malware. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the icon. My gut screamed not to touch it, but curiosity is just fear with a different mask. I tapped it. The screen went black for half a second, then loaded a simple interface. White background, gray text, no branding. It looked like a bare-bones camera app or a file manager. At the top it read, Local Media. Below that were 3 folders. Recent archive before I didn't breathe for a moment. The word before sat there like a deliberate choice. Not previous, not old, not saved. Before. My thumb trembled slightly above the screen. I told myself again that there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe my phone had created a folder name automatically. Maybe it was a translation error. Maybe it was some weird feature of a cloud app, but the folder icon looked too clean, too intentionally placed. I tapped Recent first because I didn't want to go straight into the worst option. Recent was empty. No thumbnails, no files. I tapped Archive, also empty. Then I tapped Before. For a moment, the app didn't respond. The screen stayed white, as if it was thinking. Then slowly, thumbnails appeared in a vertical list. Video clips. Each clip had a timestamp and a duration. And the first timestamp made my stomach drop. 02:16 a.m. The second, 02:17 a.m. The third, 02:18 a.m., all from tonight, all clustered around the rest stop. I stared at the thumbnails. They were slightly grainy, like low-light footage. The angle was wrong. It wasn't from the front of my car. It wasn't from my phone camera. It was from a point of view just behind and above my right shoulder. Close enough that I could see the edge of my jacket, the back of my head, the slight forward slump of my posture as I walked. It looked like someone had been filming me from behind while standing less than 2 feet away. My whole body went cold. I sat on the bed with the phone in both hands, frozen, unable to decide if I wanted to know more or if knowing more would permanently break something in me. The motel room noises, the AC click, the fridge hum, suddenly sounded like they were coming from far away, like I'd put my head underwater. I forced myself to tap the first clip. It loaded instantly. The video opened with the view of my car pulling into the rest stop lot. The sound was muffled, but present. Gravel crunching, distant highway hiss, wind moving through signs. Then the camera angle shifted as I, the version of me in the footage, opened my door and stepped out. My back filled the center of the frame. I could see my shoulders rise with a breath. I could see my right hand adjust the strap of my backpack, and I could see, at the very edge of the frame, something that made my skin prickle. A faint red dot near the top corner of the building, like the security camera's light. The footage followed me toward the entrance. The motion was smooth, steady, as if whoever held the camera had practiced moving without bobbing. No stumbling, no accidental shake, no human hesitation. I paused the video, fingers shaking. The perspective was too close, too intimate. It wasn't a security camera angle. It wasn't a dash cam angle. It was a follower's angle. Someone walking directly behind me, matching my pace perfectly. My mouth went dry. I backed out of the video and stared at the list again, my thumb hovering over the second clip, the one stamped 0217. That number felt like a bruise. The more I looked at it, the more it hurt. I didn't play it yet. Instead, I exited the app and opened my regular camera roll, searching for those clips. They weren't there. I searched my file manager. Nothing. I checked cloud backups. Nothing. The videos existed only inside Viewer, in the folder labeled Before. My hands started to shake harder. I set the phone down on the bed for a second, like it was too heavy. I sat there staring at it, breathing shallowly. Then I did something that, in hindsight, was stupid, but felt necessary at the time. I checked the time on my phone again, 03:29 a.m. I checked the motel clock, 03:29. I checked my watch, 03:29. Everything aligned. That alignment should have comforted me. Instead, it terrified me because it felt like the system had finished adjusting, like it had corrected itself after being caught. I picked the phone back up and opened the app again. The 3 folders were still there. Recent archive before I tapped the second clip, 0217. Before it played, a small audio waveform appeared at the bottom, as if the app wanted me to notice that sound mattered. I held my breath. The clip started. The camera followed me inside the rest stop building. I could hear the vending hum. I could hear the faint buzz of fluorescence. And then, clear as a pin dropping in a silent room, I heard the motion sensors beep. Beep. It sounded exactly the way it had sounded in real life. Clean, short, almost polite. Except now, listening to it through my phone speaker in a motel room, it didn't sound like a sensor. It sounded like a button press, like someone confirming a selection. The camera followed me toward the bathroom corridor, close behind, never losing distance, never changing angle. And right before the restroom door, the footage paused for a fraction of a second. Just a tiny hitch, like a frame got removed. Then it continued. That hitch made my stomach twist because it felt like the clock stutter, the mile marker repeat, the blank notification, a micro skip, a missing beat. My fingers went numb around the phone. I stopped the video. I couldn't watch the rest yet. I couldn't. Not because it was too graphic or violent. There was nothing like that in the clips. But because the existence of the clips meant something far more unsettling. It meant the night had recorded me from a place where no person should have been standing. And the folder name implied the footage wasn't just documentation. It was history. It was a baseline. It was what came before whatever was about to happen next. I sat there in the motel room with the phone glowing in my hands, the air conditioner clicking on and off like a metronome, and I realized I had been trying to outrun the rest stop like it was a location. But it wasn't acting like a location anymore. It was acting like a system. And it was already inside my pocket. By the time the sky outside the curtains started to turn from pitch black to that thin, bruised gray before sunrise, my body had stopped shaking. But my mind hadn't stopped moving. It's strange how quickly a room can become both shelter and trap. The motel had 4 walls, a lock, a bed. It had all the things your brain labels as safe. But once you've seen something you can't file away, safety starts to feel like a costume you're wearing. You can still move in it, breathe in it, pretend, but you can't forget it's there. I kept telling myself the motel was temporary. That was the word I clung to. Temporary meant survivable. I left the viewer app open on my phone, then locked the screen, then unlocked it again, like I didn't trust it to stay real when I wasn't staring at it. Each time the screen lit, I half expected the folders to vanish, or to turn into something normal. Photos, files, downloads, but it stayed the same. Recent, archive, before, clean, minimal, unbranded, like something meant to be there. The motel room's little sounds started to feel like a soundtrack that didn't belong to me. The mini fridge made its periodic click, then a low hum, then silence, then click again. The HVAC under the window coughed and rattled, pushing out cold air in uneven bursts. Somewhere outside, a car door slammed, muffled through the walls. The ice machine at the end of the corridor clunked once, then clunked again, like it couldn't decide if it was done. If I'd been in the room on a normal night, those sounds would have blended into the background. You expect them in cheap motels. That's part of the deal. You pay for a bed, and you accept the building's nervous ticks. But that night, every mechanical noise felt like a language, like the world was trying to talk to me through systems that weren't built for speech. I forced myself to move through a routine, because routine is the closest thing adults have to prayer. I went to the sink, drank water, splashed my face again, stared at myself in the motel mirror until my eyes started to ache. I checked the lock on the door. Then I checked it again. I pulled the thin curtains tighter, even though I knew they didn't really block anything. They just made you feel like you had a boundary. Outside, the parking lot motion light snapped on with a hard white glare, then clicked off. On. Off. It was responding to movement I couldn't see. A passing car, a stray cat, a gust of wind moving a branch. It didn't matter. The light would come on without warning, and every time it did, my nerves jumped. That's the thing about fear after midnight. It doesn't need a threat. It needs uncertainty. I sat on the edge of the bed with my phone in both hands, looking at the list of thumbnails in the before folder. They sat there quietly, innocent in their small rectangles, as if they were normal videos I'd filmed and forgotten. If it weren't for the angle, if it weren't for the timestamps and the fact that I knew I hadn't recorded them, I could have convinced myself it was some weird phone glitch, a corrupted file, an app bug. But the thumbnails told the truth in the simplest way possible. They showed the back of my head. They showed my shoulders. They showed my jacket. They showed me walking. And the space behind me, where the camera had to be, was too close for comfort. I didn't want to watch more. I also felt like I had to. It's not curiosity in a fun sense. It's the same instinct that makes you touch a bruise you don't understand. Because if you can locate the pain, maybe you can control it. I turned the volume down first. That was my compromise with myself. I didn't want the motel room to fill with that beep again. I didn't want it echoing off the beige walls. Then I pressed play on the first clip. The sound came through anyway. Even at low volume, the recording captured the night with startling clarity. The crunch of gravel under shoes, the distant hiss of traffic, the soft wind moving past signage. The camera perspective hovered behind me, steady, like a person walking with practiced control. No shakiness, no clumsy bob. It made my stomach turn because it didn't feel like someone holding a phone. It felt like the camera was attached to something that moved without effort. The clip followed me toward the building. I watched myself hesitate at the entrance mat, and in that moment, seeing it from behind, I could see how small my hesitation had been. Just a pause, just a slight shift of my shoulders. Nothing dramatic. Then the beep sounded in the recording. Beep. In the motel room, it sounded even cleaner than it had in real life. In real life, the beep had blended with other noises. In the recording, it was isolated, crisp, like a punctuation mark. The clip continued into the building. Vending machines glowed. The red dot of the security camera shone in the top corner. My body in the frame moved forward, not too fast, not too slow. And the camera kept pace, close behind, as if it had always been there. I felt my throat tighten. I paused the clip and stared at the frozen frame. The back of my head centered in the shot. The hallway ahead, the sterile light. It was the kind of image you'd see in a found footage movie right before something happens. But this wasn't a movie. It was my night. I backed out of the clip and swiped to the second one, the one stamped 0217. My finger hovered over it. The ice machine in the hallway clunked, loud enough that it startled me. The sound traveled through the thin motel door like a fist knocking the air. I sat completely still, listening, until I realized it was just the building doing what buildings do. Then I pressed play. The second clip started inside the rest stop. The camera followed me past the vending machines. The fluorescent buzz was faint but present. The room's emptiness felt worse on video, because the camera's angle made it feel like I wasn't alone. It made it feel like the camera itself was the other presence. The beep sounded again as I entered the corridor. Beep. I watched myself walk toward the restroom. The camera moved behind me with that same unnatural smoothness, and then, right before the restroom door, the video hiccuped. Just a fraction of a second, a missing beat, a micro stutter. I froze, thumb pressing down on the screen to scrub back. The hiccup was real. It happened at the same point every time I replayed that moment. The camera image would shift forward slightly, like it had jumped ahead by a step without recording the movement. I scrubbing back and replayed it again. Same hiccup. Again, same hiccup. It wasn't like buffering or streaming lag. It was in the file itself. A gap. A blink. My stomach twisted. I remembered the carved message in the tile. It gets you in the blinks. I hadn't wanted to take that seriously. I'd wanted it to be graffiti. But the footage was showing me something that matched it, even if I didn't understand how. I watched the rest of the clip with my jaw clenched. It followed me into the restroom. The camera angle stayed outside the door at first, hovering in the doorway, looking in at me like someone politely refusing to enter. My reflection was visible in the mirror from this angle, small, not clear enough to confirm the delay I had felt, but enough to make my skin crawl. Then the footage did something that made my breath stop. The camera moved forward, not like someone taking a careful step. It slid, smooth, frictionless, straight into the restroom by a few feet, like the space itself had shifted. The doorway didn't pass by the lens the way it should. There was no change in sound, no footstep, no movement bob. It just advanced. My hands went numb around the phone. The clip ended before anything dramatic happened. It ended with me leaning over the sink, splashing water on my face. Just that. A banal moment. But the perspective behind me made it feel obscene, like privacy had been removed from the world. I sat there staring at the last frame, my heart pounding, and I realized something I hadn't let myself think yet. If the camera was behind me at the rest stop, then whatever recorded this had been close enough that I should have heard it breathing. Close enough that I should have felt its warmth. Close enough that I should have seen its shadow. I hadn't. I had only felt the wrongness. I backed out of the clip and swiped to the third one. 02-18. My thumb hovered again. I didn't want to watch it. I did anyway. The third clip started outside. It showed me walking back toward my car across the parking lot. The harsh sodium lights flattened everything, turning the world into a pale stage. My shoulders were tense in the footage. Even from behind, you could see it. Halfway across the lot, I looked back at the building. In the video, that moment looked harmless, but I remembered the feeling of emptiness, the way it had felt intentional. Then I saw it. The exact moment I'd thought I'd seen a figure behind me in the car window reflection. In the clip, the camera angle stayed fixed behind me. As I turned my head, the camera also turned slightly, as if it was mimicking my movement. For a split second, the building's glass entrance reflected the parking lot. And in that reflection, there was a shape behind us. Not behind me, behind the camera. A tall, dark, vertical presence that took up just enough space in the reflection to be undeniable. My skin went ice cold. I rewound, scrubbing the clip back and forward until my eyes hurt. The shape remained. It wasn't a compression artifact. It wasn't a shadow cast by my own body. It had its own outline, its own presence in the reflected glass. The realization hit me like a weight. The camera wasn't being held by a person. The camera was being held by something, and that something was being followed by something else. It was layers, depth, a stack of watchers. I felt sick. I tossed the phone onto the bed for a second and stood up, pacing the small room. My movements were restless, childish, like a trapped animal. I went to the window, pulled the curtain back a crack, and looked out. The parking lot was quiet. A pickup truck idled near the office. The neon vacancy sign buzzed overhead, flickering slightly. The pool of light from the motion lamp stretched across empty spaces. Nothing stood near my door. No figure, no shadow. I told myself to stop, to breathe, to think, but thinking was the problem. Every thought led to another, and each one was worse than the last. I went back to the bed and picked up the phone again. The viewer app still sat open, as if it had never been closed. The folders were still there. Before still waited, like a mouth you didn't want to feed. I tried to exit the app again, to see if it appeared in my normal apps list. I swiped up, found it in the recent apps carousel, and attempted to close it. It didn't close. The card slid upward and disappeared the way apps do. But when I opened my recent apps again, it was still there. Same screen, same folders. My pulse spiked. I held down the power button and forced the phone to restart. The screen went black. The logo appeared. The phone rebooted. For a moment, relief washed over me. Restarting is the adult version of exorcism. When something is wrong, you turn it off and on again and hope the problem disappears. The lock screen came back. The time displayed. And for a brief second, so brief I could have missed it if I hadn't been staring, my phone showed the wrong time. Or 2:17. Then it snapped to the correct time. 03:41. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the screen. My hands shook so badly, the phone trembled. I unlocked it. The viewer app was still there. Not on the home screen carousel, not as a recently used thing, but as if it had always been installed, sitting among my other apps like it belonged. I searched the App Store for Viewer. Nothing matched. I went into Settings, looked at installed apps. Viewer wasn't listed. It existed outside the normal architecture of the phone, like it wasn't an app you installed. It was something that arrived when the world decided you needed it. I sat back on the bed, my mind empty for a moment, because it couldn't find any safe conclusion. The motel room suddenly felt too bright and too thin. The beige walls seemed like paper. The lock on the door seemed symbolic, not protective. The curtains seemed like an invitation. I realized then that the motel had never been safety. It had only been distance, and distance meant nothing if the thing that followed me didn't require a body. The ice machine clunked again, out in the corridor. Clunk. A pause. Then very faintly, a sound that didn't belong in the hallway at all. Something clean and electronic, like a motion sensor, acknowledging movement. Beep. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just sat on the edge of the bed with the phone in my hand, staring at the before folder, because now I knew for sure the rest stop wasn't behind me. It was with me. And the footage wasn't proof of what happened. It was proof of what could happen again, whenever the system decided it was time to update me next. After that last beep from the hallway, I stopped treating the motel like a room and started treating it like a glass box. I didn't open the door. I didn't look through the peephole. I didn't even move toward the window again. I stayed on the bed with my phone in my hand, back against the headboard, like the wall could keep something from getting close. It was a childish instinct, but fear makes you do childish things. The viewer app sat open, calm and clean, waiting. The before folder thumbnails looked exactly the same as they had 5 minutes ago, as if nothing had changed. My brain kept trying to run the situation through ordinary explanations, like they were passwords that could unlock my sanity. Malware, prank, hallucination, fatigue, carbon monoxide, stress, coincidence. Each explanation collapsed under the weight of one simple fact. The footage perspective made no sense, and the beep in the hallway made even less. I told myself I was going to do one thing and only one thing. I was going to watch the mirror clip all the way through. Not because I wanted to, but because leaving it unfinished felt worse. Like walking away from a door you heard a noise behind. Like leaving a sentence half read when it contains your name. My thumb hovered over the 0217 clip. Even seeing that timestamp tightened my throat. Something about it felt like a coordinate rather than a time, like a point the world could return to whenever it wanted. I pressed play. The clip started with me walking past the vending machines, and I forced myself to focus on details that might prove it was fake. The vending machine products, the font on the restroom sign, the angle of the security camera. If this was a hoax, it would slip somewhere. A misspelled sign, a wrong reflection, anything. But everything looked right. The camera followed me with that same unnatural smoothness, close behind, and the audio captured my footsteps as crisp taps on tile. In the motel room, those taps sounded louder than they should, like they were happening inside my walls. Beep. The motion sensor acknowledged my movement again, sharp and clean. In the clip, it was perfectly clear, perfectly isolated, like the sound had been inserted deliberately. The hallway narrowed. The disinfectant smell wasn't present on video, obviously, but my brain supplied it anyway. I watched myself enter the men's restroom and stand at the sink. The mirror took up most of the far wall, bright and blank at first, reflecting my front in a washed-out strip of fluorescent light. I leaned over the sink. I splashed water onto my face. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. From this angle, the camera hovered in the doorway, as if hesitating to enter. Then it moved. It didn't walk in. It didn't sway or bob. There was no shift in sound that would suggest a footstep. It advanced like a sliding thought. The frame glided forward by a few feet, smooth as if the camera had been pulled on a track. The restroom doorway did not pass by the lens the way it should. The edges of the door frame simply appeared to jump behind the camera. It was the same kind of missing beat as the clock stutter, the same micro skip, but larger now, like the system was less careful. My mouth went dry. I realized I was holding my breath and forced air in slowly, quietly, like I didn't want to disturb whatever the footage represented. The camera was now inside the restroom behind me, close enough that my shoulders filled the center of the frame, close enough that the back of my neck and the damp strands of hair near my collar were visible, close enough that I should have felt it standing there in real life. But in the memory of that night, I hadn't felt anything. Not a breath, not a heat, not a shadow. Only wrongness. The camera moved again. Another slide, another step without stepping. And then it stopped directly behind me, aimed at the mirror. My reflection was centered now. I could see my face clearly. The clip lingered there for a moment, long enough that I started to feel embarrassed, as if I were watching myself in some private, unflattering moment. My eyes in the reflection looked tired, a little wide. My jaw was tight. My mouth was slightly open, as if I'd forgotten to close it after drinking water. Then the clip did something that made my stomach drop so hard I almost threw the phone across the room. In the reflection, my mouth moved. But I didn't move. Not in the frame, not in the shoulders, not in the posture, not in the way my head sat on my neck. In the reflection only, my mouth pulled slightly upward into a smile. It wasn't a wide grin. It wasn't a monstrous expression. It was small, controlled, almost polite. like someone practicing being me. My heartbeat slammed into my ribs. My hands clenched around the phone so hard my fingers ached. I rewound instantly. My thumb scrubbed back and forth along the timeline, desperate to prove it was an artifact, a compression glitch, a misread. I replayed the moment. Same thing. Water on my face. My eyes lift to the mirror. The reflection pauses. Then the reflection smiles first. My actual face, my real face in the clip, did not change. My body posture did not change. Only the mirrored version of me changed. Like the mirror had its own idea of what I should be doing. A sound came out of my throat, half laugh, half choke, before I could stop it. I turned the phone's volume down even further, as if silence could make it less real. But the silence only made it worse. In silence, you can hear your own fear. I replayed it again and forced myself to watch the reflection's eyes. They were looking straight at the camera, not at the mirror, not at myself, at the camera behind me, like it knew it was being recorded, like it was acknowledging whoever was holding the lens. The smile lasted for maybe half a second, then it faded. The reflection returned to normal. My face returned to normal, like nothing had happened. And then, on the clip, I stepped away from the sink and moved toward the door. The camera did not follow. It stayed behind for a second, staring at the mirror as if it didn't want to leave. Then the footage ended abruptly. No fade out, no cut to black, just ended. I stared at the frozen last frame of the mirror, feeling my pulse in my fingertips. The motel room seemed to tilt slightly. The beige walls felt farther away. The noises, the HVAC, the fridge, faded into something distant, like my brain was isolating the most dangerous signal. I backed out of the clip. The list of thumbnails appeared again. I stared at them with a kind of dread that felt almost like nausea. The folder labeled before sat at the top of the screen, quiet and smug. I did what any reasonable person would do next, which is also what any terrified person would do next. I tried to delete it. I pressed and held the 02.17 clip until the options appeared. There was a small trash icon. I tapped it. A confirmation popped up. Delete this file. Yes, no. My thumb hovered. I hesitated, not because I wanted to keep it, but because I had this irrational fear that deleting it would be interpreted as a decision, like the system would take it personally, like you could offend a process. I hit yes. The clip vanished from the list. A wave of relief rushed through me so fast I almost laughed. It wasn't a big relief. It was thin, but it existed. I deleted the other two clips, the 0216 and the 02.18, one by one. Each time the file disappeared, I felt my chest loosen a fraction. Then I backed out to the folder list. Recent, archive, before. I tapped before again. Empty. No thumbnails. No files. For the first time in hours, I felt something like control. I closed the app. I swiped it away. I locked the phone. I set it face down on the nightstand like it had done its job, and now it could sleep. I sat there on the bed, hands resting on my knees, staring at the motel lamp. The light was too warm, too dim. The corner of the room felt shadowed. Outside, the neon vacancy sign buzzed faintly through the wall like an insect. I breathed slowly. Okay, I thought. Okay, it's gone. You deleted it. Whatever that was, it's gone. The mini fridge clicked. The HVAC rattled and kicked on. The ice machine clunked once. And then my phone vibrated. One sharp buzz. I didn't touch it. I didn't look. I let it sit there face down on the nightstand like a sleeping animal. Then it vibrated again. And again. A steady rhythm. Not frantic. Not like a flurry of notifications, more like a pulse. I could feel my skin prickling along my arms. My stomach tightened. I reached slowly, hesitated, and then flipped the phone over. The screen lit. 02:17. Not the notification time, the actual phone time. My breath caught. I looked toward the motel clock. 3:52. My watch. 3:52. The phone. 02:17. The screen didn't show a notification banner. It didn't show a missed call. It didn't show anything except the wrong time, stark and bright. Then while I stared at it, the phone powered off. Just shut down. No spinning icon. No low battery warning. No fade. Black. My mouth went dry. I pressed the power button. Nothing. I pressed it again, longer. Nothing. I tapped the screen. I shook the phone lightly. Nothing. It was dead. I set it down slowly, heart thudding, and stared at it in the pool of lamplight. The motel room suddenly felt quieter than it should. Even the HVAC seemed to hesitate, as if the building itself was listening. Then the phone powered on by itself. The logo appeared. It booted like a normal device. A few seconds passed. The lock screen returned. The time displayed. 02:17. And beneath it, at the very top of the screen, a blank notification banner appeared. No icon, no text. Just that white bar, floating like a missing thought. It hung there longer this time. Long enough that my mind started to form words to fill it. Long enough that I could feel the urge to tap it become a physical pull. Then it vanished. The time snapped to 3:53. The lock screen stayed lit, like it was waiting to see if I understood what it had just shown me. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. I unlocked the phone with trembling fingers. The viewer app was open, not in the background, not waiting in recent apps. Open, on the screen. Recent. Archive. Before? My stomach turned. I tapped before. The 3 clips were back. 02:116, 02:17, 02:18. As if I had never deleted them. As if the phone had simply rolled back to a previous state. As if my act of deleting was irrelevant. The relief I'd felt a minute ago curdled into something heavier. A creeping certainty that I wasn't dealing with files. I was dealing with a system that could restore itself at will. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned. Then I did the stupidest thing, but also the most human thing. I tried to outsmart it. I turned off the phone completely. I held the power button, dragged the slider. The screen went black. Silence. I set it on the nightstand and sat with my hands clenched, waiting. The darkness of the phone felt like a victory for about 15 seconds. Then the phone vibrated through the blackout. One buzz. Then the screen lit up by itself again. 02:17. The phone powered on without me, booted without permission. As if the shutdown was only a suggestion, my skin went cold. I couldn't sit still anymore. I stood up abruptly and went into the bathroom, because the bathroom felt like a smaller space I could control. I turned on the light. The overhead fan kicked on with a whir, filling the room with a constant noise that felt like a shield. I stared at myself in the motel mirror again, searching for any hint of that delay. Searching for any sign that my reflection had its own agenda. It looked normal. I looked normal. Which made me angry in a way I can't fully describe. Angry at my own face for not showing evidence. Angry at my mind for needing proof. I turned the faucet on and ran cold water until my fingers went numb. I splashed my face again. I scrubbed my hands with motel soap until they were raw. And then, as I dried my hands with the thin, scratchy towel, my eyes caught something on my wrist. At first, I thought it was a shadow. Then I thought it was leftover ink from a pen. A smudge. It wasn't. It was a faint mark on the inside of my wrist, just below the base of my thumb. It looked like an old stamp that had been washed too many times, pale red, almost pink. The edges blurred like skin had resisted absorbing it. I leaned closer to the mirror, heart pounding. The mark formed letters. Not sharp, not dark, but readable. Updated. My mouth went dry. My stomach dropped. I stared at it, blinking fast, as if blinking could change what I was seeing. Updated. It wasn't a rash. It wasn't a scratch. It wasn't a bruise shape. It was lettering. Deliberate. I pressed my thumb against it hard enough to hurt, as if pressure could smear it away. It didn't move. I grabbed the motel soap and rubbed it aggressively over the mark, scrubbing in circles until my skin turned red and tender. I rinsed. I scrubbed again. I used the edge of a washcloth like sandpaper. Nothing. The letters stayed faint but undeniable, like they weren't on the surface, like they were under my skin. My breathing went shallow. The bathroom fan roared overhead, constant and indifferent. The fluorescent light above the mirror buzzed softly, steady and cold. I looked up at my reflection. For a second, I thought I saw it. The smallest hesitation in the mirror's response, like it was considering whether to match me. Then my reflection smiled. Just barely. And this time, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. If it smiled because it was doing the same thing it did in the footage, or if it smiled because my face had accidentally twitched with fear. The uncertainty was the worst part. I backed away from the sink, towel clenched in my fist. My wrist burned. The mark still stared up at me like a label. Updated. I turned off the faucet, but the fan kept running. The noise filled my ears, making it harder to think, which was almost a mercy. I walked back into the bedroom with my heart hammering, and the motel room felt different now. It wasn't just thin-walled and cheap. It felt staged, like it had been waiting to host this exact moment, like the bed and lamp and curtains were props, and the real room was whatever existed inside my phone and inside my skin. The phone sat on the nightstand, screen dark. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I knew the clips would still be there if I opened it. I knew the before folder would return no matter what I did. I knew So217 would find me again. I sat on the edge of the bed with my hands on my knees, staring at the carpet pattern and trying to slow my breathing. That's when the ice machine clunked again in the hallway. Clunk. A pause. Then faintly, through the motel wall. So faint I could have convinced myself it was imagination if my nerves weren't stretched raw. Beep. The same clean acknowledgement sound as the rest stopped. Not a scare. Not a warning. A confirmation. It wasn't a scare. It was a signature. I didn't go to the sleep clinic because I believed in anything supernatural. I went because I was losing time. Not in the dramatic way people joke about, where did the weekend go? But in a way that made the ordinary parts of my life feel unreliable. Like someone had loosened a screw in the clockwork, and I could hear it rattling around inside the walls. It started quietly. That's always how it starts. At first I was just tired. The adult kind of tired, where you can still function, still show up, still answer emails, but everything costs a little more effort than it should. I blamed work. I blamed stress. I blamed the fact that my body was no longer 25, and I couldn't treat sleep like an optional feature. Then the tiredness turned into something else confusion. I would wake up with my phone in my hand and no memory of picking it up. I'd find the kitchen light on in the morning, even though I was sure I'd turned it off. I'd discover my front door deadbolt locked in a way that made no sense, like it had been turned from the outside, except that wasn't possible with that lock. The first time it happened, I laughed about it. I told myself I was doing things automatically, sleepwalking maybe. People sleepwalk sometimes. It's not a horror movie. It's a nervous system glitch. But then I started finding evidence that didn't fit the automatic explanation. A grocery receipt in my wallet from a store I didn't remember visiting. The timestamp was always late, always around the same window, that thin slice of night when you're technically awake enough to move, but not awake enough to remember. Sometimes the items were normal, milk bread paper towels. Sometimes they weren't. Once, it was 3 packs of AA batteries and a roll of painter's tape. Another time, it was a cheap handheld mirror from the pharmacy aisle, still in its plastic packaging shoved into my kitchen junk drawer like it belonged there. I live alone. I had lived alone long enough to trust my routines. I'm not the kind of person who loses track of himself. So when I say I was losing time, I don't mean I forgot what I ate for lunch. I mean, I would go to bed with my phone charging at 12% and wake up with it at 92 unplugged lying face down on the floor next to my bathroom door. I mean, I would fall asleep with the TV off and wake up to the Netflix menu screen paused on something I would never watch. I mean, I would check my step counter in the morning and see that I'd walked 2,000 steps between 2 and 3 a.m. inside a 1-bedroom apartment. When you live alone, you learn to read your space the way you read a person's mood. You notice when a chair has been nudged by an inch. You notice when a cabinet door isn't fully closed. You notice when the air smells different, like the faint ghost of outside air dragged in at night. I started noticing all of that, and I started noticing my own fear too. Because it's one thing to be tired. It's another thing to feel like you're sharing your life with a version of yourself you don't remember being. I tried the normal fixes first. I did the whole grown-up checklist. No caffeine afternoon. No screens an hour before bed. Magnesium supplements. White noise. A new pillow. A weighted blanket that felt like sleeping under a polite boulder. I downloaded one of those sleep apps that tracks your restfulness, then deleted it when it started, congratulating me for getting 4 hours, like that was something to celebrate. I stopped drinking anything stronger than a beer on weekends because I read alcohol can mess with REM. I started going for a walk after dinner, even when I didn't want to, because everyone online swears it helps. I tried melatonin and woke up feeling like my brain had been wrapped in damp cotton. I tried nothing at all and watched my ceiling for hours listening to the fridge click and the building settle and the neighbor's footsteps fade. The nights didn't improve. They changed shape. The scariest nights weren't the ones where I couldn't sleep. The scariest nights were the ones where I apparently did sleep deep enough to lose time, but woke up with the sense that something had been happening around me while I was gone. Not a dream, not a nightmare. Something quieter. Something procedural, like a system running in the background while the user is away from the keyboard. I started leaving little tests for myself. I'm not proud of it, but I was getting desperate for clarity. I would place a book on the edge of the coffee table before bed, balanced in a way that should fall if anyone bumped it. I would put a strip of paper in my front door frame, like a cheap version of a security seal, so I'd know if the door had been opened. I would turn the bathroom light switch to a specific angle and take a picture of it, because yes, I had reached the point where I was documenting my own light switch. Sometimes the tests stayed untouched. Sometimes they didn't. The paper strip would be on the floor in the morning, not torn, just removed cleanly like someone had been careful. The book would be moved an inch, just an inch. Not enough to be obvious, but enough to be deliberate if you were the kind of person who notices inches. The bathroom light switch would be in the same position, but the bulb would be warm like it had been on recently. I told myself it was me. It had to be me. Sleepwalking, dissociation, stress. The brain can do weird things under pressure. The explanations were all there. But then my phone started doing something that felt pointed. It began with missed minutes. I'd wake up and check my screen time the way people do when they hate themselves, and I'd see gaps, not normal gaps where you're asleep. Specific gaps where the phone claimed it had been active screen on usage logged, but there was no app history. Just blank space in the timeline, like someone had erased the middle of the night, but left the edges to prove it had existed. And then there were the calls. I had a friend, Matt, who lived 2 states away. We weren't the kind of friends who talked every day, but we checked in every couple of weeks, usually late at night, because we were both the sort of people who felt more honest after 10 p.m. One night, around 1:30, I called him because I couldn't sleep, and my mind wouldn't stop chewing on itself. He answered on the 3rd ring, half asleep, and we talked about nothing important. Work money, how adulthood is basically a series of maintenance tasks with occasional joy. At some point, I glanced at my phone screen during the call, and I saw the time, 2:16 a.m. I remember that because I thought I should end this. I should try to sleep. Matt was in the middle of saying something, some story about his neighbor's dog, when the call dropped. Not faded, not a normal disconnect. It cut off mid-syllable. The screen jumped to call ended as if a hand had slapped the line down. I stared at it for a second, annoyed. My first instinct was that my signal had dipped. It happens. I hit redial. It rang once, then went straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same thing. Then Matt texted me. "You hung up." I typed back, "No." It dropped. "Call me." He called me immediately. It rang, and then again, cut off the instant I answered, like the connection couldn't hold. My skin prickled. I checked the time. 2:17. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but the number sat there like a stain. I waited until 2:18 and tried again. This time, the call went through. Matt's voice came in confused and slightly irritated. "Dude, what's going on? I don't know," I said, and I heard how thin my own voice sounded. We laughed it off. We blamed the carrier. We made a joke about the universe not wanting me to vent. We ended the call a few minutes later, and I lay there staring at the ceiling, telling myself it was coincidence. It had to be coincidence. Except it happened again, 2 nights later, and again, after that, always around that same minute. 2:17, like the night had a small gate in it, and the gate didn't like certain kinds of contact. The final push toward the clinic came on a Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that doesn't announce itself as important. I'd had a normal day, emails, a meeting that could have been an email, a grocery run, a half-hearted attempt to cook something healthy. I went to bed at a reasonable hour and fell asleep quickly, which should have felt like a victory. I woke up at 3:04 a.m., standing in my kitchen, not in bed, not on the couch. Standing at the counter barefoot, holding a spoon, like I'd been stirring something. The overhead light was on. The room smelled faintly of peanut butter. The jar was open on the counter with the lid placed neatly beside it. A slice of bread sat on a plate untouched, like someone had started making food and then lost interest. My heart thudded once hard. I didn't feel panicked yet. I felt disoriented in a clinical way, like waking up after anesthesia. I looked down at the spoon. There was nothing on it. I set it down carefully, as if noise would disturb whatever had brought me here. I turned off the light. I walked back to bed and lay down and stared at the darkness until my eyes burned. In the morning, I checked my phone's health app. It showed I'd been awake, walking heart rate elevated between 212 and 245. The record was so neat it made me angry, as if my own body had filed a report against me. That day, I made an appointment with my primary care doctor, and for the first time in a long time, I told the truth without turning it into a joke. I'm not sleeping, I said, or I am, and I'm doing things I don't remember. She didn't laugh. She didn't look at me like I was dramatic. She asked questions the way a professional asks them, steady, calm, the tone that makes you feel like you can say ugly things without being punished. Do you snore? Have you been under stress? Any new medications? Alcohol? Recreational drugs? History of sleep disorders? Nightmares? Trauma? Do you wake up gasping? Do you feel rested? Have you ever injured yourself in your sleep? Has anyone observed you sleeping? When you live alone, that last question is its own kind of answer. I told her about the missing time, about the kitchen, about the receipts, about the calls dropping at 2:17. I didn't mention the number at first because it sounded like superstition. But it slipped out anyway, and I hated myself for it the moment it did. She nodded. She wrote things down. She didn't react to the number. She treated it like data, which made me feel less crazy. I want you to do a sleep study, she said, just to rule out apnea movement disorders, REM behavior disorder, any neurological issues. It's boring, but it gives us facts. Facts. That word sounded like oxygen. 2 weeks later, I was driving to a clinic on the outskirts of town, tucked into a medical complex that looked like every other medical complex in America. Beige buildings, neatly trimmed shrubs, a parking lot with painted arrows, a sign listing suites in too small font. The kind of place that feels intentionally forgettable. It was still light out, early evening, and the sky had that dull winter color that makes everything look slightly washed. Inside the lobby was carpeted in thick, soft gray that swallowed footsteps. The air smelled like a mix of fabric cleaner and antiseptic, less harsh than a hospital, more like a dentist's office. A small TV on the wall played a local news channel, with the volume turned down so low you could barely hear it. The captions scrolled silently across the screen, updating you on the world without requiring you to listen. The receptionist was kind in the way people are kind when they've repeated the same script 1,000 times and learned how to make it sound personal. "Hi, can I help you?" I gave my name. She smiled, clicked her mouse, and slid a clipboard toward me. A stack of forms: consent, medical history, sleep questionnaire, liability waivers, privacy notices, a section about video monitoring for patient safety, another section about audio recording for clinical correlation. It was all normal, boring, official. Still, my eyes snagged on certain phrases the way a tongue finds a sore tooth. Continuous monitoring, behavioral events, technician intervention, data retention. I signed anyway. That's what you do. You sign because you want help and because the system is designed to make you feel like saying no is irrational. A nurse or tech, I couldn't tell which came out to get me. She was in scrubs hair, pulled back a lanyard with an ID badge that swung when she walked. "Hey," she said friendly. "I'm Rena. We'll get you settled." She led me down a hallway that felt more like a quiet hotel than a medical facility. Same soft carpet, same muted wall art abstract landscapes with too much blue. The lighting was warm, but not cozy, the kind of light meant to calm anxious people. The room she brought me to looked like a small bedroom, staged for a catalog. A full-size bed with white sheets, a nightstand with a lamp, a small desk, a chair, a TV mounted high on the wall. The only things that made it feel clinical were the wires and the equipment, a rolling cart with monitors, a tangle of leads, a pulse oximeter clip belts for chest and abdomen, and a camera perched in the corner near the ceiling, aimed at the bed. A tiny red light glowed on the camera, not blinking, just steady. "Bathrooms in there," Rena said, pointing to a door. "Just let me know if you need to get up during the night. Try to keep the leads intact." Her tone was casual, practiced. This was routine for her. That steadiness made me relax more than anything else had in weeks. She explained the process, the way people explain something they want you to tolerate. "We'll put some sensors on your scalp to track brain waves, some near your eyes to track REM movement, some on your chin and legs to track muscle activity. We'll monitor breathing and oxygen. Nothing painful, just a little annoying. Try to sleep like normal," which is a funny instruction if you think about it. "Do people usually sleep?" I asked. She smiled. "More than you'd think. Being watched makes some people sleep better. Like permission. Permission." That word lodged somewhere in my chest. Rena left me for a few minutes to change into comfortable clothes. I'd brought sweatpants and a t-shirt. I changed in the bathroom under bright light and stared at my own face in the mirror. I looked normal. Tired, yes. A little pale. But normal. That mattered to me. I came back out, sat on the edge of the bed, and listened to the building. The clinic had its own sounds, subtle ones. A distant printer whine. A soft murmur of voices far down the hallway. The faint hum of HVAC moving air through vents. Occasionally, a door latch clicking shut. When Rena returned, she brought another tech with her, a guy about my age named Evan. He had the calm, slightly exhausted demeanor of someone who works nights and has learned to treat every person gently because everyone is a little fragile at night. They started prepping me with professional efficiency. Rena measured my head with a cloth tape like she was fitting a hat. Evan cleaned small spots on my scalp with an abrasive gel that smelled like alcohol and citrus. He placed electrodes, little discs, against my skin and taped them down with neat strips. The tape pulled slightly when I moved my eyebrows. They put electrodes near my eyes, one at the outer corner, one below, to capture the way your eyes dart during REM. They placed one under my chin, a few on my legs. They wrapped belts around my chest and abdomen to track breathing. Evan clipped the pulse oximeter to my finger, the plastic cool against my skin. A small sensor was placed near my nose to measure airflow. For a moment, I felt like a puppet being wired for performance. The monitors on the cart lit with green and blue lines. My heartbeat appeared as a steady rhythm. My breaths became waves. Evan watched the screens adjusted. Something nodded as if satisfied. "You'll hear some beeps," he said, casually pointing at the monitor. "That's normal. Just the equipment talking to itself." He said it like a joke, I forced a smile because it was better than admitting my body hated the word beep now. Rena dimmed the lights, leaving the bedside lamp on low. The room became softer around the edges. The carpet swallowed sound. The thick curtains blocked the outside world. In that dimness, the equipment lights felt brighter, small points of color in the corner of my vision, steady and alive. Evan leaned closer to the monitor cart, tapping something into a keyboard. Rena stood near the door with a headset in her hand, preparing to leave. I assumed she was coordinating with the control room down the hall, where technicians watched the feeds. As she lifted the headset toward her ear, she turned her head slightly away from me, her mouth near the mic, and her voice dropped into that low professional register people use when they believe the patient can't hear. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't whispered like a movie. It was just quiet enough to feel private. She said, "Don't let him enter REM." For a second, I thought I'd misheard. Or that it was a joke between staff. Or that she meant, "Don't let him get too anxious. Don't let him spiral." But Evan's posture changed just subtly. His shoulders tightened. His fingers paused over the keyboard for half a beat, like the sentence had weight. He didn't answer out loud. He just nodded once, small and quick, like that was an instruction he'd heard before. Rena looked back at me immediately, after face smoothing into a friendly expression, as if nothing unusual had been said. "All right," she said, bright. "Try to get comfortable. We'll be watching your signals, but if you need anything, just speak. There's a mic in the room, and there's a call button on the bed rail." She pointed to the button, then to the camera in the corner, and for the first time that night, I felt the tiniest sting of unease. Not because of the monitoring, that was the whole point, but because of the phrasing, "We'll be watching your signals." Not you, your signals. Like I was less a person and more a pattern they needed to control. Evan did one final check eyes, flicking over the screen. Then he turned and started toward the door. Before he stepped out, he glanced back at me, and I saw something in his expression that didn't match his calm tone. It was brief gone as soon as it appeared, but it looked like caution. Like the look someone gives a dog that might bite, even if the dog is quiet. Then he smiled politely and said, "We'll let you rest." They left. The door clicked shut with a soft padded sound, and suddenly I was alone in a room designed to watch me sleep. The silence after they left wasn't real silence. It was layered. The HVAC breathed through the vents. The monitor cart gave off a low hum. The pulse oximeter occasionally emitted a tiny clean tone as it registered my heartbeat. Somewhere beyond the thick carpet and walls, a faint intercom hissed, then went quiet. I lay back on the bed wires, tugging lightly against my scalp when I moved. The oximeter on my finger glowed red, faintly shining through skin like a tiny internal light. I stared up at the ceiling and tried to do what they wanted: relax. Sleep. Let the night be measured and explained. But the sentence kept repeating in my head, steady and unwelcome. Don't let him enter REM. Because nobody says that about a normal sleep study. Nobody says that unless REM is something you're afraid of. The first night at the clinic didn't give me the kind of horror you're probably expecting. It gave me something worse, a calm that felt purchased. I slept, real sleep, heavy and thick, like my body had finally been given permission to shut down. When I woke up in the morning, the wires were still taped to my skin, the oximeter still clipped to my finger, and the nurse who came in to unhook me smiled like we'd had a perfectly normal night. "Not bad," she said, glancing at the monitor cart. "You got a decent amount of rest." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to take that sentence and wrap it around myself like a blanket. I also wanted to ask what she meant the night before. The headset, the quiet instruction, the phrase that had lodged in my mind like a splinter. Don't let him enter REM. But morning changes everything. In the daylight, dread becomes embarrassment. The more light there is, the more your fear feels childish. So I swallowed the question and nodded and told myself I'd overreacted. Maybe she meant something clinical. Maybe she meant, don't let him get too anxious. Maybe REM was just a phase they monitored closely because of my symptoms. I went home that morning with small circles of adhesive residue still clinging to my skin, and I tried to live a normal day. I went to work. I answered emails. I drank coffee, even though I'd promised myself I wouldn't. I ate lunch at my desk and stared at a spreadsheet while the fluorescent office lights buzzed overhead, thinking about the clinic's softer carpet and warmer lamps and the way the camera's red dot had watched me from the corner, like a patient eye. That night, night 2, I arrived earlier than before. The sky was still light enough that I could see the building clearly, which I thought would help. The clinic looked harmless in the evening. Beige walls, clean windows, a polite sign with the name in neat lettering. The parking lot had a few more cars than the night before. That should have comforted me. It made me feel less alone. Inside, the lobby smelled faintly of coffee and floor cleaner. Someone had put out a tray with little sealed creamers and sugar packets and a stack of paper cups. The TV still played the news with captions. The carpet still swallowed footsteps. The receptionist gave me the same friendly smile and the same clipboard, as if we were repeating a routine. The repetition should have been soothing. Instead, it made me feel like I was part of something that had already been decided. Rena met me again. She spoke in that calm, professional tone that makes you want to behave. "How are you feeling today?" she asked. "Tired," I admitted. She nodded like that was expected. "We'll get you set up. Same room. Same room, same bed, same camera." I followed her down the hallway, and as we walked, I caught myself counting the doors and turns. I didn't mean to. I wasn't consciously mapping an escape route, but my brain was collecting details the way it does when it senses a threat. Number of steps, distance to exits, where sound changes, where light changes. The hallway lighting was warmer than a hospital's, but it still had that medical cleanliness to it. The walls were painted a soft, neutral color meant to calm people, and the framed prints were all nature scenes. Lakes, mountains, empty trails. Places that looked peaceful because no one was there. We reached my room. The door clicked open. The familiar staged bedroom smell hit me. Clean sheets, fabric spray, antiseptic lingering underneath. The monitor cart sat where it had sat the night before, cables neatly coiled like sleeping snakes. The camera in the corner stared down with its steady red dot. "Bathroom's the same," Rena said. "Try to keep the leads intact. You know the drill." I changed again, then sat on the bed while they prepped me. The process felt less intimate this time, like my body had already accepted being wired. The abrasive gel, the cold discs of electrodes, the tape pulling slightly at my skin, the belts around my chest and abdomen, the oximeter clip. Evan was there again, quiet and efficient. He avoided my eyes more than he had the first night, which I pretended not to notice. He monitored the lines on the screen, adjusted settings, nodded. Any questions? Rena asked when they were done. I hesitated, then forced myself to speak. Last night, when you said... I stopped. My mouth felt dry. Rena's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes sharpened for half a second. Said what? I hated how quickly I doubted myself. How quickly the memory started to feel slippery. You were on the headset, I said, trying to keep my voice casual. I thought I heard you say something about REM. Evan's fingers paused on the keyboard. Just a brief stillness, a gap. Rena smiled. It was still friendly, still professional, but it felt slightly rehearsed now. REM is one of the stages we monitor, yes. Some patients have unusual activity during REM. We just keep an eye on it. That answer wasn't technically wrong. It also didn't answer what I'd asked. She said it like she was smoothing a wrinkle in fabric, like she didn't want a wrinkle there. I nodded, because nodding was easier than pushing, because pushing might make me the difficult patient, and I needed them to help me. They dimmed the lights again. They reminded me about the microphone in the room. They told me to try to rest. Then they left. The door clicked shut. The room settled into its nighttime rhythm. HVAC breathing, monitor hum, the faint occasional tone of equipment. The bedside lamp cast a small pool of warm light across the sheets. The rest of the room sat in shadow, but not full darkness. I lay back and stared at the ceiling. I tried to sleep. The first hour passed in that uncomfortable space between awake and drifting. My body was tired, but my mind kept catching on small sounds. A muffled footstep in the hallway, a distant door latch, a low intercom hissed somewhere far away. Each sound made my heart lift and then drop, like it was bracing for a name being called. At some point, I turned my head slightly and noticed the clock on the wall opposite the bed. It wasn't a fancy clock, just a simple round one with black hands and a white face, the kind you'd see in any waiting room. The second hand moved in crisp ticks. I watched it, because watching a clock is something you do when you can't sleep. It's a way to punish yourself with time. The second hand moved. Tick, tick, tick. It stuttered, not a full stop, not a dramatic freeze, just a tiny hesitation, like the hand caught on something invisible. One beat, then it continued. My stomach tightened. It was the same kind of stutter I'd seen months ago on my car clock on the highway. The same micro-wrongness, small enough that you could argue it didn't happen, sharp enough that your body reacts anyway. I sat up slightly, wires tugging, and stared harder. The second hand moved smoothly for a few seconds, then it stuttered again. One beat, then continued. I swallowed, throat dry. Okay, I whispered, not sure who I was talking to. The intercom crackled. A soft burst of static, like someone had pressed a button and then hesitated. I froze, breath held. Then a voice came through the room's speaker. Not loud, not booming, just calm and close, like someone speaking to you from a doorway. Just breathe, the voice said. My heart slammed. I stared toward the ceiling speaker, half expecting it to be a test. A relaxation prompt. A nurse checking in on an anxious patient. But the voice didn't say my name. It didn't say, "Are you okay?" It didn't say, "Try to relax." Just breathe. The intercom went silent again. I lay back slowly, forcing myself not to spiral. Clinics have intercoms. They speak to patients sometimes. Maybe someone accidentally pressed the wrong room button. Maybe the voice was meant for someone else. Maybe it was a recorded calming message. but it didn't sound recorded. It sounded like a person who knew I was listening. The bedside lamp flickered once, then the room light, the overhead ambient lighting that had been dim, lowered even further, as if someone had turned a dial down. It wasn't a normal dim. It felt organic, like the room was closing, like an eyelid. The darkness thickened at the edges. The warm pool of light from the lamp became a smaller island. My pulse hammered. I tried to lift my hand to press the call button, but the motion felt delayed, heavy, like my arm belonged to someone else for a second. I pressed the button anyway. Nothing happened. No chime. No light. I pressed it again, harder. Still nothing. Then, from the monitor cart, a small, clean tone sounded. Beep. It wasn't the motion sensor beep from the rest stop. It wasn't identical. But it had the same quality, a brief, tidy acknowledgement. My skin prickled. I turned my head toward the cart. The monitor lines still moved, still tracked me. The oximeter's red glow still shone through my fingertip. Everything looked normal, except the room felt like it was waiting. The second hand on the wall clock stuttered again. One beat. My eyes were getting heavy. That wasn't unusual. I was lying in a dim room at night, but the heaviness didn't feel like natural sleepiness. It felt applied, like weight being placed on my mind, like someone pressing down. I tried to fight it. I tried to keep my eyes open, to focus on something concrete, the texture of the ceiling, the buzz of the lamp, the steady wave lines on the monitor screen. But my eyelids sank anyway. For a moment, there was darkness. Then there was a hallway. Not a dream hallway in the way you imagine dreams. Blurry, unstable, surreal. This hallway was too clean, too detailed, too consistent. It felt like stepping into a copy of something real. The carpet under my feet was thick, soft gray, the same kind the clinic had in its lobby. Except in the hallway I was standing in, the carpet pattern was too perfect. The fibers lay in identical direction across the whole stretch, like it had been combed by a machine. The walls were the same calming neutral color, and the framed nature prints hung at exact intervals, each one level as if measured with a laser. Doors lined both sides. Too many doors, and they were too uniform. In the real clinic, doors had small differences, slight scuffs, different nameplates, tiny variations in paint. In this hallway, every door looked like it came off the same assembly line. Same handle, same hinges, same gap at the bottom. The lighting overhead was warm, but flat, with no flicker, no hum, just a steady illumination that made the hallway feel like it existed outside time. I took a step forward, and my footsteps made almost no sound on the carpet, like the carpet was swallowing me. I turned my head to look behind me. The hallway stretched back into the distance with the same perfect repetition. No people, no nurses, no signs, just doors and carpet and the soft, quiet hum of air moving through vents. I should have realized I was dreaming. I should have had that lucid moment where your brain goes, "This isn't real." But it felt real in the way nightmares sometimes do, more solid than waking life, like the dream had higher resolution. I walked. As I moved, I noticed something wrong about my body. I could feel my chest rising and falling like I was breathing, but the air felt thick, like it had more resistance. Like breathing was an action I had to justify. Then faintly, from somewhere ahead, I heard the intercom voice again. "Just breathe." The words came through the hallway without a visible speaker. The sound wasn't loud. It was close, like someone leaning near your ear. I stopped walking. The hallway remained still. I looked at the doors more closely. Each door had a small plaque near the top, like a room number or a patient name. Most plaques were blank. Some had faint smudges, like old names had been wiped away. Then I saw one that wasn't blank. A door on the left had a plaque with my name printed on it in clean black letters. First name, last name, perfectly spelled. I stepped closer, throat tight, and looked below the name. There was a second line of text, Dob, my date. Except it wasn't my date. It was off by 1 day. My stomach dropped. The same small edit, the same tiny shift. I reached toward the door handle, fingers trembling, and as my hand neared the metal, the hallway lighting dimmed slightly, like another eyelid closing. The edges of the corridor darkened. The door in front of me seemed brighter in contrast. I froze. Something was behind me. I didn't hear it at first as footsteps. I heard it as rhythm. A steady, measured sound that didn't rush and didn't hesitate. Step, step, step. My skin went cold. I didn't want to turn around. Turning around felt like consent. The footsteps continued, calm and inevitable, like whatever was walking didn't need to scare me, like it knew I would not run. My breath came in short bursts. I tried to force myself to inhale slowly, because the voice had told me to breathe. And in that moment, the instruction felt less like comfort and more like a rule. The footsteps got closer. The carpet should have swallowed them. It didn't. They were too clear, too deliberate. Step, step, step. I grabbed the door handle and yanked. The door opened easily, like it had been waiting. Inside was darkness. Thick, absolute, like the space beyond the door wasn't a room, but an absence. The footsteps stopped behind me. I could feel presence at my back, close enough to radiate cold. I stared into the darkness of the room and realized, with a sharp twist of dread, that I wasn't choosing whether to enter. I was choosing whether to be pulled. And then, from somewhere just over my shoulder, close enough that my hair lifted slightly, as if touched by air, a voice, not the intercom voice, spoke softly. Not a whisper of threat, a calm statement, like reading from a chart. Not yet. My body jolted, and I woke up in the clinic bed with my heart hammering so hard the monitor cart immediately started beeping in sharp little confirmations. The room was dim, the lamp still low, the clock still ticking. The second hand stuttered once, and from the ceiling speaker, calm as ever, the intercom said again, "Just breathe." When I woke up, I wasn't sure if I'd actually slept or if my brain had simply fallen through a trap door. That's the only way I can describe it. 1 second, I was in that too-perfect hallway, with the door labeled with my name and the wrong date of birth, listening to footsteps that didn't hurry and didn't pause. The next second, my eyes were open in the clinic room, staring at the ceiling tiles, my heart punching against the belts strapped around my chest like it wanted out. The monitor cart answered immediately with a burst of tidy tones. Beep, 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 each one too clean to feel human. The red glow of the oximeter pulsed through my fingertip. The wires on my scalp tugged slightly as I shifted. The bedside lamp was still on low. The room was dim enough that the corners felt deeper than they should. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. The second hand moved, then, just for a breath, hesitated. A tiny stutter. One beat. Then it continued like nothing had happened. I lay very still, trying to convince my body it was safe. I listened for the intercom. I listened for footsteps in the hallway outside my door. I listened for the ice-cold presence I'd felt behind me in the dream. The only sounds were the HVAC breathing and the soft hum of electronics. A minute passed, then 2. My heart rate slowed enough that the monitor tones eased, and the cart returned to its quiet whisper of data. I pressed the call button on the bed rail, not because I needed water or a blanket, but because I needed a human voice to re-anchor me. This time, it worked. A small light blinked on near the button. Somewhere in the system, I imagined a panel lighting up. No one answered immediately. I waited, staring at the ceiling, jaw clenched. Finally, the intercom crackled softly. "Yeah?" A voice. Male. Evan, I thought. I swallowed. "I had a nightmare," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Or, I don't know. I think I just woke up. My heart's racing." A pause. Not long, but long enough to feel measured. "Just breathe," Evan said. The words landed in my chest like a weight. The exact same phrase. The same calm. I stared at the speaker in the ceiling, and for a second, I couldn't tell if the intercom was speaking to me as a patient or as a problem. "I'm breathing," I said, harsher than I meant. Can someone come in?" Another pause. "We're monitoring your signals," Evan said, still calm. "You're okay. Try to rest." Then the intercom clicked off. That should have reassured me. Clinics monitor. That's the point. Their job is to keep you calm so the data is clean. But my body didn't accept it. My body responded as if I'd been given an instruction, not comfort. As if I'd just been told to stay still while something moved around me. I stared at the dark outline of the bathroom door. The room felt too staged again, too quiet, like it was waiting for the next part. I tried to fall asleep. I turned my face toward the pillow and forced my muscles to relax. I counted breaths. I listened to the HVAC. I told myself the hallway was just a dream, a product of anxiety and the weirdness of being wired up in a place you don't control. Eventually, despite my resistance, my eyelids sank. The darkness came back in a smooth wave, and I was in the hallway again. The transition was too clean. No drifting, no fragments, no half images. It was like loading a saved game. The carpet was the same thick gray. The walls were the same neutral calm color. The framed nature prints hung in perfect intervals, identical spacing, identical height. The air felt too still, too controlled. This time I didn't wander. I knew exactly where I was going. The door with my name and the wrong DOB was still there. It waited, centered in my vision like a target. Behind me, I could already sense the footsteps. That steady inevitability. Not rushing, not hiding, just approaching. Step, step, step. I reached the door and grabbed the handle without hesitation. The metal was colder than it should have been, and when I pulled it open, the darkness inside didn't look like a room. It looked like the absence of a room. Like someone had cut a hole in the world. The footsteps stopped behind me. I could feel presence again, close enough to make the hair at the back of my neck lift. I didn't turn. I didn't want to give it my face. I stepped into the darkness. The sensation wasn't like walking into a room. It was like falling through a curtain of cold water. For a second, my skin felt too tight. My breath resisted. My stomach lurched. Then the darkness cleared, and I was standing in a clinic room. Not my clinic room. A clinic room identical to mine. Same bed, same sheets, same monitor cart in the same position, same bedside lamp on low, same camera in the corner with its red dot, same clock on the wall, Same soft carpet swallowing sound. The duplication was so perfect, it made me dizzy. My brain tried to interpret it as déjà vu, but it was more than that. It was copy-paste. I took a step forward, and my foot made almost no sound on the carpet. The air smelled like the clinic. Fabric cleaner, antiseptic, something faintly electrical. On the bed, someone was lying under the white sheets. My chest tightened. I knew who it would be before I saw the face. That kind of knowing that doesn't come from logic. It comes from dread. It was me. A version of me lay asleep on the bed, wires taped to his scalp, oximeter glowing red, belts strapped around his chest and abdomen. His face was relaxed, in a way mine never felt anymore. Mouth slightly parted, eyelashes still, forehead smooth. He looked peaceful, like the clinic had succeeded. I stood at the foot of the bed, staring at him, unable to move. My skin felt prickly, my hands cold. If you've ever seen yourself sleeping in a mirror by accident, you know how wrong it feels. You're seeing your body without your awareness inside it. It makes you realize how little you actually control. This was that feeling multiplied. This wasn't a mirror or a reflection. This was a second instance. I looked around for differences. Anything that would prove this was just a dream trick. There were none. The bedside table held a clipboard and a folder. The folder was plain. No logo, no hospital branding. Just a tab with a printed label. Post. The word looked too crisp, too deliberate, like a command in a program. I reached for it, hand trembling, and as my fingers touched the folder's edge, it felt real. Paper, smooth, slight resistance. I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, neatly typed. Not a clinical report with charts and numbers. A note. It said, waking version incompatible. Below that, smaller, like a secondary line in a system warning. Do not allow REM completion. My stomach dropped. The hallway's perfect calm suddenly felt like a trap again. I stared at the sentence until the words blurred. Waking version incompatible. It was the kind of phrase you'd use for software, not a person. Like two versions of a program can't run together without crashing. My hands tightened on the paper. I turned it over. Blank. I looked back at the sleeping version of me on the bed. His chest rose and fell steadily. The oximeter glow pulsed like a tiny heartbeat light. The monitor cart's screen displayed calm lines, waves, rhythms, data that said everything was stable. Then the monitor cart made a sound. Beep. One clean, short acknowledgement. In the dream room, the beep sounded sharp and close. I flinched hard. The sleeping version of me did not react, didn't twitch, didn't frown, didn't shift. The beep sounded again. Beep. And then without warning, the sleeping version's eyes opened. Not slowly. Not with sleepy confusion. They snapped open, as if on a switch. His gaze went straight to me. Not to the ceiling, not around the room. To me. The eyes were my eyes, the same color, the same shape, but the expression behind them wasn't mine. It was alert in a way that felt wrong for someone waking up, like he'd been waiting for the moment to open them. His mouth moved slightly, forming something like the beginning of a smile. My pulse surged. I stepped back instinctively, the folder clenched in my hand. The bedside lamp flickered. The room's warm, dim light lowered even further, like an eyelid closing. The sleeping version of me sat up in one smooth motion, wires tugging. But he didn't seem bothered by them. He moved like the wires weren't restraints, like they were part of him. His lips parted, and I heard a sound that made my stomach twist. Not words. A soft exhale through the nose, almost like amusement. Then he looked past me toward the corner of the room. The camera. The red dot on the camera blinked once. Not a normal blink. A deliberate one. Beep. The monitor cart beeped again, and in the same instant, the room around me shifted. The walls seemed to tilt. The carpet pattern blurred for a fraction of a second. It felt like the world stuttered, and I realized, with a sudden cold clarity, that the beep wasn't just a noise. It was a trigger, a confirmation. I turned to run, toward the door, toward anything that wasn't this duplicated room. But the space behind me wasn't where it should have been. The doorway was farther away, like the room had stretched. The sleeping version of me swung his legs off the bed and stood. He was barefoot like me. He had the same height, the same build, the same slightly hunched shoulders. But his posture was too steady, too centered, like he didn't carry my exhaustion. He took a single step forward, and my own body froze, not from fear, from something heavier, like my limbs were being held in place by the room itself. He walked closer, and the folder in my hand felt suddenly absurd, like a piece of paper I thought could protect me. His face was calm, not angry, not monstrous, professional, like a technician. He raised his hand, and just as his fingers reached toward my wrist, beep. The beep sounded again, but this time it didn't come from the dream monitor. It came from the real room. The exact same clean tone, sharp enough to cut through the dark. My eyes flew open. I bolted upright in my clinic bed, gasping, the belts around my chest tightening as I moved. The wires tugged on my scalp. The oximeter clip nearly tore off my finger. The monitor cart erupted into a rapid series of alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Each one a neat confirmation that my body had spiked out of acceptable range. The bedside lamp flickered once. My heart hammered. I stared into the dim room, convinced for a half second that I would see my other self standing at the foot of the bed. Nothing. Just the camera in the corner with its red dot. Just the hum of HVAC. Just my own breath. Too loud. Then the door opened. Not slowly. Not with a polite knock. It opened immediately, as if someone had been waiting with their hand on the handle. Evan stepped in, followed by Rena. Their faces were calm. Too calm. No startled, "Are you okay?" No panic at a patient jolting awake wired to machines. Evan moved straight to the monitor cart and pressed buttons with the practiced speed of someone who has done this many times. Rena came to the bedside and placed a hand on my shoulder lightly, a gesture that was meant to soothe but made my skin crawl. "Hey," she said, voice soft. "You're okay. You're safe." I stared at her. I heard a beep," I said, breathless. "And then, it's just equipment," Evan said quickly, eyes on the screen. "False spike. Happens." But I could see the lines on the monitor. I could see the patterns. Even without understanding them, I could see something had changed. Rena leaned closer. "You had a bad dream," she said. "That's common here. Here. Not common in general. Common here." I swallowed hard. My mouth tasted metallic. "What does that mean?" I asked. Rena smiled again. It was the same smile she used in the lobby. Warm, controlled. A smile meant to keep you cooperative. "It means your brain is processing stress," she said. Evan reached for a clipboard on the cart. He flipped a page. For a split second, as the clipboard tilted toward the bedside lamp, I saw the top of the sheet. 2 printed labels, side by side like file tabs. One had my name. The other said, "Post." My stomach dropped. I felt my skin go cold. Evan noticed my stare. He turned the clipboard slightly away, Too fast. Too casual. Your vitals are stabilizing, he said. Try to lie back down. I shook my head, sudden anger pushing through fear. What is post? I demanded. My voice cracked. I saw it. I saw... Rena's hand tightened on my shoulder. Not enough to hurt, but enough to communicate control. You're disoriented, she said gently. That's normal after waking abruptly. Your brain can create patterns. It can attach meaning. I stared at her, breathing hard, feeling the wires on my scalp like roots. I want to leave, I said. Rena's expression didn't change, but her eyes sharpened again. Let's not make decisions right now, she said. Just breathe. That phrase again, just breathe. It landed like a command. Evan pressed another button on the monitor cart. The beeping stopped, replaced by a steady low hum. The room felt quieter, and the quiet felt controlled. I lay back slowly because my body didn't know what else to do. My muscles were trembling. The ceiling tiles came back into view. The camera's red dot stayed steady in the corner. Rena adjusted the blanket like she was tucking in a child. We're going to keep monitoring you, she said. Monitoring, not helping. Monitoring. As they backed toward the door, Evan glanced at the screen one more time, then at Rena, and there was a look between them that lasted only a second. A shared understanding, a professional confirmation. Then the door clicked shut, leaving me alone again in the dim room with the wires, the belts, the steady hum of machines. My heart kept pounding long after the beeping stopped. I stared at the ceiling and understood something I hadn't wanted to understand when I walked into the clinic with hope. They weren't studying my sleep. They were preventing something from finishing. I left the clinic like someone escaping a room they just realized was locked from the outside. Not with a dramatic sprint, not with shouting or throwing equipment, but with that quiet, clipped urgency adults get when they're trying to keep their dignity intact while panic claws at their ribs. I waited until the morning tech came in to remove the leads. I let them peel tape from my scalp and wipe the gel away with warm, damp cloths that smelled like hospital wipes. I nodded when they told me my skin might feel irritated for a day. I forced a smile when they joked about how everyone hates the chin electrode. I did all the small, polite things you do, so nobody can accuse you of acting irrational. All the while, the word post sat in my mind like a foreign object. When they finally unhooked me and told me I could get dressed, I didn't linger. I didn't ask about results. I didn't schedule a follow-up. I didn't sit in the lobby and drink the thin coffee like a normal patient. I walked out. The moment I stepped through the clinic's glass doors into daylight, the world hit me like a camera flash. The sky was too bright, hard winter light that made everything look sharp-edged and slightly wrong. The parking lot lines were painfully white. The beige building glared. Even the shadows looked overexposed, like my eyes couldn't decide how to adjust. I squinted, blinking fast, and for a second, I had the irrational fear that blinking was exactly what I wasn't supposed to do. The air outside was cold and clean, carrying that faint scent of exhaust and dry grass. It should have felt refreshing. It should have felt like freedom. Instead, it felt like stepping out of a controlled environment and realizing you've been outside the whole time. I walked to my car, with my shoulders tight, expecting, without any logical reason, to see someone behind me in the reflection of the windows. I caught my own silhouette in the glossy side panel and flinched anyway. I unlocked the door, slid into the driver's seat, and closed it too quickly, as if the act of sealing myself inside could keep the clinic out. For a minute, I sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, staring at the windshield. The urge to call someone was immediate and overwhelming. Matt, maybe, or my doctor, or anyone with a voice that belonged to normal life. But the thought of explaining what had happened made my stomach twist. How do you describe a duplicated room and a folder labeled post without sounding like you're making it up? How do you tell someone that a clinic seems to be managing your REM like a security protocol? So I did what I always do when I can't find a person to stabilize me. I turned to data. I pulled out my phone and opened the health app first, because it was the most objective thing I had. Heart rate, steps, sleep stages, if the clinic had pushed anything to my device. I scrolled through the graphs with my thumb, forcing my mind to move in linear, measurable ways. There were gaps. Not the normal gaps where the phone can't track something. Structured gaps. Clean blank spaces in the timeline, as if the device had stopped recording and then resumed without explanation. The missing blocks weren't scattered randomly. They clustered around the same window I'd started to hate, the stretch around 02:17. I stared at the graph until my eyes hurt. Maybe that was normal, I told myself. Maybe the sleep study equipment interfered with my phone sensors. Maybe the clinic had poor signal in that wing. Maybe my phone went into some battery-saving mode. Rational explanations are easy to generate when you want them. Then I opened my call log. The call attempts to the clinic, because, yes, I had apparently called them, showed up there. Except I didn't remember placing those calls. 2 outgoing calls, time-stamped at 2:16 a.m. and 2:17 a.m., and both marked as failed. Another one at 2:18 that connected briefly, 12 seconds. I stared at the screen, pulse rising. The 12 seconds meant I'd heard something. A voice, a beep, anything. I didn't remember. That's when the denial cracked slightly. Not fully, but enough to let fear seep through. I closed the call log and opened my messages, searching for anything sent late at night. Drafts, texts, voicemails. My fingers moved too fast, like I could outrun what I might find. Nothing obvious. But when I checked my notes app, something I rarely used, I found a new note created at 02:17 a.m. It had no title. It contained one line, post nothing else, no punctuation, no context, just the word. I sat in my car with the phone glowing in my hands, and the daylight outside felt even harsher now, like it was exposing me rather than helping. A woman walked across the lot toward her own car, coffee cup in hand, phone to her ear. She looked normal. Her morning looked normal. For a moment, I felt an almost physical longing to be inside her reality instead of mine. I deleted the note. I didn't hesitate. I pressed delete and confirmed it and watched it vanish. It felt good for half a second, the way closing a browser tab feels like closing a problem. Then I realized the clinic was still behind me in my rearview mirror. The beige building sat there, calm and forgettable. Cars came and went. The world treated it like a place you go to get help. I started the engine and pulled out of the lot, gripping the wheel too tightly. The road outside the medical complex was lined with bare trees and tidy shrubs. The traffic was light. The sun sat low enough that it flared off windshields, making the world shimmer at the edges. As I drove, the clinic disappeared behind a curve. I waited for my body to relax. It didn't. For the next 10 minutes, I kept checking my mirrors, not for a car following me. There was no specific vehicle, but for the feeling of being observed. You can't see that feeling. You can only keep looking for proof that it's wrong. At a red light, I tried calling the clinic. I chose the main number I'd saved from the paperwork. My thumb hesitated over it, then pressed. It rang once, then went to voicemail. Not a human voicemail, not a friendly receptionist message, a generic system voice, perfectly neutral, telling me to leave a message after the tone. Then it gave a beep, a clean, short, electronic beep. My stomach dropped so hard my hands went numb. It wasn't identical to the rest stop-motion sensor beep, but it was close enough in tone and texture that my brain snapped them together immediately. That same quality, crisp acknowledgement, like a system confirming a selection. Beep. I ended the call without speaking. I stared at my phone, heart pounding, while the light turned green, and the car behind me honked once, annoyed. I drove forward, forcing myself not to look back at the clinic, even though I was already blocks away. At the next light, I called again, because denial makes you test the same wound. Same result. One ring, then the system voice, then the beep. Beep. I ended the call again. I tried a different extension, one I'd copied from the consent forms for after-hours concerns. Same voicemail, same beep. I tried the number for billing, thinking maybe that would route somewhere else. Same voicemail, same beep. By the third call, my breathing was shallow. My fingers felt cold against the phone's glass. I could feel the subtle vibration of the engine through the steering wheel, like a heartbeat I didn't trust. I drove home on autopilot, taking familiar streets that should have soothed me. My neighborhood came into view. Grocery store, gas station, the same tired strip mall with the nail salon and the UPS store. Everything looked too bright, overexposed, like the world had been turned up a notch while I was inside the clinic. And now my eyes couldn't recalibrate. When I pulled into my apartment complex, the gate opened slowly, like it always did. The speed bumps forced me to slow down. People walked dogs. Someone carried groceries. A kid rode a scooter. Ordinary life. I parked and sat in the car for a moment, gripping the key fob, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. The urge to pretend this never happened surged hard. To go inside, take a shower, sleep in my own bed, and let the clinic become a weird memory you don't mention at parties. I took a breath and forced myself out of the car. The hallway to my apartment smelled like stale carpet and someone's laundry detergent. The overhead lights flickered slightly. My footsteps echoed in a normal way. My key ring felt familiar in my pocket. Weight, metal, habit. I reached my door and slid the key in. It didn't go. Not a dramatic refusal. It entered halfway and stopped, as if the grooves didn't match. My stomach clenched. I pulled it out and looked at it. Same key, same worn teeth, same small scratch near the top from the time I dropped it on concrete. I tried again, pushing harder, wiggling slightly. Still no. I stared at the lock like it was playing a joke. Then I remembered, sometimes these older locks catch. Sometimes you have to lift the handle a little, turn the key just right. I adjusted the angle and tried again. The key slid in smoothly this time and turned. The lock clicked open. Relief hit me like a wave so intense I almost laughed. Of course, it was nothing, just a sticky lock. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, leaning my forehead against it for a second. The apartment air smelled like my life. Coffee grounds in the trash, faint detergent from clean clothes, the stale warmth of a space that has been closed up all night. I went straight to the kitchen and ran the faucet, letting cold water flow over my hands. trying to wash off the clinic's feeling. As the water ran, I realized I didn't remember the drive home clearly. Not the whole thing, just certain pieces. The lights, the voicemail beep, the moment the key didn't fit. But the middle, the stretch between leaving the clinic and arriving at my complex, it felt fuzzy. That alone wouldn't have terrified me. People zone out while driving. Autopilot is real. But paired with everything else, fuzziness felt like missing time again. I shut off the water and grabbed my phone. I opened my location history. The map showed my route from the clinic to home as a thin blue line, except the line had a gap, a clean break in the middle of the drive, around a cluster of streets near a park I'd never visit. The app showed me at one intersection at 1:48 p.m., then nothing, until 2:06 p.m., when it placed me back on the route closer to home. 18 minutes, gone. My throat tightened. I stared at the gap as if staring would fill it. Maybe GPS signal dropped, I told myself. Maybe my phone had lost reception. Maybe it went into a tunnel. But there was no tunnel on that route. No mountains. No dead zone that large in the middle of the city. I checked my battery usage again. My phone had a spike during that gap. Screen activity recorded, but no app shown. Just system. Just a block of time that didn't belong to any recognizable process. I put the phone down slowly, as if it was fragile. My apartment suddenly felt less like home, and more like a stage set that someone else had built based on my memory. Everything looked right, but the rightness didn't comfort me. It made me suspicious. I walked to the living room window and looked out. The parking lot sat below. A few cars, a trash bin, sunlight on asphalt, nothing wrong. I turned away, and my eyes landed on something on the coffee table. A receipt, a long strip of thermal paper, folded in half. I didn't remember putting it there. My stomach dropped. I picked it up slowly and unfolded it. It was from a gas station convenience store. Time-stamped, Zo 2, 17 a.m. My hands went cold. The receipt listed items: bottled water, a pack of gum, AA batteries. 3 packs of AA batteries. The same odd purchase pattern I'd seen before. I stared at the list until the letters blurred. The receipt smelled faintly of ink and plastic, like it had been sitting in a pocket. But I hadn't gone to a gas station last night. I had been at the clinic, wired to monitors, in a bed. Unless some part of me had been somewhere else. The thought made my skin crawl. I felt suddenly exposed, like my apartment walls were too thin and the windows too large. I checked my wallet, fingers clumsy. My credit card was still there. I opened my banking app with shaking hands and searched for transactions. There it was, a small charge from that same gas station. Pending. Timestamp, Zo 2, 17. I stared at it, breathing shallowly, as the room around me seemed to tilt slightly. The daylight streaming through the curtains made everything look too bright, too real, like the world was insisting it was normal, while my mind insisted it wasn't. I grabbed my keys and went to the door and locked it. Then I checked the deadbolt. Then I checked it again. I backed away from the door like it might open by itself. I tried calling the clinic again because I needed to hear a person. I needed to hear someone say my name. The phone rang once, then routed to the generic voicemail again. Please leave a message after the tone. Beep. The beep hit my nerves like a needle. My hand shook. I almost threw the phone. Instead, I did something I hadn't done yet. I left a message. My voice sounded strained. Hi, not like me. Hi, this is... I said my name. I was in for a sleep study. I need to speak to someone. There's something wrong with my records. I stopped because saying post out loud felt like inviting it into the world. Please call me back. I hung up before I could lose nerve. The phone immediately displayed voicemail sent. Then for the briefest moment, a blank notification banner flickered at the top of the screen. No icon, no text, just a white bar like a missing sentence. It vanished instantly. My throat tightened. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, then locked it like locking it could stop what it was doing. The apartment felt too quiet. Even the fridge hum sounded louder. The building creaked slightly as someone above me walked across their floor. I sat at the kitchen table with the receipt in front of me, the phone beside it, and tried to force my mind into logic again. What were the possibilities? 1. The receipt was old, and I'd forgotten it, but the charge was pending, new. 2. Someone had my card and used it, but my card was in my wallet. The wallet felt like mine. The signature looked like mine. And the purchase pattern matched the earlier weirdness too perfectly. 3. I had left the clinic during the night, bought these things, returned, and no one had noticed. That option was the worst, because it meant the clinic wasn't a place where things happened to you. It was a place where you could be moved without knowing. I opened my photo gallery and searched for anything taken last night. There were no new photos. I checked my deleted folder. Empty. Then I opened my Files app and searched for recent downloads. Nothing. No evidence except the receipt and the transaction and the gap in my location history. And the beep. That beep. It was the same quality as the rest stop. The same acknowledgement tone. As if a system somewhere kept confirming that I had reached a checkpoint. I looked down at my wrist instinctively, because that's where the updated mark had appeared back at the motel in the previous story. An old fear bleeding into a new one. My skin was clean. No stamp visible. But when I rubbed the inside of my wrist, a faint tenderness lingered there anyway, like the memory of a mark could leave a bruise. I sat there for a long time, watching sunlight crawl across the kitchen floor. The day outside moved forward, indifferent. A neighbor's car alarm chirped once and stopped. Somewhere someone laughed. A dog barked. Normal life continued around my private rupture. And in that bright, overexposed daylight, one truth settled into me with slow, heavy certainty. The clinic hadn't stayed at the clinic. The missing time hadn't been an accident. And the voicemail beep wasn't just a sound. It was the same signature, clean, controlled, indifferent, that had followed me from the rest stop, into my phone, into my sleep. I didn't know what post meant yet. I didn't know what incompatible meant in human terms. But I knew something else, and it was worse than any nightmare. I knew my normal life was starting to fail basic recognition tests, like a door lock that almost doesn't accept your key, like a map that forgets where you've been, like a system that answers every call with the same polite voice and the same cold beep, confirming that you're still inside it. The first time my key didn't fit, I told myself it was nothing. The second time, my body stopped believing my mouth. It happened that same afternoon, after I'd sat at the kitchen table too long, staring at the receipt and the pending charge, after I'd called the clinic enough times to hear the generic voicemail voice and that clean beep burn itself into my nerves. I decided I needed to leave my apartment for a few minutes. Not because I had somewhere to go, but because the walls had started to feel too close. When fear has no shape, you start looking for air. I grabbed my jacket, my phone, and my keys. I hesitated at the door, then laughed softly at myself, because it's ridiculous to be afraid of your own apartment. I checked the deadbolt again anyway, then unlocked it and stepped into the hallway. The building hallway was the usual, stale carpet smell, faint detergent from someone's laundry, the soft whir of an elevator far down the corridor. A neighbor's TV murmured behind a door. Someone's microwave beeped. Normal sounds, normal life. I walked down to the mailboxes and then outside to the parking lot, squinting in the overexposed daylight. The sun made the asphalt shimmer. The air felt dry and thin. I stood there for a minute, breathing, trying to convince my nervous system to slow down. Then I walked back upstairs. That was all. A pointless loop, a reset attempt. I reached my door and slid the key in. It stopped halfway. Not a sticky resistance like an old lock catching. A firm stop, like the grooves were wrong. Like the key wasn't meant for that cylinder. I frowned and pulled it out, turned it over, and tried again. Because sometimes you grab the wrong key in the ring without looking. But it was the right one. The worn brass key with the small nick near the top. My key. Again, it stopped. My throat tightened. I put my hand on the doorknob and tried turning it, just in case it was somehow unlocked. It wasn't. The knob didn't budge. I tried the key again, pushing slightly harder, wiggling the angle the way you do when a lock is being stubborn. I could feel the metal catch inside. It didn't slide in. It didn't accept. My skin prickled along my arms. I glanced down the hallway automatically, as if someone might be watching me struggle with my own door. The corridor was empty. The overhead light flickered softly. The carpet muffled my breath. Come on, I muttered under my breath, half annoyed, half pleading. I pulled my keys closer and looked at the ring carefully, scanning each one as if my key could have changed shape while I wasn't looking. There was my car fob. There was the small mailbox key. There was the backup key I kept on the ring, my spare. I hesitated with my fingers on the spare. That spare had almost never been used. I kept it because adults keep spares. It was smoother, less worn. The teeth were the same pattern, but they looked sharper, newer. I slid the spare into the lock. It went in smoothly. It turned. The deadbolt clicked open with the most ordinary sound in the world. My stomach dropped anyway. For a moment, I stood there with the door unlocked, holding the spare in my hand, staring at it like it had just proven something I didn't want proven. Because if the spare worked and the main key didn't, there were only a few explanations. One, my main key was worn down enough that it was finally failing. That could happen, except it had worked an hour earlier. Two, the lock was malfunctioning in a way that made it inconsistent, also possible, except the spare went in like it belonged. Three, the door had been rekeyed, the cylinder changed, except this was an apartment complex. Management would have notified me, and if they'd rekeyed it, the spare wouldn't suddenly work better. Both keys would fail, or only one would work consistently. It didn't make sense. I forced myself inside, locking the door behind me immediately, and the sound of the bolt sliding home made me flinch. I leaned my forehead against the door for a second, breathing slowly. The apartment smelled wrong. Not bad. Not like smoke or gas or rot. Just wrong. It smelled like my apartment had been aired out. Like someone had opened the windows and let fresh air circulate for a while. There was a faint crispness that didn't belong to a place I'd been sitting in all afternoon. I could smell a hint of cold outside air mixed with something floral. like a cheap cleaning spray used in hotel rooms. I stood there with my jacket still on, listening. The fridge hummed. The HVAC vent whispered. No other sounds. I stepped into the living room, and my eyes immediately started scanning for proof. Because once you're unsettled, your brain becomes a detective, whether you want it to or not. The coffee table looked the same at first glance. Couch pillows in the same spots. Blanket folded over the arm, the TV off. But something about the blanket fold was different. I'm not neat. I fold things quickly, imperfectly. My blanket is always a little crooked, edges not aligned. Now it was folded into a clean rectangle, with sharp corners, like a display in a store. I walked closer and touched it. The fabric felt the same. The fold was too precise. Then I noticed the towel in the bathroom. I hadn't gone into the bathroom yet. I hadn't even looked that direction. But my mind jumped there because the smell of air and cleaning made me think of towels. I walked into the bathroom and stopped dead. The hand towel was folded into thirds and hung perfectly centered on the bar. I don't do that. I dry my hands and toss the towel back, half folded, twisted, always slightly off-center. The shower curtain was pulled shut, straight. The bath mat was aligned with the tiles like someone had measured it. I felt a cold pressure build in my chest. I walked back into the kitchen and looked at the thermostat on the wall. The screen read 71. I kept it at 68. Always. It's a small quirk, but it's mine. I like the apartment cooler. It helps me sleep. It makes the air feel less stale. Someone had raised it. The thermostat wasn't locked. Anyone in the apartment could have adjusted it. That wasn't impossible. But it was a micro change, a small edit, a mismatch. My eyes landed on my coffee mug on the counter. It was my favorite mug, the one with the faded print on the side. I had left it near the sink, with a ring of dried coffee at the bottom. Now, it sat on the other side of the counter, closer to the stove. Clean. No coffee ring. The handle angled outward like it had been placed deliberately. I stared at it for a long time, unable to move. My mouth went dry. My heartbeat felt too loud. I walked to the window and pulled the curtain back a few inches. The parking lot looked normal. Cars, sunlight, a man walking a dog, looking. Nothing. No sign anyone had been in my apartment, except the apartment itself was telling me they had. I closed the curtain and turned slowly in place, scanning the space again. My brain tried to generate mundane explanations quickly, as if speed could protect me. Maybe maintenance came in, but I had no notice and nothing needed fixing. And if maintenance had come, why would they fold towels and adjust the thermostat and clean my mug? Maybe I did those things and forgot. Sleepwalking. Again. But the precision of the folds didn't match my sleepwalking self. It didn't match my awake self either. It felt like someone had copied my home from memory and gotten the big shapes right while missing the small habits that make it mine. I went back to the door, pressed my ear against it, listened for movement in the hallway. Nothing. The building felt quiet. I checked my phone because it was the only thing that could confirm reality. Except it was also the thing that kept betraying me. No new calls. No new notifications. Then my eyes snagged on the Messages app icon. There was a draft. That wasn't uncommon. Sometimes you start typing and get distracted. I had drafts. Everyone does. But I hadn't been texting anyone today. I'd been too busy spiraling. My thumb hovered over Messages. My heart hammered harder. I opened it. There was an unsent message thread at the top. No contact name. just a blank line where a recipient would be. Like a message started without choosing who it was for. Inside the thread was a single draft message, already typed, sitting in the compose box. I'm getting closer to the waking version. I stared at the sentence until it stopped looking like language and started looking like a shape. Closer to the waking version. My skin turned cold. My fingers went numb. I read it again. Slower. It wasn't a rant. It wasn't a mistake. It was calm, declarative, like an update status. I looked at the top of the screen to see if the message had a timestamp. It didn't, because it wasn't sent. It was just there. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I backed out and checked other apps, desperate to find evidence it was just some bug or accidental dictation. Notes app, nothing. Email drafts, none. Social media, nothing unusual. I went back to messages and stared at the draft again. My thumb hovered over the text, and I felt a strange resistance to touching it, as if the words were hot. I highlighted the text. I hit delete. The sentence vanished. For a second, relief flooded me. It was the same thin relief as deleting the before clips had been. A brief sense of control. I backed out of the thread and returned to the messages list. The draft indicator was gone. I stood in the kitchen, breathing hard, and forced myself to laugh. A small, shaky laugh that felt like it might break. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay. It's nothing. It's my brain. It's stress." I walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and ran cold water over my hands again. The water sound filled the kitchen, ordinary and continuous. I clung to it. Then my phone vibrated on the counter. One short buzz. My chest tightened. The screen lit. No notification banner. No app icon. Just the lock screen. And in the top corner, a tiny preview bubble popped up for messages. One of those little system hints that appears when there's unsent text. Draft. My stomach dropped. I unlocked the phone with shaking fingers and opened messages again. The blank thread was back at the top. I tapped it. The draft message sat there again in the compose box, exactly as before. I'm getting closer to the waking version. My mouth went dry. I stared at it, then backspaced it again, slowly this time, watching each letter disappear like I was erasing a wound. I deleted the period. I deleted the last word. I deleted the entire sentence until the box was empty. I backed out again. I locked the phone. I set it face down on the counter like it was contaminated. I stood very still, counting my breaths. The apartment's aired-out smell seemed stronger now, like the room itself was exhaling. When I flipped the phone back over a minute later, the screen was lit again. Messages. Draft. My hands shook. I unlocked it and opened the thread. The sentence was there again. Unchanged. Not retyped with mistakes. Not auto-corrected. Perfectly restored. It wasn't returning because I forgot to delete it. It was returning because something wanted it there. The jump scare wasn't a loud noise or a shadow in the corner. It was the calm insistence of the words reappearing in my own phone, in my own home, like a sticky note someone kept placing back onto a door no matter how many times you tore it off. I dropped the phone onto the couch and backed away, heart hammering. I looked around my apartment again, suddenly unable to trust anything. The folds, the thermostat, the cleaned mug, the crisp smell of air. It all felt like evidence of a presence that wasn't dramatic enough to be caught on a camera, but deliberate enough to be real. I walked back to my front door and stared at the lock. I pulled out my main key and held it up to the light. It looked the same. It felt the same. But when I slid it into the lock from inside, it caught halfway and refused. I tried again. No. I tried the spare. Yes. The lock accepted the spare like it recognized it. And that's when the thought hit me, cold and slow. It wasn't that the lock didn't accept my key. It was that the lock didn't accept me. And the spare was the only version of me that still fit. I spent the rest of that day doing the kind of useless, obsessive checks that feel like action, but don't actually fix anything. I walked from room to room like I was inspecting a hotel after checkout, searching for signs of someone else's hand. I opened cabinets and closed them. I ran my fingers along windowsills. I checked the front door seal twice. I checked the thermostat again and set it back to 68, then watched it for 5 minutes like it might change itself out of spite. I tried not to look at my phone. It sat on the couch where I dropped it, face down, like a sleeping animal. Every time the screen lit and vibrated, even faintly, my body reacted. I could feel the urge to pick it up like a hook behind my ribs. I resisted at first. I didn't want to see that draft sentence again. I didn't want to watch it return like a wound. But avoidance has a shelf life. Eventually, your curiosity becomes its own panic. You start imagining worse things than what's actually there. And the only way to stop imagining is to check. So after an hour of pacing, I picked the phone up, unlocked it, and opened messages. The blank thread was still there. The sentence was still there. I'm getting closer to the waking version. I didn't delete it this time. I stared at it until my eyes burned because I wanted to understand what it meant. I wanted context. I wanted to catch a flaw, a typo, something human. There were no typos. The phrase sounded like the note in the dream room, waking version incompatible. It sounded like the clinic's quiet protocol. Don't let him enter REM. It sounded like something that belonged to a system, not a person. That's when the feeling hit me, sharp and humiliating, of being managed. Not hunted, not haunted, managed. I locked the phone, set it on the kitchen counter, and decided to anchor myself with something normal, an adult. Email, bills, work, anything that could drag me back into the boring world. I opened my laptop. The login screen appeared. I typed my password. The familiar desktop loaded. For a second, I felt relief because the computer looked the same and behaved the same. No blank notifications, no mysterious folders. Then my email client refreshed, and a new message appeared at the top of my inbox. Unread. The sender was the sleep clinic. My stomach clenched so hard I had to put a hand on the desk. The subject line read, Session Summary. My last name, first name. I stared at it, pulse rising. I hadn't requested a summary. They'd told me results take days, weeks sometimes. Clinics don't usually send detailed session files to patients without explanation. They call you, schedule a follow-up, speak like humans. This was immediate, clinical, automated. I clicked it. The email was short, too short. Thank you for participating in your session. Attached is a summary file for your records. No signature, no doctor's name, no direct number. Just a generic footer and a confidentiality disclaimer. Attached was a PDF. The file name made my mouth go dry. It included my name, the date, and a string of characters like an internal code. And at the end, post. Not in the subject line, not in the email text, in the file name. As if post wasn't a concept, but a category. As if the clinic had multiple types of sessions. and mine had been filed under a label I was not supposed to see. My hand shook as I hovered over the attachment. I didn't open it right away. I just stared at the file name like it might change if watched long enough. Finally, I clicked. The PDF opened. The top page looked like a standard report. Clinic letterhead, my name, patient ID, date of service. There were charts, sleep stages, heart rate, respiratory events, a clinical summary paragraph full of safe words. Fragmented sleep, increased arousals. Recommendations include. I read the words without absorbing them, scanning for anything that would explain the thing that mattered. REM. In the sleep stage chart, REM was present, but clipped, short, interrupted. The REM segments looked like thin slivers rather than blocks. At the bottom of the first page, under Technician Notes, there was a line that didn't belong. It wasn't highlighted, it wasn't bold. It was typed in the same clean font as everything else. REM suppression protocol engaged at 02:17. My blood went cold. I stared at that line, reading it again and again. REM suppression protocol engaged. EO2.17. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. The clinic doesn't write protocol engaged unless they have a protocol, unless this is something they do deliberately. I scrolled to the next page. More charts, more data, more professional language, then a section titled Session Variants, plural. Under it were 2 bullet points: waking, primary, post, secondary. My fingers went numb. I felt lightheaded, like the room had lost oxygen. I scrolled farther, desperate for an explanation, a footnote, anything. There was nothing, just data, charts, a cold list of terms, as if this were normal. The PDF ended with a signature block that should have had a doctor's name. Instead, it had a generic title: Sleep Lab Coordinator. No person, no direct contact. I closed the laptop so fast the hinge snapped shut with a hard clack that echoed in my kitchen. For a second, I sat there staring at the closed lid, breathing shallowly, as if the file could leak out through the screen. Then I heard it, a sound I'd heard before, but not here, from the bathroom. A faint hiss. Not the HVAC, not the water pipes. A soft, static-like whisper, the kind you hear right before an intercom voice comes through. My skin prickled. I stared toward the bathroom door, heart hammering. The bathroom fan wasn't on. The light wasn't on. The door was cracked open from earlier. The hiss continued, steady and thin. I stood up slowly and walked toward the bathroom like I was approaching a sleeping animal. My feet felt heavy on the floor. My hands were cold. The hiss grew slightly louder as I got closer, and I realized it wasn't coming from a speaker in the ceiling. It was coming from the vent above the shower, the fan housing. I flicked the bathroom light on. The fan did not turn on. The hiss remained. It sounded like the clinic's intercom when it crackled. That little breath of static before a voice. I swallowed hard and leaned closer to the vent, listening. For half a second, I thought I heard a word inside the hiss. Not clear, not full speech, just a shape of sound that could have been my brain filling in a pattern. Then it stopped. Silence. I stood there in the bathroom light, with my heart pounding, staring up at a plastic vent cover like it had just blinked at me. I turned the fan on manually. The normal loud whir filled the room. The hiss disappeared under it, swallowed. I left the fan running. The noise felt like protection. That night, I didn't trust my bed. I tried to, because my body was exhausted. My whole nervous system felt fried, like an electrical wire that had been bent too many times. But the idea of lying down and letting myself drift toward REM, toward that hallway, toward that duplicated room, made my stomach twist. I left every light on in the apartment except the bedroom. I stayed on the couch with a blanket, TV muted but on, because I needed movement on the screen to convince myself time was still moving properly. I checked my locks again. I checked the spare key. I checked my phone and watched the draft message sit there like a parasite. I'm getting closer to the waking version. At midnight, the apartment still smelled faintly aired out, like someone else's choice of freshness. At 1 a.m., I finally dozed off. Not deep sleep, more like my brain slipping on wet pavement. I remember fragments, the TV captions crawling silently, the fridge clicking, the bathroom fan still running like a distant engine. Then there was darkness. Then, briefly, the hallway again. Carpet too perfect, doors too uniform. And then, nothing. I woke up sometime before dawn with my heart racing. The TV was still on, screen dimmed. The apartment was quiet except for the bathroom fan and the fridge hum. My mouth was dry. My limbs felt heavy. For a moment, I didn't know where I was, and that disorientation felt like a threat. I sat up and looked at my hands, because hands are proof. That's when I saw it. A red ring mark around my index finger. Not a rash, not a bruise, not a random line from Sleeping Weird. A perfect red ring, slightly indented, like something had been clipped there tightly for a long time. The skin around it was pale, and the ring itself was pink-red, the exact shade your skin turns when pressure has been applied and then released. It looked exactly like the mark the pulse oximeter clip leaves after a night in the clinic. I stared at it, breath caught. I hadn't been in the clinic. I hadn't worn the clip. There was no clip in my apartment. I rubbed the mark with my thumb hard enough to sting. It didn't vanish immediately. It stayed, stubborn, slowly fading the way pressure marks fade when they were real. My stomach dropped. I checked the other finger. Nothing. Just the one. As if the system had clipped me briefly and then let go. I stumbled to the bathroom and turned the light on, eyes wide in the mirror. My face looked drained. My pupils were slightly too large. I looked like someone who hadn't slept, which was true. But the mark on my finger was the part that made me feel less human. I leaned closer to the mirror and lifted my hand, turning it under the light. The ring was clean, even, precise. It wasn't something a blanket seam would create. It wasn't a crease from gripping something. It was a medical mark. I felt my throat tighten. A memory floated up. Evan flipping the clipboard, the two labels, my name and post. The dream room folder. The typed note, waking version, incompatible. Then my phone vibrated from the living room. One short buzz. My body reacted instantly. I walked back out, heart hammering, and picked it up. The screen showed no new notifications, no missed calls, but the Messages app showed a draft again. Same blank thread, same sentence. I'm getting closer to the waking version. This time, beneath it, in smaller text, like an autocomplete suggestion, there was a second line. Your home doesn't recognize you. My blood went cold. I stared at it until my eyes watered. Then the second line vanished, leaving only the first sentence as if it had never been there. I sat down hard on the couch, breathing shallowly. The bathroom fan carried a faint hiss again, barely audible under its normal whir, like an intercom preparing to speak. I looked at the red ring on my finger. I looked at the phone. I looked at the closed laptop on the kitchen table with the PDF file still inside it, labeled with post, like a tag on a specimen. And the realization settled into me slowly, horribly, with a kind of cold clarity that made my stomach twist. Post wasn't a file. It was a version of me still running. I moved to the suburbs because I wanted a version of life that didn't require constant vigilance. I didn't tell people that, not exactly. When friends asked why I was leaving the city, I said the things you're supposed to say. More space, quieter nights, a better school district, a new start, a place where your car insurance drops and the mail actually gets delivered on time, a place where the streetlights don't flicker like tired eyes. All of those things were true. They just weren't the whole truth. The whole truth was that I was exhausted from living like my own home could turn on me. Exhausted from locks that didn't accept me, from missing blocks of time that clustered around 1 minute like a bruise. From that word, post, showing up in places it didn't belong. Exhausted from the feeling that every night had become a procedure, and sleep wasn't rest anymore. It was a negotiation. And after a while, negotiation feels like losing. So when my lease ended, and the timing lined up, and my work finally agreed to let me go hybrid, I did what people do when they want to outrun something they can't explain. I changed the map. I told myself distance would reset the system. I told myself a different neighborhood, a different lock, a different night sky would make it harder for the wrongness to find me. There's a particular kind of peace that comes with a suburb built in the last 20 years. It's not charming. It's not historical. It's engineered calm. Sidewalks laid like rulers. Lawns trimmed to an unspoken standard. Trees young enough to still look slightly apologetic. Houses with the same roofline repeated down the block like a pattern you recognize even if you've never been there before. My new place sat on a cul-de-sac that curved gently, the kind of street that makes you instinctively drive slower. The homes were 2-story boxes in soft colors, tan, gray, pale blue, with white trim and attached garages. There were kids' bikes in driveways. There were basketball hoops with cracked backboards. There were small American flags stuck in flower beds because it was that kind of neighborhood. The kind where people performed safety like a hobby. The moving truck smelled like cardboard and old plywood. My hands smelled like packing tape and dust. I spent the day hauling boxes, sweating in a hoodie because the air was cold, but the work wasn't. Every time I set something down, it made a dull thud on the new carpet, and the sound echoed in the empty rooms in a way that felt too clean. New construction has a different echo than older buildings. Older buildings absorb sound like they've learned how. New buildings throw sound back at you like they're still proud of their emptiness. By late afternoon, the sun slid low and turned the whole street a soft gold. I stood in my kitchen, my new kitchen, with a paper plate of takeout on the counter, and watched the light through the blinds. The blinds were brand new and stiff, pulling the sunlight into clean stripes across the floor. Somewhere nearby, a sprinkler system clicked on, then started its steady shush-shush of water hitting grass. The sound was oddly soothing, predictable, programmable. I tried to focus on ordinary details. I made myself name them like a checklist. The fridge clicked when its compressor kicked on, then settled into a low hum. The HVAC vent whispered warm air into the room, steady and neutral. The dishwasher was empty and clean, the kind of clean that smells like manufacturing rather than soap. The whole house smelled faintly of fresh paint and new carpet, chemical and clean at the same time, like the building itself had been sealed in plastic until I arrived. I walked through the rooms slowly, not because I was afraid, but because I wanted to imprint them. People underestimate how important imprinting is when you move. Your brain needs to map a new space so it can relax. You need to know the way the hallway looks at night, the angle of the bathroom mirror, the sound the front door makes when it locks. You need to fill the emptiness with familiarity. In the living room, my couch sat wrapped in plastic in the center of the floor, like a stranded animal. My TV leaned against a wall with the screen covered in a moving blanket. Boxes were stacked near the fireplace, if you can call it a fireplace. It was gas, modern, controlled, no soot, no crackle. You couldn't start a fire in it, not really. You could only simulate one. Upstairs, the bedrooms were still mostly empty. The master had my mattress on the floor, because the bed frame hadn't arrived yet. The sheets smelled like laundry detergent from my old place, and that smell made me pause for a moment, because it felt like the last piece of my previous life stubbornly insisting it existed. I stood there and listened. The house had its own sounds, not scary ones, normal ones. The faint creak of wood as the temperature shifted, the small popping tick of ducks expanding, the distant bark of a neighbor's dog, 2 sharp barks, then silence. A car passing on the main road far away, the sound fading quickly, and underneath all of it, the soft, steady shush of sprinklers. It felt safe in the way a brochure promises safety. I set my phone on the nightstand and plugged it in. I almost checked the time. Habit now, fear habit. But I stopped myself. I didn't want to feed the obsession. I didn't want to give O2 17 power by looking for it. I took a shower and let the hot water run longer than I needed, because the sound of water is a kind of eraser. It fills your ears, smooths the edges of thoughts. I stood there until my fingers wrinkled and my shoulders finally loosened. When I got into bed, the mattress on the floor felt oddly grounding. Lower, closer to earth. No creaking bed frame, no wobble. The room was darker than my old apartment, because suburban darkness is different. There are fewer neon signs, fewer street lights. The night is wider. I turned off the bedside lamp and lay there in the dark, listening to the house breathe. Fridge click, HVAC whisper, sprinklers shushing outside, neighbor dog bark once in the distance. Everything ordinary, everything believable. My eyelids grew heavy. For the first time in months, I felt something like relief. Then the porch light turned on. I didn't see it with my eyes. The curtains were closed. But I saw the change in the room's edges, how the faint ambient glow around the window brightened slightly. A soft rectangle of light shifted on the wall. I sat up, heart tightening. Maybe a motion sensor, I told myself. Many homes have them now. A porch light that triggers when it detects movement. A raccoon, a stray cat, a passing car's headlights. I stayed still, listening. No footsteps, no voices, no knocks. Just the sprinklers, steady, like nothing cared. I lay back down slowly, forcing myself to relax. New house, I whispered. Not sure why I said it. Different systems. My eyelids sank again, and then the dream started so cleanly that I didn't realize it was a dream. I was standing outside my front door, not outside the building in a vague dream sense, but outside my actual door, on my actual porch, in the exact same place I had stood earlier with boxes in my hands. The porch boards were under my bare feet, cold, slightly textured. The air smelled like wet grass and cold night. The porch light was on above me, casting a warm cone of light that made the bugs in the air shimmer faintly. The neighborhood was quiet the way suburbs get quiet late at night. No sirens, no distant city hum, just the occasional far-off car and the soft hiss of sprinklers cycling in someone's yard. Except the sprinklers in my dream weren't running. The lawn was still. The street was still. The entire cul-de-sac felt paused. I looked at the door in front of me. It was my door. Same new paint. Same hardware. The peephole, a small dark dot at eye level. The doorframe clean and sharp. And through the peephole, through that tiny circle of glass, I had the sudden, certain feeling that someone inside was looking back. Not a vague fear, not paranoia. A specific awareness. Eyes on the other side, pressed close, watching. My throat tightened. I took a step back, breath visible in the cold air. "Hello," I called, and my voice sounded too loud in the stillness. No answer. I leaned closer to the door, not to listen, but because my body did what bodies do when they sense a presence. It tries to confirm. The peephole remained dark, but the sense of being watched intensified, as if whoever was inside had leaned closer too. My heart hammered. I raised my hand to knock. Instead, my finger pressed the doorbell. I don't know why. In dreams, you do things without choosing them. The doorbell chimed. Not the cheap buzz of a broken bell. A pleasant modern chime, the kind that comes with smart doorbell systems. Ding dong. I waited, breath held. Nothing. I pressed it again. Ding dong. Still nothing. I pressed it a third time, slower, more deliberate, as if politeness mattered. Ding dong. 3 polite doorbell chimes. Then silence. The porch light above me flickered once, not like a power outage, but like an eyelid blinking. And from inside the house, just beyond the door, just past the peephole, I heard a faint sound that made my stomach drop. Not footsteps, not a voice. A clean, short acknowledgement tone. Beep. The same kind of beep that had followed me through other nights, other places, other systems. In the dream, it sounded softer, muffled through walls, but it carried the same quality. Confirmation. Like the bell wasn't alerting a person. It was notifying a protocol. I backed away from the door, cold spreading under my skin. The neighborhood behind me felt empty in a way that wasn't normal. No porch lights on other houses. No distant headlights. No sound of sprinklers. No dogs. I turned my head to look down the street. Every house looked identical in the porch light's glow. Same roof line, same windows, same closed blinds. The cul-de-sac curved gently, disappearing into darkness. And yet I knew, with that same dream certainty, that I wasn't alone out there. I could feel a presence behind me, not pressed close like the watcher inside, but farther back in the street, steady and inevitable, like footsteps that didn't rush. I turned back to the door. The peephole was darker now, as if whatever was inside had moved away, or as if it had stopped needing to look because it already knew I was there. I reached for the doorknob. It didn't turn. I tried again, harder, as if I could force my own house to recognize me. The knob remained still, and then, from behind the door, a sound came through. Faint, but clear enough to freeze my blood. A soft breathing. Not panicked, not tired, calm, measured. Like someone standing with their face close to the wood, inhaling slowly, listening to me listen. I leaned back, heart pounding, and in that moment, I realized the dream wasn't just showing me something. It was rehearsing something. It was teaching my body the feeling of standing outside my own home while someone else occupied the inside. The porch light flickered again. The air thickened. The edges of the world blurred slightly, like a camera struggling to focus. And just before the dream could turn into something worse, the doorbell chimed again, without me touching it. Ding dong. One polite chime, as if someone inside had pressed it back, answering, inviting. My body jolted awake in my bedroom, gasping, heart hammering, the dark room suddenly too quiet. The fridge clicked downstairs. The HVAC whispered. Somewhere outside, a sprinkler system turned on with a soft shush, and faintly, from far below, I heard my real doorbell chime. Once. Ding dong. I sat bolt upright, frozen, listening. No one knocked. No one called my name. Just the house breathing, and the feeling that the suburb had finally found a way to share the same dream. I didn't fall back asleep after the chime. I sat upright on my mattress on the floor, with my hands braced against my knees, staring into the dark like the dark was something physical I could push away. The room smelled faintly of fresh paint and cardboard dust from moving boxes. The HVAC whispered from the vent with that steady, neutral breath. Downstairs, the fridge clicked and hummed in cycles like a metronome for normal life. I waited for another chime. Nothing. I waited for footsteps on the stairs, the soft creak of wood, the telltale sound of a door handle turning. Nothing. The silence after something uncanny is always worse than the thing itself. It's the pause that makes you wonder if you imagined it, and if you imagined it, whether your mind is the real threat now. I forced myself to get up. My legs felt heavy, not from exhaustion, but from adrenaline draining too fast. I walked to the bedroom window and pulled the curtain back just an inch. The cul-de-sac lay outside like a still photograph. A few porch lights were on. Most were off. Street lights lined the curve, casting soft pools of orange-white on the pavement. No movement. No figure on my porch. No shadow by my front door. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Maybe it was a malfunction, I told myself. The chime I heard, maybe it was in the dream, and my brain carried it over. Maybe it was a neighbor's bell echoing through the quiet night. Maybe the HVAC ductwork made a sound that resembled a chime. Brains are pattern machines. You're in a new house. Your nerves are raw. Your sleep is already broken. I repeated those sentences until they felt almost believable. Then my phone lit up on the nightstand. A soft glow, not an aggressive flash. My body reacted anyway. I crossed the room too quickly and picked it up, expecting some message from work or the moving company, or a friend checking in. It was a doorbell cam alert. Motion detected. Front porch. Timestamp, so too, on 17. My mouth went dry so fast it hurt. 02.17. Of course it was 02.17. For a second, I just stared at the numbers, and my body did that cold internal drop it had learned to do whenever that minute appeared, like my organs were trying to move away from the time. I tapped the alert with a trembling thumb. The video feed loaded. At first, it looked like a normal night vision clip. Grainy, black and white, with the porch light washing everything out. Then the image froze, not like buffering, not like a weak connection. It froze into a flat gray field, the kind of gray you see when a camera lens is covered, or when the sensor is maxed out and returns nothing. The porch, the railing, the doormat, gone. Just gray. But beneath the gray was an audio waveform, a thin line across the bottom of the screen that moved with sound, rising and falling in gentle pulses, as if the camera could no longer see but could still hear. I turned the volume down instinctively, then turned it up again, because fear and curiosity always fight for the same space in your chest. The waveform pulsed. I heard breathing, not my breathing, not the HVAC, not wind. Breathing close to the microphone. Slow, controlled inhalations and exhalations, slightly wet at the edges like someone breathing through their nose. Then, 3 doorbell chimes. Not a loud mechanical buzz. A polite digital chime. Ding-dong. A pause. Ding-dong. A pause. Ding-dong. Exactly like the dream. My throat tightened. My fingers went numb around the phone. I replayed it. Again. Gray screen. Waveform. Breathing. 3 chimes. I replayed it a 3rd time, because some part of my brain still believed repetition might reveal a flaw. It didn't. The clip ended with the breathing stopping abruptly, like someone stepping away from the mic. No footsteps. No voice. Just absence. I locked the phone and set it down gently, as if it might break if handled too roughly. Then I sat on the edge of the mattress and stared at the dark room, listening. The house made its normal sounds. Fridge click, HVAC whisper, the distant shoosh of sprinklers starting somewhere down the block. Everything normal. Except my doorbell cam had just recorded the exact audio sequence from a dream I'd had in a house I'd been in for less than 24 hours. I didn't know what to do with that. So I did what people do when they have no plan. I waited for morning and tried to become a normal person again. When the sky finally lightened, the whole neighborhood came back to life like a stage reset. Garage doors rumbled open, cars started. Someone's dog barked with real enthusiasm now, not the isolated bark from the night. A lawn service truck passed, loud and obnoxious, and the sound felt almost comforting because it was undeniably real. I made coffee with shaking hands. The kitchen still smelled slightly new, slightly chemical, like it hadn't absorbed my routines yet. I drank from a paper cup because I couldn't find my mugs easily among the boxes, and the bitterness of the coffee grounded me for a few minutes. By 8 a.m., I convinced myself I needed fresh air. I needed to see daylight on the porch. I needed to prove to my nervous system that the dream had been a dream, even if the camera clip argued otherwise. I stepped outside. The cold morning air hit my face. The porch boards were dry and ordinary. The doormat lay flat. No footprints, no scuffs. No signs of anyone standing close to the camera. I walked down the steps and stood in the driveway, scanning the quiet curve of the cul-de-sac. A woman across the street watered a plant near her garage, still in pajamas, coffee mug in hand. A kid bounced a basketball half-heartedly in a driveway. A man jogged past with earbuds in, gaze unfocused. Normal neighborhood. I forced myself to breathe slowly. And then my next-door neighbor, middle-aged guy, baseball cap, friendly face, stepped out to grab his trash bin, saw me, and lifted a hand. "Hey," he called. "You're the new guy, right? First night?" "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Just moved in." He smiled, then tilted his head slightly, like he was about to ask something, and the smile faltered, just a fraction, replaced by something more curious. "Did you hear the bell?" he asked. I froze. The words hit me harder than the doorbell clip. Because technology can glitch. Dreams can mess with you. But a neighbor casually asking the exact question you don't want asked, like it's normal, hits a different part of your brain. "What?" I said, too fast. He shrugged lightly, like he was talking about fireworks or a car alarm. "The doorbell. Late. Like, really late. Heard it last night. Thought it was my ring acting up. You hear it too?" My mouth went dry. I forced myself to blink normally. My fingers curled into the fabric of my hoodie. I thought I heard something, I said carefully. Maybe I was dreaming. He let out a short laugh, not amused, more like relief. Yeah, that's what my wife said. She said she dreamed it, woke up and swore she heard it for real. 3 times. 3 times. My pulse climbed. Your wife dreamed it? I asked. Yeah, he said, rolling his trash bin toward the curb. She said she dreamed she was standing outside our door, porch light on, and someone was inside watching, like watching through the peephole or something. Creeped her out. She woke up all pissed at me like it was my fault. He chuckled again, but his eyes weren't laughing. They were searching my face for confirmation, for solidarity. I felt my stomach drop through the floorboards. That's weird, I managed. Tell me about it, he said. He paused, then added more quietly. You didn't see anything, did you? No, I said quickly. No, I didn't see anything. He nodded, as if that was the answer he wanted. Then he forced a brighter tone. Anyway, welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Tom. I gave him my name. We shook hands. His grip was warm and normal. That normality almost made me dizzy. When he walked back inside, I stood in my driveway staring at the quiet street, trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't just me. That was the new element. The twist that made everything else snap into a sharper, more terrifying shape. If my dream had been private, it could be dismissed. If the camera clip was a glitch, it could be explained. But another person dreaming the same sequence and then hearing the bell? That meant something was shared, broadcast, like the neighborhood was running the same program at night. I walked along the sidewalk slowly, trying to calm myself. Kids' chalk drawings decorated the concrete in front of several houses. Bright, messy scribbles of suns and stick figures and hopscotch squares. Normal. Then I reached the corner house, and my feet slowed without my permission. On the sidewalk in front of it, in thick pastel chalk, someone had drawn a house. Not a generic house. A house with a distinct porch light drawn as a bright circle above a door. Rays sketched outward like a spotlight. Behind the window, a figure, faceless. Just a dark oval head and shoulders, pressed to the glass. Behind a curtain, drawn halfway closed. I stared at the drawing, throat tight. The style was childlike, but the content wasn't playful. It wasn't a smiling family in a house. It wasn't a dog in a yard. It was a scene, a moment. Outside the door, a smaller stick figure stood under the porch light, hand raised as if pressing a button. Above it, 3 small curved lines, like sound marks, 3 chimes. I felt a cold pressure crawl up my spine. A woman came out of the corner house holding a recycling bin and saw me staring. She offered a polite smile. My kids, she said, gesturing at the chalk. They've been obsessed with drawing that for some reason. Weird phase. I forced a laugh that didn't sound like me. Yeah, kids get into patterns. She shrugged. Tell me about it. I nodded and kept walking, but my legs felt unsteady. The sidewalk felt too bright. The sun felt too harsh. By the time I looped back toward my house, I had the sick certainty that the neighborhood wasn't just calm and engineered. It was synchronized. That afternoon, I installed every security feature I could find in the moving boxes. I set up my doorbell cam with extra sensitivity. I checked the recordings. I adjusted the Wi-Fi. I made sure motion zones were correct. I even tested the doorbell 3 times, hearing the chime echo through the house in a way that made my stomach twist because it sounded too much like the dream. When night came again, I didn't pretend I'd sleep. I made myself a plan. Stay awake. Watch the feed. Keep lights on. Don't let my brain slip into that hallway-like dream logic. I drank coffee at 8 p.m., even though it would ruin me. I turned on every lamp downstairs. I sat on the couch with my phone in my hand, and the doorbell cam feed open like it was a lifeline. Outside, the cul-de-sac looked peaceful. Porch lights glowed softly. A few TVs flickered behind curtains. Cars were parked. Nothing moved. At 11 p.m., the neighborhood was still. At midnight, the streetlights cast steady pools of light. At 1 a.m., I began to feel the pull of sleep anyway. Not a gentle pull, a gravity. My eyelids wanted to sink. My body wanted to shut down. I stood up and paced. I drank water. I washed my face. I kept checking the live feed. Nothing. Then, around 2 a.m., the streetlights began to dim. Not all at once. Not like a power outage. One by one. The light at the far end of the cul-de-sac flickered, softened, then went out completely. The next one down the curve dimmed, then clicked off. Then the next. It was like someone was walking along the street and switching them off as they passed, walking the lights off. My heart hammered. I sat back down hard, phone in hand, staring at the live camera feed. The porch light on my house stayed on, bright, warm, like a spotlight. The street around it grew darker with each extinguished streetlight, shrinking the world down to my front steps. I checked the time on my phone. 02:16. My mouth went dry. I forced myself to blink, to breathe, to stay awake. The next streetlight went out. Darkness advanced. The camera feed remained normal. Night vision grain, porch boards, railing, empty space. 02:17. The feed turned flat gray. No image, just gray. An audio waveform appeared at the bottom, and the breathing started again. Slow, close, controlled. Then, 3 polite chimes. Ding-dong. Pause. Ding-dong. Pause. Ding-dong. I sat frozen on the couch, heart pounding, staring at the gray screen and the moving waveform as if my gaze could force the camera to see. The waveform pulsed with breathing. I realized, with a cold clarity that made my stomach twist, that staying awake didn't protect me. It only proved the dream was not a dream. After the gray feed and the breathing and the 3 chimes, I didn't move for a long time. My body locked itself into that rigid, listening stillness people only get when their instincts have decided motion is dangerous. The living room lights were on, every lamp casting warm pools on the carpet, but the warmth didn't help. It made the shadows sharper. It made the corners feel staged. The doorbell cam screen stayed flat gray on my phone. The audio waveform at the bottom continued to pulse for a few seconds with that close, controlled breathing. Then it flattened, as if whoever was at the mic had stepped back. The chimes didn't repeat. The porch light remained bright. Outside, the cul-de-sac was darker now because the street lights, one by one, had gone out until the only stable island of light was my porch. I set the phone down slowly on the coffee table, screen still glowing. I didn't want to hold it anymore. I didn't want the device in my hand to feel like a leash. I turned my head toward the front door. The door looked ordinary. White paint, new hardware, a peephole at eye level. The kind of door you'd trust in a suburb like this. The kind of door you bought the house for. My heart hammered. I listened for footsteps outside, for a cough, for the faint brush of fabric against the door. Nothing. Then softly, unmistakably, the doorknob clicked. Not a rattle, not a violent twist. A clean, controlled click, like someone testing the latch with care. Click. My stomach dropped. My throat tightened. I didn't stand up. I didn't call out. I didn't make any sound at all. I stayed on the couch with my hands braced against my knees, staring at the door like staring could keep it closed. A second click followed. Click. Then silence. A pause long enough that my body started to hope, stupidly, that it was over. That maybe the sound had been the house settling. That maybe the knob had shifted because of temperature changes, but hope is always the first thing horror uses against you. 3 polite knocks tapped on the door. Not pounding, not frantic. Just 3 measured knocks that sounded like someone at a neighbor's house, holding a casserole dish and waiting patiently for you to answer. Knock, knock, knock. Every sound in the house seemed to mute around it. Even the HVAC felt quieter. Even the fridge hum felt distant. The knocks were too clear, too centered, like the sound was being delivered directly into my bones. I stood up slowly, legs stiff, and took 1 step toward the door. My bare feet sank into the carpet. The air felt thick. I had a phone in my pocket. I could have called 911. I should have. A normal person would have. But normal logic was struggling to exist in the same room as the sequence I had already witnessed on my camera feed. Flat gray, breathing, 3 chimes. The system was repeating itself. It wasn't acting like a person trying to steal something. It was behaving like a pattern that had been run many times. I took another step. The peephole sat there like a small black eye. I didn't want to look. Looking felt like the moment you accept the rules of a nightmare. But not looking felt worse. Not looking meant letting whatever was outside define the scene completely. I moved closer until my face was inches from the door and lifted my eye to the peephole. At first, all I saw was blur. Then my mind registered why. Someone was pressed against the peephole from the outside, not standing a few feet back, not visible as a figure. Their face was too close, so close the lens couldn't focus. All I could see was scalp, a hairline, the top of a head pressed right up against the glass, filling the entire circle of vision with pale skin and dark hair. No eyes, no nose, no expression. Just the curve of a forehead and the harsh line where hair met skin. It was so close, it made my own skin prickle in sympathy, like I could feel the pressure. My breath caught. My stomach lurched. I pulled back slightly, then leaned in again because my brain refused to accept what my eye had seen. Same thing. Scalp, hairline, too close to focus. My mouth went dry. The house felt suddenly too quiet again, like it was holding its breath with me. From the other side of the door, a soft exhale came through the wood. Not loud enough to be heard clearly, but close enough to be sensed. Like warmth against your face, even when the window stays closed. Then the doorknob clicked again. Click. It wasn't trying to turn fully. It was testing, confirming, as if someone was checking whether the lock status matched what the system expected. I stepped back from the door, heart hammering, and glanced toward the living room where my phone sat on the coffee table with the gray feed frozen. The screen had dimmed, but the waveform image was still visible, like a signature. The knocks came again. 3 polite knocks. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I stood there in the hallway between the living room and the front door, arms hanging stiff at my sides, trying to keep my breathing quiet. The longer I stayed silent, the more I became aware of something else. The pattern felt patient. It wasn't escalating the way a person would escalate if they wanted to break in. It wasn't pounding harder. It wasn't shouting. It wasn't threatening. It was waiting like it had time, like it knew it would get another chance. Like the goal wasn't entry through force. The goal was acknowledgement. The doorknob clicked twice more, spaced out. Click, pause, click, then nothing. No footsteps walking away. No retreat. Just absence. I stood frozen for what felt like a full minute, listening for a sound of departure. My muscles ached from holding tension. My jaw hurt from clenching. Eventually, the house returned to its normal noises in small increments. The fridge clicked. The HVAC sighed. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once and then stopped, as if even the animals were unsure whether noise was permitted. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch until dawn, with a lamp on and the doorbell cam app open, refreshing the feed, even though I knew it would only show what it wanted to show. The camera never recovered an image after 02:17. The clip remained gray, with a waveform, as if the visual part of reality had been intentionally removed. When morning finally arrived, it didn't feel comforting. It felt like the end of a shift. The neighborhood woke up again with its clean routines. Garage doors, cars, sprinklers, people walking dogs. The sunlight looked normal on the lawns. The overcast sky made everything soft. I waited another hour, then forced myself to approach the door. I unlocked it slowly, half expecting resistance, half expecting the lock to behave like it didn't recognize me the way my apartment lock had. But it turned smoothly. The deadbolt clicked open with a normal sound. I opened the door. The porch was empty. No person, no shadow. No sign of anyone standing close enough to press their scalp against the peephole. But on the welcome mat, arranged neatly in a small square, were 4 stones. Not random gravel. Not debris blown by wind. 4 smooth gray stones placed with care. 2 on the bottom, 2 on top. Like someone had made a deliberate symbol. I stared at them for a long moment, heart thudding. The stones weren't special in themselves. You could find them in any yard. But the arrangement was too tidy, too intentional, too calm. It felt like a message delivered without words. I didn't touch them. I didn't kick them aside. I stood in the doorway watching, as if the stones might move when I looked away. Across the street, Tom stepped out to grab his trash bin again. He saw me in my doorway and lifted a hand. "Morning," he called. My voice came out rough. "Morning." His gaze dropped to my welcome mat. He didn't look surprised. If anything, he looked almost relieved, like seeing the stones confirmed something. "You got the stones too," he said casually, like he was commenting on a coupon in the mail. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, too?" Tom rolled his bin closer to the curb, slow and relaxed. "It's just part of it," he said. "Don't overthink it. Part of it." I felt cold spread through my chest. "Part of what?" He shrugged lightly, still in that suburban morning voice. "The sequence. You're new, so, yeah. First week's always weird." I stared at him. "The sequence?" I repeated. Tom looked at me like I'd asked what day it was. "Doorbell, knocks, stones," he said, listing them the way you list steps in a recipe. "You keep it stable, it stays stable." My mouth went dry. "Keep it stable," I whispered. He nodded, as if I'd finally caught up. "Yeah. Don't do anything stupid. Don't interrupt it." He gestured vaguely toward the door. "You don't want it improvising." The casualness of his tone made my stomach twist more than the stones did. He wasn't acting like someone frightened by an intruder. He was acting like someone who'd learned the rules of a shared nuisance, like living near train tracks or dealing with seasonal bugs. "Tom," I said, my voice tight. "Someone was at my door last night." He nodded again. "I know. You know because you heard it?" He gave me a look that was almost pity. "We all heard it," he said. "That's the point." I felt my pulse hammer. "And you're just okay with it?" Tom adjusted his cap and glanced down the street, as if checking whether anyone was listening. Then he lowered his voice slightly. "It's not breaking in," he said. "Not like that. It's checking the pattern, checking the neighborhood, like a nightly roll call." He smiled faintly, like he was making a joke, but his eyes didn't match it. "You'll get used to it. People do." I stared at the stones on my mat, then at my own front door, then at the quiet cul-de-sac with its trimmed lawns and sprinklers and sunlight. I felt suddenly sick, like I'd moved into a place that had a secret agreement with the night. A chill slid down my spine as the memory of the peephole image returned. Scalp pressed too close to focus. A presence not trying to be seen as a person, only trying to be close enough to confirm you were there. I didn't know what scared me more, the visitor outside my door, or the fact that my neighbor treated it like a protocol. Tom rolled his bin down the driveway. Before he turned away, he looked back at me and added, almost gently, "Just don't answer it." My throat tightened. I didn't. Tom nodded, like that was good, like that was compliance. "Good," he said. "Then you're doing it right." He walked away. I stood in my doorway with the 4 stones on the welcome mat, the morning sun warming my porch boards, and realized the truth with a cold, heavy certainty. It wasn't breaking in. It was checking in. By the 3rd morning, the neighborhood had already taught me 2 rules without ever stating them directly. Rule 1, don't answer the door. Rule 2, don't act like you're the only one this is happening to. Everything here was built to make you feel like a newcomer and a problem at the same time. That's the subtle social weapon of planned communities. Smiles that mean welcome and policies that mean comply. People wave. People offer to help. People also watch. They notice if your trash bin is out 5 minutes too long. They notice if your grass gets tall by half an inch. They notice if you interrupt the calm. So after Tom spoke about keeping the sequence stable, like he was discussing recycling pickup, I didn't call the police. I didn't start knocking on doors demanding answers. I didn't post on a neighborhood app asking if anyone else had a faceless scalp pressed against their peephole at 2:17 a.m. I did something far more suburban. I went to the HOA. If you've never dealt with an HOA office, it's hard to explain the particular kind of dread it carries. It's not fear of violence. It's fear of paperwork. It's the realization that your life can be controlled by people with lanyards, clipboards, and a polite tone that never quite warms. It's a small, bureaucratic machine designed to enforce community standards, which is just another phrase for behavior correction. I found the HOA address on the welcome packet they'd left taped inside my kitchen cabinet. It was printed on glossy paper with smiling stock photos of families standing in front of identical houses. The packet also included a list of approved fence colors, trash bin schedules, and a warning about holiday decorations after January 10th. The whole thing looked harmless enough to frame. It wasn't. The HOA office sat in a low building near the main entrance to the subdivision, tucked beside a leasing office and a community center with a locked glass door. In daylight, it looked like every other suburban administrative space. Beige stucco, tinted windows, a cheap metal sign with the neighborhood name in serif font. Inside, The air smelled like burnt coffee and printer toner. The waiting room was lit by fluorescent tubes that hummed softly overhead, the light flat and unforgiving. The carpet was thin and industrial, patterned in a way meant to hide stains. A stack of newsletters sat on a side table beside a plastic plant that had been dusted recently. Too recently. A receptionist sat behind a low counter with a computer monitor angled away from the room. She wore a cardigan and a neutral smile, the kind of smile that feels like a default setting. A small desk printer behind her whined periodically, spitting paper into a tray with a dry, mechanical clatter. I approached the counter and cleared my throat. "Hi," I said. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet room. "I just moved into..." I glanced at the brochure on the wall with the neighborhood logo. "This subdivision. I had a question about a community issue." The receptionist didn't blink differently. She didn't lean forward like something was interesting. She just nodded and waited, polite and patient, hands folded near a sign that read, "Please have your property ID ready." "I'm on Cedar Crest," I added, because giving a street name felt like providing legitimacy. "It's about the doorbell, late at night." Her eyes flicked up to mine for the first time in a way that felt almost imperceptible. A micro change, like a system registering a keyword. "The doorbell," she repeated. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my tone casual, like this was a normal complaint. I got a motion alert around 2 in the morning. The camera feed went gray, and I stopped because saying breathing out loud in a fluorescent waiting room felt insane. My neighbor mentioned something about a sequence, keeping it stable. The receptionist held her smile. But I saw something else underneath it now. Recognition. Not surprise. Recognition. "One moment," she said, and her tone stayed perfectly even, perfectly polite. She clicked her mouse a few times, then stood and disappeared through a door behind the counter. I waited. The waiting room's small sounds became too noticeable. The fluorescent hum, the printer whine, the distant buzz of an HVAC vent. Somewhere in the building, a phone rang once and stopped. The air conditioner cycled with a soft click. When the receptionist returned, she wasn't alone. A man followed her out, late 50s maybe, neatly dressed, hair combed flat, the kind of person who looks like he has never missed a deadline. He carried a thick binder in both hands like it was heavy. He didn't introduce himself. He just approached the counter, set the binder down with a dull thud, and flipped it open. "This is for new residents," he said. His voice was calm, not friendly, not hostile, just calm in the way people are calm when they know you have no leverage. "I already got a welcome packet," I said. He nodded as if that was expected. "This is the full packet," he said, and slid the binder toward me. The binder was thick, black, with a clear plastic sleeve on the front. Inside the sleeve was a printed cover sheet, community standards and safety addendum. The neighborhood logo sat at the top, like a seal. The man tapped the binder with one finger. "Please review," he said. "Sign the acknowledgement page." My throat tightened. "What is this?" I asked. The receptionist's smile never changed. The printer behind her whined and spat out another page like punctuation. "It's just additional community information," she said. Her tone suggested I shouldn't make it complicated. I lifted the binder carefully and carried it to one of the waiting room chairs. The vinyl seat squeaked under my weight. I opened to the first page. It started normal, trash pickup schedule, lawn maintenance guidelines, pet leash rules, quiet hours, restrictions on exterior lighting brightness, a section about surveillance cameras and privacy considerations. Then halfway through, there was a tab. The tab label wasn't printed in a friendly font. It was typed in all caps, "Dream Containment." My fingers went cold. I stared at the tab for a moment, convinced it had to be a joke. Some weird neighborhood theme. A prank. A community name for something mundane like noise control. I flipped to that section. The paper was heavier than the other pages, as if it had been added later. The formatting was slightly different too. Less glossy, more official, like an internal memo that had been forced into public view. At the top of the page, in plain text, it read, "Addendum. This subdivision participates in dream containment." No logo, no friendly header. Just that sentence, flat and undeniable. My pulse hammered. I read it again, slowly, as if reading could change it. Dream containment. Under the heading, there was a paragraph written in the same neutral tone as the trash schedule, which somehow made it worse. This program is a community-wide stabilization practice designed to prevent cross-residence REM events from escalating into waking interference. I swallowed hard. The words didn't feel real. They felt like someone had taken the language of a clinic, REM, protocols, stabilization, and stapled it into an HOA binder like it belonged. I kept reading, hands trembling. The subdivision has a shared sequence event that may present as auditory chimes, visual occlusions on camera feeds, mirror desynchronization, and threshold behavior, doorways, windows, peepholes. Participation reduces incidence. Non-participation increases variance. Variance. That word made my stomach twist. Like the thing outside wasn't a person, it was a pattern that could become unpredictable if not managed. I turned the page. A list, not suggestions, rules. They were titled Stabilization, Rules, Resident Compliance, Porch Light, Protocol. Porch light must remain enabled between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. Motion sensor permitted. Do not manually disable during an active sequence. Do not answer rule after midnight. Do not answer the door after midnight during any auditory sequence. Chime, jot knock. Do not speak through the door. Do not engage through intercom. Silence is stabilization. Peephole limitation. If peephole image is occluded, e.g., scalp, hairline proximity, do not attempt to adjust, focus, or challenge the occlusion. Withdraw. Maintain interior distance. Do not look again. My stomach dropped. That line, scalp, hairline, wasn't a metaphor. It was exactly what I had seen. My hands shook as I turned the page. Mirror protocols. Mirrors facing exterior doors must be covered between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. Bathroom mirrors must not be used immediately following an active sequence. If reflection appears delayed or misaligned, do not correct. Leave the room. Do not return until morning. Camera practices. Doorbell cameras may present flat gray during active sequence. Do not attempt manual reset during the sequence window. Do not share footage publicly. Do not upload. Do not live stream. Chalk Cha children's drawing policy. Children may exhibit synchronized recall. Do not discourage drawing. Do not erase sequence drawings during the first week. Removal may increase household variance. My throat tightened. The chalk drawings. The house with the porch light. The faceless figure behind the curtain. They weren't random. The binder continued. Sound-led response. If intercom-like hiss is heard in vents, fans, maintain steady breathing. Avoid verbal response. Speak only after the hiss ceases. I had to stop reading for a second because my vision blurred. The waiting room's fluorescent light felt suddenly too bright, too flat. I could hear the printer whine behind the counter, and each mechanical sound felt like part of the same system now. I flipped another page. There was a section labeled Common Questions. The answers were written like the person writing them had done it too many times. Q. Is this a prank? A. No. Q. Why does it happen? A. The cause is outside the scope of HOA governance. The practice is community-based stabilization. Q. Does calling police help? A. Police intervention increases variance. Reports are discouraged. Q. Can we opt out? A. Opting out is a personal choice. The subdivision's dream containment practice remains active regardless. Non-compliance may impact neighbor stability. Please be considerate. Impact neighbor stability. That sentence hit me hard. It wasn't just about my safety, it was about social pressure. If I refused to follow the rules, I wasn't just risking myself. I was threatening everyone else's stability. It was the perfect suburban coercion. Make your compliance a moral obligation. I looked up from the binder and realized my hands were sweating. My heart hammered. The waiting room felt too quiet. The receptionist sat behind the counter watching her screen. The man stood nearby, pretending to review paperwork, but I could feel his attention on me like a weight. I closed the binder halfway and stared at the cover tab again. Dream containment. My voice came out hoarse. This is real? I asked. The man didn't react like I'd asked something shocking. He reacted like I'd asked where the bathroom was. It's real, he said. How long has... I started, then stopped, because the question didn't matter. The rules mattered. The existence mattered. I swallowed. Who wrote this? The man's mouth tightened slightly. The community board maintains the addendum, he said, in coordination with partners. Partners. My stomach turned. I thought of the sleep clinic. REM suppression protocol engaged at 02:17. Waking version incompatible. Post. My fingers dug into the binder edge. So you're saying if I follow these rules it stops? I asked. The man's eyes were calm. Too calm. It stays outside, he said carefully. Not stops. Stays outside. I felt cold creep up my spine. And if I don't? The receptionist spoke then, soft enough that it felt like she didn't want the words overheard, even though the waiting room was empty. If you keep it stable, she said, still smiling, it stays outside. The way she said it made my skin prickle. Not like reassurance, like a warning delivered as customer service. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping a fraction lower. You're new, she added. The first week is sensitive. The sequence looks for inconsistencies. It checks. It confirms. After that, it usually settles. My throat tightened. Looks for inconsistencies, I repeated. The man nodded once. New residents create variance, he said, as if that explained everything. New locks, new routines, new sleeping patterns. It tests thresholds. Thresholds, doors, windows, peepholes. My stomach turned again. I flipped farther back in the binder and found a page titled Acknowledgement. It was a simple form with a signature line. I acknowledge receipt and understanding of the dream containment addendum and agree to comply with stabilization rules to support subdivision safety and stability. Support subdivision safety and stability. Like I was joining a volunteer neighborhood watch, except the thing being watched wasn't a burglar. It was the boundary between dreaming and waking. My hand hovered over the signature line. I didn't want to sign anything. Signing felt like consent. Signing felt like enrollment. But then I remembered the peephole. Scalp pressed too close to focus. The neat stones on my welcome mat. The gray camera feed at 0217. The breathing. The chimes. The neighbor saying, like it was normal, that you don't want it improvising. And I realized something that made my stomach drop in a new way. I had already been participating. I had kept the porch light on without knowing it was a protocol. I had stayed silent behind the door. I had not answered. I had done the sequence right simply because fear had guided me into compliance. My behavior had been edited into the rules before I even read them. I picked up the pen on the waiting room table. It had the HOA logo printed on it in small letters. The pen felt cheap in my fingers. I signed. As soon as my signature finished, a calm washed over the room that I swear I felt physically, like pressure equalizing. The man took the binder back with a small nod. The receptionist's smile warmed by 1 degree, like the system had logged me as processed. "Thank you," she said. I stood up, legs slightly shaky. "So what now?" I asked. The man slid a thin packet across the counter. Laminated cards. Quick reference rules. "Keep the porch light," he said. "Don't answer after midnight. Cover mirrors. Don't post footage. If you hear the hiss, breathe steady." I stared at him. "And if I see it?" I asked, because my voice needed to ask, even if the answer was obvious. The receptionist answered again, softly. "Don't," she said. "Just one word. Gentle and firm. Don't." I walked out of the HOA office in a bright daylight with a laminated rule card in my pocket, and the sky felt overexposed again. The lawns were too green, too trimmed. The neighborhood entrance sign looked friendly. The world looked normal. But my hands were shaking, and my mind kept replaying the sentence at the top of that addendum, like a curse written in bureaucratic ink. This subdivision participates in dream containment. And the worst part wasn't the rules. The worst part was realizing the neighborhood had a system for this, because the neighborhood had been living with it long enough to make it mundane. The strangest thing about leaving the HOA office wasn't the addendum itself. It was how quickly my body started behaving like it had always known. I drove back through the subdivision under a bright, clean sky that made everything look harmless. Lawns striped by mower lines, mailboxes identical, evenly spaced, trees planted at intervals like they'd been measured. Kids' bikes leaned against garage walls like props that would be reset every night. The laminated rule card sat on my passenger seat. The words on it were short, blunt, almost cheerful in their formatting, like safety tips on an airplane. Porch light on. Midnight to 3 a.m. Do not answer after midnight. Cover mirrors, do not reset cameras during sequence. If you hear hiss, just breathe. Just breathe looked innocuous in daylight. In daylight, it could be advice. At night, it was a command. When I parked in my driveway, I noticed 3 houses on my street with their curtains drawn in the exact same way. Not just closed, but drawn to the same height, the same slight gap near the bottom, like everyone had followed the same instruction manual. It wasn't a coincidence. It was choreography. Suburbs are full of small, unconscious synchronization. Holiday lights, lawn decorations, the way everyone buys the same patio furniture. But this was different. This felt like an attempt to seal something. As I walked up my porch steps, I saw the porch light fixture above my door and felt a strange tension in my chest, like the light wasn't a light anymore. It was a signal, a stabilizer, a part of the lid. Inside, the house greeted me with its new house smells again. Paint, carpet, and that faint chemical cleanliness. The fridge clicked. The HVAC whispered. Everything normal. And yet, the moment I set my keys down on the counter, I caught myself glancing toward the bathroom mirror without meaning to, as if my mind had already scheduled the next part of the protocol. I told myself I would not let the HOA binder turn me into one of them. Then I realized I already was. That afternoon, I ran errands in town. Picked up a few things for the house. Trash bags, light bulbs, a cheap step stool, normal move-in chores. In the store aisles, under fluorescent lights, my nervous system calmed slightly. People pushed carts. Someone argued on the phone about a return policy. A kid cried because they wanted candy. The mundanity of other people's problems made mine feel almost impossible, like I'd invented it. But when I returned to the subdivision at dusk, the calm evaporated again. It wasn't what I saw. It was what I heard. The neighborhood sounded synchronized, like everyone had agreed to keep noise down. Garage doors closed more quietly. Dogs barked less. Even the sprinklers seemed to start and stop in a more uniform pattern, as if the entire place was being trained to become still at the same time. I parked and walked inside, carrying bags, and the moment my door clicked shut behind me, I noticed something that stopped me mid-step. My hallway mirror. I had installed a mirror on the wall near the staircase earlier that day, one of the last things I'd done before leaving. It was a simple rectangular mirror in a black frame, the kind you buy because it's cheap and practical. I'd hung it to make the hallway feel bigger, to check my hair before leaving the house. Normal. Now, along the edges of the mirror, where the glass met the frame, there were thin strips of tape, clear tape, applied neatly with no bubbles, running in straight lines along the perimeter, like someone had sealed the mirror to the frame. My hands went cold. I stared at the tape, then at my reflection. My reflection stared back. Normal face, normal tired eyes, normal posture. I stepped closer and ran a finger along the tape. It was real. Smooth and slightly tacky, newly applied, like it hadn't been exposed to dust for long. I didn't remember applying it. I hadn't even bought tape today. The only tape I'd had was packing tape, thick brown, used for boxes. This was clear office tape, thin, precise. I backed up, heart thudding, and scanned the hallway. Nothing else looked disturbed. My bags sat on the floor where I'd dropped them. The door was locked. The house was quiet. But the tape was there, and the tape felt like proof of something that had happened while I wasn't paying attention, or while some other version of me, some compliant version, had done it because the neighborhood demanded it. I moved toward the bathroom. The bathroom mirror above the sink had tape too. Thin strips, corners reinforced, edges sealed. I stared at it, jaw clenched. The HOA binder had said, "Cover mirrors." Tape wasn't a cover, but it was a boundary, a seal, a lid. I checked the upstairs bathroom mirror. Tape. Then my bedroom mirror, the one I hadn't even unpacked yet, still leaning against the wall in its cardboard packaging, had tape on the outside of the cardboard flap, like someone had sealed it shut. I stood in the bedroom with my hands shaking, staring at the taped flap, trying to convince myself I was losing it. Maybe I did this and forgot. Maybe I'd been on autopilot. Maybe my brain, terrified of the sequence, had heard the rules and complied before my conscious mind could object. But how would I have taped mirrors before I even read the rules? Unless unless I hadn't just started participating today, unless I'd been enrolled the moment I moved in, unless the neighborhood itself, its routines, its pressure, its polite dead tone, had already begun editing my behavior. I walked back downstairs and looked out the front window, careful not to open blinds too wide. Outside, the street looked like a normal suburban street at dusk. Porch lights flickered on one by one, curtains drawn. A man across the street locked his front door, then added an extra latch, one of those secondary locks people install for peace of mind. Except he didn't glance around suspiciously like someone nervous. He did it casually, like brushing teeth. Then I noticed something else. The same thin strip of tape on his front window glass near the corner. Not enough to seal the window, but enough to mark it, like a tiny reminder. I looked at the house next to him. Same strip on the window corner. Down the street, another house. Same strip. Not random. Patterned. Like the neighborhood had learned to put small adhesive X marks on places that could become thresholds. Mirrors. Windows. Anything reflective enough to offer a second version of you. It hit me then. This wasn't just a neighborhood. It was a lid. A lid built out of routines and compliance and synchronized little acts meant to keep something contained. A lid that made people act the same, so the thing inside wouldn't find a weak spot. I turned away from the window and felt my throat tighten. Because if the neighborhood was a lid, then what was it containing? And what happened when a lid slips? Night came with a quiet determination. The air outside cooled. The sprinklers stopped. Dogs settled. Lights became the only punctuation in the dark. I forced myself to make dinner. Something simple. Pasta, because cooking complicated things requires a brain that isn't busy scanning for threats. The stove clicked as it ignited. Water boiled. The kitchen filled with steam. For a few minutes, the sound of bubbling water and the smell of garlic almost felt normal. Almost. At 11:30 p.m., I walked through the house with the laminated rule card in my hand like an idiot, reading it again as if repetition would make it safer. Porch light on. I checked the porch light switch. On. Do not answer after midnight. I checked the deadbolt. Locked. Cover mirrors. I stared at the tape and felt a flash of anger. I didn't want tape on my mirrors. I didn't want to live like this. I didn't want to become one of them. My anger felt like oxygen. It made my chest expand. I went to the bathroom mirror and, without letting myself think too much, I grabbed the edge of the tape with my fingernail. It lifted easily, peeling away with a soft tearing sound. The sound was small, but in the quiet house, it felt loud, like ripping fabric in a church. I peeled another strip, then another. The tape curled in my fingers like clear dead skin. My reflection watched me. Normal face, normal mouth. And then, so fast I almost missed it, my reflection smiled. Not a wide grin. Not a horror movie smile. A small, calm smile that appeared for a fraction of a second before my own face moved at all. It was like the reflection had anticipated the expression, like it had started the movement without waiting for me. My stomach dropped. My blood went cold. In that split second, my own mouth was still neutral, still tense. The reflection's mouth was already lifting at the corners. Then my own mouth twitched. An involuntary reaction, not a smile, more like a grimace of disbelief. And the reflection snapped back into sync, as if nothing had happened. I froze with my hands still raised, tape dangling from my fingers. My heart hammered. My skin prickled. I stared at my reflection so hard my eyes watered. The face in the mirror stared back, blank and tired. No smile now, but I'd seen it. The out-of-sync expression, the tiny lead in movement, exactly what the binder warned about. Reflection, desynchronization. I stepped back and felt my legs weaken slightly. The bathroom fan was off, but I could hear a faint hiss anyway, like distant static in the vents, so quiet I couldn't tell if it was real or if my fear was inventing it. Just breathe, the rule card seemed to say. From the counter where I'd left it, I didn't breathe well. I breathed shallowly, like someone trying not to make noise. I turned away from the mirror and left the bathroom, leaving the tape half peeled, hanging like a warning sign. I didn't look back. I went to the living room and opened the doorbell cam app. The porch feed was clear for now. Grainy night vision, porch boards, doormat, empty space. The porch light glowed warmly, stable. Midnight came and passed. I watched the clock obsessively anyway, because the minute mattered whether I wanted it to or not. So 1, sire, 01:30. So 2, 01. The neighborhood outside remained quiet, but I could feel the subtle shift that happened as the hours moved toward the window, like the air was thickening, like the house was holding its breath. I checked the live feed again and again, refresh like a compulsion. So 2:16. My mouth went dry. I stared at the phone, forcing my eyes not to blink too long. So 2:17. The feed didn't turn gray immediately this time. Instead, a faint sound came through the phone speaker. Beep. A clean, short acknowledgement tone. It was faint, almost polite, like the system clearing its throat before speaking. My stomach dropped. My fingers tightened around the phone. A second later, the image washed out, flat gray. The audio waveform appeared at the bottom, pulsing faintly. And then, as if the beep had been a door opening, the breathing began. The beep at 02:17 didn't feel like an alert. It felt like permission. Like something somewhere had checked a box and confirmed the neighborhood was still arranged the way it wanted. The camera feed washed into flat gray. The waveform appeared, and the breathing started, close and controlled, like a person standing inches from the microphone without needing to announce themselves. The porch light stayed on, warm and steady, a small island in a street where the other lights seemed to dim in quiet sequence. I didn't open the door. I didn't speak. I didn't even move toward the peephole this time, because the HOA binder had given my fear instructions, and my fear obeyed them. I sat on the couch with my phone in both hands, knuckles white, watching the gray screen like it was a vital sign monitor. Breath in, breath out. The waveform rose and fell with the intruder's rhythm, a calm that felt deliberate. Then the 3 polite chimes came through the speaker. Ding dong. Pause. Ding dong. Pause. Ding dong. After the 3rd chime, the breathing continued for a few seconds longer, as if it was waiting for a response that wasn't allowed. Then the waveform flattened. Silence. The gray screen remained, like the camera couldn't remember how to see. A minute passed. 2. I waited for the doorknob clicks, the polite knocks, the scalp pressed too close to focus. Nothing happened. And that absence was almost worse, because it meant the sequence had completed without escalation. It meant my silence had worked. It meant I had stabilized it. I stayed awake until dawn anyway, not out of bravery, out of suspicion, out of the fear that if I slept, my mind would fall back into that dream hallway and meet whatever was now learning my routines. Morning arrived clean and bright. as if the night had been a private problem the sun didn't acknowledge. The cul-de-sac woke up on schedule. Garage doors, cars, dog walkers, sprinklers, normal suburban life booting up like an operating system. I went outside around 9, partly because I needed to prove the porch still belonged to me, and partly because I needed to check whether the welcome mat had collected another neat arrangement of stones. The mat was empty. No stones today. My stomach tightened anyway, because the absence didn't feel like relief. It felt like a reward. Like the neighborhood had been given what it wanted, so it didn't need to leave another marker. I turned to go back inside and nearly tripped over a small package sitting on the edge of my porch near the railing. It hadn't been there the night before. I would have seen it when I sat watching the feed, unless the feed had chosen not to show it. The package was plain brown cardboard, about the size of a thick paperback, sealed with clear tape. No logo, no company branding, no shipping label, no return address. Just my name written in neat black block letters. My full name, spelled correctly. Under it, my street address. The writing looked like it came from a label maker. Too even, too crisp. A cold pressure gathered in my chest as I crouched and picked it up. The cardboard was cool to the touch, dry, ordinary. It didn't feel heavy. It felt neutral. Like a box that didn't want to call attention to itself. I carried it inside and set it on the kitchen counter without opening it, as if giving it space would keep it from contaminating the rest of my home. Then I did something that should have embarrassed me. I checked the lock. Main key, spare key, deadbolt. Everything normal. The word felt meaningless now. I stared at the box for a full minute, listening to the house breathe. The fridge clicked. The HVAC whispered. Somewhere outside, a lawnmower started. The sound was distant and mundane, like reality trying to hold me down. Finally, I took a knife from a half-unpacked drawer and sliced the tape. The flap lifted easily. Inside the box was a small padded envelope, and inside that envelope was a key. A single brass key on a plain metal ring. No tag. No note attached to the ring. It looked identical to my spare. Same shape. Same cut pattern. Same fresh, sharper teeth. My stomach dropped. My fingers went numb as I picked it up and held it to the light. It was a spare key to my own door. But I hadn't ordered a spare. I hadn't asked management. I hadn't requested anything. The house was new to me. The locks were new. The idea of a stranger handing me a key to my own home made my skin crawl. At the bottom of the box, folded neatly, was a note. Plain, white paper. No letterhead. Typed, not handwritten. 2 sentences. Thanks for keeping the dream stable. Don't wake it up. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I read it again, slower, as if maybe the words would rearrange into something less impossible. Thanks for keeping the dream stable. Don't wake it up. The second line sat in my mind like a warning in a language my body understood without translating. Waking it up wasn't about literal waking from sleep. It was about breaking the pattern, interrupting the sequence, forcing it to improvise. Tom had said the same thing with different words. You don't want it improvising. My hands shook. I set the note down and stared at the brass key resting in my palm like a small piece of evidence. The key was the cleanest symbol of what was happening. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a weapon. It was access, offered, not forced. It didn't need to break in. It was already included. My first instinct was to call someone, anyone, the HOA, the police, the property manager, a friend, to say, there is a key on my counter that shouldn't exist, and a note that talks like the night is an organized program. But then I remembered the binder's answers. Police intervention increases variance. Reports are discouraged. Partners. Coordination. And I remembered the sleep clinic summary file with protocol engaged at Drew 217. The note wasn't coming from a prankster teenager with too much time. It felt like it belonged to the same system that labeled my REM like a security event. I sat down at my kitchen table, key and note in front of me like a small trial. Sunlight fell across the wood surface in clean rectangles through the blinds. The light made the note look harmless. It made the key look like any other key. And yet my heart beat like I'd found a live wire. I tried to reason through it. If someone wanted to scare me, they could do worse than giving me a spare key. They could leave a dead animal. They could leave threats. They could scratch my door, spray paint my garage, do something loud and violent. This wasn't loud. This was administrative. It was the kind of gesture that says, you're part of it now. You don't get to opt out. And the worst part was how my body reacted. Not with rebellion, with recognition. Because as I sat there, I realized I was already performing the rituals again without meaning to. I got up and checked the porch light switch, even though it was morning and the light was off. I checked it like a habit. I made a mental note to keep it on tonight. I went to the bathroom and stared at the tape hanging from the mirror edge where I'd peeled it halfway. I felt a spike of fear, not because tape mattered, but because the binder said mirrors could desync. And without consciously deciding, my fingers moved. I smoothed the tape back down along the edge, pressed it firmly, sealed it again. Then I stood there holding my breath, and only after a few seconds did I realize what I'd done. I hadn't decided to reapply the tape. My hands had. I walked back into the hallway and glanced at the door. I didn't have to think about the rule. It was already installed in my body. Don't answer after midnight. Don't speak. Don't engage. Don't look too long through the peephole. I made coffee and caught myself setting the mug down in the same spot the neighbor's mug sat in my mind. I adjusted the blinds to the same height I'd seen on other houses. I lowered my voice when I spoke to myself, as if volume could provoke the wrongness. My movements were becoming quiet, synchronized, rehearsed. The neighborhood was training me. No one stood over me with a gun. No one broke my windows. No one dragged me out of bed. They didn't need force because they had participation. They had social pressure, routine, and the terrifying effectiveness of a pattern that punished variance. The thing outside wasn't getting in by strength. It was getting in by agreement. Even the fear felt engineered. Fear made me careful. Carefulness made me compliant. Compliance made the sequence stable. Stability made everyone survive another night. So the fear became a currency the neighborhood spent to keep itself intact. And somewhere inside that cycle, my choices stopped feeling like choices. That afternoon, I drove to a hardware store and bought more clear tape. I told myself it was for unpacking, for organizing, for sealing boxes. I put it in my cart like it was normal. On the drive home, I realized I'd also bought a second porch bulb. I hadn't planned to. I didn't even know why I picked it up. But when I saw it on the shelf, my hand reached for it without debate, as if some part of me had already written a checklist. Porch light must remain enabled. When I got home, I installed the new bulb immediately. I tested it twice. On, off, on. Then I stood on my porch in daylight, staring at the cul-de-sac, and felt a strange, sick calm settle in my chest. Because I understood now, what the HOA binder never said directly. The neighborhood wasn't keeping the thing out. The neighborhood was keeping it fed by giving it the same predictable ritual every night. A lid stays in place because everyone keeps their hands on it, and I was already placing mine there. That evening, as the sun slid down and porch lights began to flicker on one by one like synchronized fireflies, I held the new spare key in my palm and realized something that made my stomach drop harder than the note ever could. I didn't decide to comply. I noticed I already had. I'm sending this to your channel because I've run out of ways to keep it contained inside my own life. That sentence sounds dramatic when I read it back, like I'm trying to sell you something. I'm not. I'm not asking for sympathy or trying to go viral. I'm writing this the way you write a confession you hope never has to be spoken out loud. Carefully, plainly, with the details that make it sound real, because it was real, at least in the way that matters when your body starts reacting before your brain can argue. I've listened to your uploads for years, usually late at night, usually with one earbud in, volume low so it doesn't wake anyone. I'm not even proud of that. It's just what I did. Adult life is loud in the daytime. Work calls, traffic, bills, notifications, and your stories were the kind of quiet fear that felt controlled. Safe fear, a contained burn, something you can turn off by closing the app. This isn't that. This is the first time I've ever written to a channel like yours, and I'm doing it because I'm afraid of two opposite things at the same time. I'm afraid that if I keep this to myself, it will finish whatever it's trying to finish, and I'm afraid that if I share it, I'll spread it. That might be the most important thing I can say up front, because it's the part that makes me sound unstable. I know how it reads. I know how people talk about contagious stories and haunted videos and cursed files, and I used to roll my eyes at that stuff too, even while I listened. I'm not religious. I'm not a conspiracy person. I'm the type who checks receipts and keeps a spreadsheet for expenses. The type who replaces smoke detector batteries before they chirp. The type who reads terms and conditions because the idea of missing a clause bothers me. I'm telling you that because it matters. I didn't want to believe any of this. I tried so hard to force it into normal explanations that I exhausted myself doing mental gymnastics. Fatigue, stress, a faulty doorbell cam, a weird HOA with a power trip, a sleep clinic using awkward phrasing. But then the same handful of details kept showing up like a signature. 02.17. A date of birth off by 1 day. That clean beep that doesn't sound like a person, but like a system confirming something. Blank notifications that appear and vanish before you can screenshot them. The words before and post as if time has been filed into categories. And language that keeps repeating across places that should have nothing to do with each other. Protocol, stabilization, keeping it stable, preventing something from finishing. That last part is why I'm sending this to you specifically. You tell stories. You understand patterns. You know what repetition means when it appears in different contexts, because repetition is how a narrative reveals itself. It's also how a ritual works. It's also how something spreads. I'm not sending you a clean, here's what happened story, because that isn't honest. I'm sending you a bundle of proof and a confession of what I think the proof actually is. Not evidence that I'm being targeted by a person, but evidence that I'm being handled by a process. Something that doesn't need to threaten me with violence, because it can edit me in smaller ways until I comply. I know how insane that sounds. so I'm going to lay it out the way I would want someone to lay it out for me. The timeline, the motifs, and the artifacts I've collected that I can't explain away. It started with a move, but not the suburban one. It started months earlier, with a long drive and a rest stop that felt slightly wrong in a way I couldn't name until later. It was late. The highway was empty enough to make the radio feel too loud, and I pulled into a rest area because my eyes were heavy and the dashboard clock did a small stutter. One beat where time felt like it skipped. If you've ever looked up at a digital clock and watched it jump in a way that makes you question whether you missed a minute, you know what I mean. It wasn't a blackout. It was like my attention blinked. At the rest stop, everything had that harsh sodium-lit emptiness. Wind through signage, vending machines humming, fluorescent lights buzzing, the smell of disinfectant that never fully covers the smell of public bathrooms. Then there was the motion sensor beep, a small thing. A sound you don't notice until it repeats in other places. I heard it and felt a weird familiarity, like my body had heard it before. When I looked in the bathroom mirror, my reflection lagged. Not like a horror movie where it does something crazy, just a fraction of a second out of sync, enough to make my stomach drop. And on the tile, carved into the grout, was a warning message that felt like it had been written for someone else, but aimed at me. A sentence about not looking, not opening, not letting it in. I don't even want to write the exact phrasing here, because I'm trying to be careful about what gets repeated. When I left, my car was open, my bag had been moved, and my wallet felt same but not. That's the only way to describe it. Like your wallet is your wallet, but your fingers suddenly don't trust it. When I pulled out my license, my date of birth was off by 1 day. Not the year, not the month. 1 day. I checked it under the car's dome light. I checked it again in my phone flashlight. I thought I was losing my mind, so I pulled up a photo of my license I'd taken months earlier for an HR form. The photo showed the correct DOB. The card in my hand showed a different day. 1 day shifted. A tiny edit. I drove away. Like the rest stop could follow me. And the sickest part was realizing it didn't need to follow, because it had already attached itself to the only thing it needed, my data. The next incident, the one that made me stop telling myself it was just stress, happened on the road in a motel room. My phone started behaving strangely. Battery percentages jumped. Calls dropped around 02:17. Missing minutes. Then a folder appeared on my phone. No app icon, no installation history. Labeled Before. Inside were clips of me at the rest stop, filmed from just behind my shoulder, as if someone had been standing inches behind me the entire time. The camera angle was wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. You know how you can tell when footage is from a camera mounted somewhere versus held by a person? This was neither. It moved like a presence. One clip reached the mirror scene, and the camera stepped closer on its own, drifting toward my reflection. Then, in one frozen frame, my reflection smiled when my face didn't. It wasn't a big grin. It was a small, anticipatory lift at the corners, like the reflection knew something a beat before I did. I deleted the folder. It returned. I powered the phone down. It powered back on at 02:17 with a screen I didn't touch. And on my wrist, faint like a stamp, I found the word updated, as if something had signed its work. It wouldn't scrub off. It faded slowly over days like ink that had been pressed into the skin. I'm not asking you to believe me on those parts alone. That's why I'm including proof. In the bundle I'm sending with this email, There's a screenshot of my phone's battery graph showing a clean gap around 02.17 on 2 separate nights. There's a screenshot of my call log with multiple failed calls at 2:16 and 2:17, including one connected call lasting 12 seconds that I do not remember making. There's a photo of my license beside an older photo of the license showing the DOB difference. The weirdest part is that the metadata on those photos doesn't match the timestamps the way it should. The old photo is dated after the new one in one copy, but not in the other. Tiny inconsistencies, like files can't agree on their own order. Then there was the sleep clinic. That's where the second story begins, but it isn't separate. It's a continuation with a different costume. I went because my insomnia got worse, and my missing time anxiety got bad enough that I wanted medical reassurance. A normal explanation, something to put in a file. The clinic looked exactly like you'd expect. Soft carpet, consent forms, friendly techs, electrodes, monitors. The professionalism of it was comforting at first. I wanted to believe I was handing my fear to people with training. On the first night, I heard a tech whisper through a headset. "Don't let him enter REM." It was said softly, like an instruction that had been repeated before. I told myself it was about sleepwalking risk or night terrors, except the phrase wasn't "don't let him sleepwalk." It was REM, specific, clinical, targeted. On the second night, I found a hallway that behaved like a copy. Carpet pattern too perfect, doors too uniform. In the dream, I found a door labeled with my name but my DOB off by one day. Again, and I felt footsteps behind me. Steady, inevitable, not rushing like a person, but approaching like a process. Inside that door was a duplicate clinic room with another version of me asleep on the bed. On the bedside table was a folder labeled Post. Inside it was a note, waking version incompatible. Do not allow REM completion. That's not poetic language. It's system language. Then the beep happened. One clean acknowledgement tone, and the dream beep became a real beep. I jolted awake in the clinic room, and a tech entered too quickly, too calm, and on his clipboard, I saw two labels side by side, my name and Post. I left abruptly. I tried to call the clinic afterward, and every call routed to generic voicemail with a beep that sounded too much like the motion sensor beep from the rest stop, too much like the clips beep, too much like the kind of audio cue you hear in automated systems. It wasn't just similar. It carried the same cold confirmation texture. The clinic emailed me a session summary I didn't request, and the file name included Post. In the attached PDF, there was a line under Technician Notes, REM Suppression Protocol engaged at 02:17. There was a section titled Session Variants, listing waking, primary, and Post, secondary. I'm sending you screenshots of the email headers too, because the email itself contains weird inconsistencies. The sender domain looks correct at first glance, but the reply to field in one copy is blank. The timestamp in the email body is off by a minute compared to the timestamp in the headers. Small, meaningless differences until you stack them. After the clinic, my home stopped recognizing me in subtle ways. A key that didn't fit my lock unless I used the spare. The apartment smelled aired out, like someone had been in it. Micro changes. Towel folds too precise. Thermostat set to a number I don't use. My mug cleaned and placed like a display item. A draft message appeared in my phone. I'm getting closer to the waking version. I deleted it while watching. It returned. Later, I woke with a red ring mark on my finger, like the pulse oximeter clip, without being there. Then I moved again, thinking distance would fix it. This is where the third story begins, and it's the one that finally forced me to stop pretending this was private. I moved into a suburb because it looked safe. New start, clean streets, good school district in the brochures, quiet nights, controlled environment. The first night, I dreamed I was outside my own door, under the porch light, while someone inside watched. In the dream, I pressed the doorbell 3 times. Polite chimes, spaced out. Then I heard a beep from inside, like the system acknowledged my input. I woke up and heard the real doorbell chime once in the dark. In the morning, my neighbor asked casually, "First night? Did you hear the bell?" He laughed like it was normal. He said his wife dreamed the same thing. 3 chimes. Someone watching from inside. Kids on the sidewalk drew chalk pictures that matched the dream. A house, a porch light, a faceless figure behind a curtain. Not playful monsters, not cartoon ghosts. Just the scene, the same scene. At 02:17, my doorbell cam alerted. The video was flat gray, but the app displayed an audio waveform. The audio contained breathing, close to the mic, and 3 chimes. The same sequence. Again. I stayed awake one night to prove it wasn't dream bleed. The street lights dimmed one by one, as if someone was walking them off, narrowing the world to my porch. At 02:17, the camera feed went gray. A faint beep occurred before the breathing began, like a preface. Then the chimes. Then my doorknob clicked twice, pause, and then 3 polite knocks. When I looked through the peephole, I saw only scalp pressed too close to focus. In the morning, 4 stones were arranged neatly on my welcome mat. My neighbor said, keeping the sequence stable, like it was a normal phrase, like it was the neighborhood's weather. He said, you didn't want it improvising. That's when I went to the HOA office. I'm including a photo of the page because I still don't believe it exists, even though I held it. An HOA binder addendum that states, in plain text, this subdivision participates in dream containment. It lists stabilization rules, porch light protocol, do not answer after midnight, mirror protocols, camera practices. It mentions occluded peephole images, e.g., scalp to hairline proximity, as if it's a known scenario. The receptionist said softly, if you keep it stable, it stays outside. And here's the twist that makes my hands shake while I type. I realized I was already following those rules before I read them. My behavior had already changed. My routines were syncing with the neighborhood without my permission. I noticed tape on my mirror edges I don't remember applying. When I peeled it, my reflection smiled a split second before I did. The doorbell cam gray screen gained a faint beep before breathing began, like the system was becoming more consistent. Then a package appeared on my porch with a spare key to my own door. No return address, just my name. Inside was a typed note. Thanks for keeping the dream stable. Don't wake it up. That's when it clicked. This thing doesn't use force. It uses participation. It doesn't break in. It checks in. And it rewards compliance by not escalating, by keeping itself outside, by making the neighborhood livable, by making people feel like they're managing it. It trains you. It edits you. It makes you perform the rituals automatically until you can't tell where your choices end and the protocol begins. So why am I sending this to you? Because I can feel what happens when you keep it contained inside one person. It narrows. It intensifies. It becomes private and intimate and unarguable because there are no witnesses and no shared reality. it becomes the kind of fear that can finish you quietly. And because I'm also afraid that the only way it survives is by being passed along through attention. That's the part I don't know how to say, without sounding like I'm trying to write a cursed story on purpose. I'm not. But I can't ignore how everything about this is structured like a handoff. Before and post. Variants. Stabilization language. Sequences. Timestamps. Audio cues. It behaves like a protocol. And protocols are designed to be repeated. The proof bundle I'm attaching is not clean. It's full of tiny inconsistencies that make it hard to trust, even while it's the only thing that proves I'm not imagining it. The screenshots don't always match themselves. The timestamps drift by a minute. The metadata contradicts. The audio waveform in the doorbell clip shows breathing, but the decibel level doesn't spike like it should with real chimes. The clinic email headers list a server hop that shouldn't exist. The HOA page photo has a slight blur at the line where dream containment is printed, as if the camera struggled to focus on those words more than the rest of the page. I'm sending it anyway, because I need another set of eyes on it. Eyes that won't immediately try to comfort me or medicate me or explain it away. Eyes that understand the way patterns repeat in horror stories, because you've built a channel on people recognizing those patterns and feeling their stomach drop when they realize the pattern is the point. If you use this, I'm asking you to do one thing. Don't sensationalize it. Don't turn it into a demon with a name. Don't give it a face. It doesn't need one. That's what makes it worse. It functions without personality. It operates like a system, and systems are harder to argue with than monsters. And if you're reading this because you're going to perform it for your audience, if you're turning it into a video with a title and a thumbnail and a time-stamped intro, I need you to understand something I only understood too late. Every time I tried to prove it, it got cleaner. Every time I replayed the clip, the audio sounded more consistent. Every time I checked the time, 02:17 started showing up more often, like looking at it pulled it closer. I don't know whether telling this story will save me or finish me. I only know I can't keep carrying it alone, because alone is where it becomes private enough to complete. So this is me handing it to you, and I hate myself for it, and I'm doing it anyway. Because if I'm right, if this is a handoff protocol, then the scariest part isn't the doorbell or the breathing or the gray feed. The scariest part is that you're about to help me pass it on. I didn't write the email in one sitting. I wrote it in bursts, like someone trying to breathe through a tightening chest. A paragraph, then a pause, a screenshot saved, then 10 minutes staring at my desktop wallpaper like it could stabilize me. I kept rereading what I'd typed, not for grammar, but because I was checking myself for exaggeration. I wanted the words to be clean enough that you wouldn't dismiss them as performance. I wanted them ordinary in the way real fear is ordinary. Quiet, repetitive, humiliating. By the time I reached the end of part A, my hands were shaking. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open, my phone face up beside it, the HOA binder page photo pulled up in a separate window so I could confirm I hadn't invented it. The house was still. The suburb outside was doing its nightly descent into silence. Sprinklers stopped. Dogs settled. Porch lights clicked on one by one across the cul-de-sac like synchronized fireflies. I'd already covered the mirrors without thinking. I'd already checked the porch light switch twice. I'd already locked the deadbolt and then tested it, twisting the knob as if friction could reassure me. I'd already moved the welcome mat slightly, straightening it until it aligned with the porch boards, an unnecessary act that felt like stabilization. Automatic compliance. I could feel it in my muscles now, the way you feel a habit forming before your mind agrees it's a habit. My body was already performing small rituals to keep the night from improvising. On the laptop, the email draft sat open in my sent to a channel address form. The subject line was plain: "If you're hearing this, evidence attached." I'd typed that, then deleted it, then typed it again, because simple words felt safer than clever ones. Clever language gives things shape. Shape gives them power. Below the text box, the attachment row was full. A folder labeled Proof sat on my desktop. Inside were subfolders because I couldn't stop myself from organizing. Before was one, Post was another, Rest, Stop, Clinic, Suburb, HOA, Cam Clips, Screenshots, Audio. Even the way I named the folders felt like I was obeying the same system. Before and Post. Variants, categories. Filing fear like it belonged in a database. I clicked through the attachments again, making sure they were there. PNGs, PDFs, MP4s, a short audio file I'd ripped from the doorbell cam clip, the breathing, and the 3 chimes, because the waveform alone didn't feel like enough. A screenshot of my call log with 216, 217, 218. A photo of my license with the DOB off by 1 day next to an older photo showing the correct one. A photo of the HOA addendum tab, dream containment. A screenshot of the clinic email headers. A cropped section of the sleep study PDF where it said, REM suppression protocol engaged at 02:17. Every piece was small, but together they felt like a mosaic of something I didn't want to see fully assembled. I hovered my cursor over send. The button was a simple blue rectangle at the bottom right of the email window. Nothing dramatic, just a command. A single click that would turn my private nightmare into someone else's content. My stomach turned. I kept thinking about the note that came with the spare key. Thanks for keeping the dream stable. Don't wake it up. In the HOA binder, the rules didn't say do not engage because engagement would make it angry. They said it because engagement increases variance. Variance makes it improvise. Sending this email felt like the most extreme kind of engagement. Not with the door, not with the peephole, with the story itself. I moved my mouse away from the button and sat back. The chair creaked softly. The sound made my shoulders tense. I stared at the email draft again, at the neat paragraphs and the clean list of motifs, at the way I'd tried to make the impossible readable. My phone vibrated. One short buzz. My heart kicked hard. The screen lit with a doorbell cam motion alert. Motion detected. Front porch. For a second, my body went numb. The fear was so familiar now, it felt like a script. I picked up the phone slowly, as if moving fast would trigger something. My thumb hovered over the notification. The porch light outside was on. I could see its glow, faintly through the window blinds. The rest of the house was quiet. The mirrors were covered. The deadbolt was locked. The laminated rule card lay on the counter like a prayer you don't believe in, but recite anyway. I tapped the alert. The feed loaded, flat gray. No porch boards, no railing, no doormat. Just that uniform gray field, as if the camera had been blinded by an intentional absence. The audio waveform appeared at the bottom, thin line trembling. Then the breathing began, close to the mic, slow and controlled. My mouth went dry. I turned the volume down instinctively, then up again, because I needed to know exactly what I was hearing. Breath in, breath out. The waveform pulsed with it like a heartbeat. Then the 3 chimes. Ding dong, pause. Ding dong, pause. Ding dong. The sound was so familiar now that a part of me wanted to accept it as normal, and that scared me more than the sequence itself. Familiarity is how you get trained. Familiarity is how you become stable. I glanced at the timestamp on the clip. 02:10:17. My stomach dropped. I looked up at the laptop clock in the corner of the screen. It read 11:46 p.m. I looked at my phone's status bar at the top. 11:46 p.m. My living room clock on the wall. Because yes, I bought an actual analog clock for the new house. A stupid attempt at grounding showed the minute hand at 46. Everything in my home agreed on the time, except the doorbell cam clip. 02:17. I stared at it until my eyes watered. Then the timestamp flickered. For a fraction of a second, the numbers changed. 02:17 became 11:46, then snapped back to 02:17 like a glitch correcting itself the wrong way. My heartbeat hammered. My thumb hovered over the screen, and when I tapped to scrub the clip, the phone haptics buzzed under my finger, cold and mechanical. I replayed it. Gray screen, breathing, 3 chimes, 02:17. I replayed it again and watched the timestamp closely. This time, for a split second, it did something worse. The time corrected mid-second. The seconds counter jumped. Not forward, not backward. It stuttered, like the system couldn't decide which timeline it was reporting. My phone clock stayed steady because my phone clock is just a local display. But the clip, whatever generated it, was pulling from something else, something that insisted on 02:17 as the only valid marker. The breathing continued longer this time. The waveform rose and fell, steady, patient, as if whoever was there expected me to understand what this was. My throat tightened. I set the phone down on the table beside the laptop, keeping the gray screen visible, because if I looked away, I knew my mind would start filling in shapes. I stared at the gray and listened. At first, it was just breathing and chimes. Then, underneath the breathing, I heard a faint beep, a clean acknowledgement tone, like a motion sensor confirming detection. It wasn't loud. It was layered under the audio like a watermark. It wasn't part of the doorbell system. It sounded like the rest stop beep, beep. My skin prickled. Then, thin and whispery, almost swallowed by static, I heard the intercom-like hiss, the clinic hiss. That faint breath of static in vents, the sound that precedes a voice in a hospital corridor. It threaded through the audio like a second layer, subtle but unmistakable once you recognized it. A soft shh behind the breathing, like someone speaking from far away through a duct. And then, beneath both of those, the suburban chime repeated, not as 3 separate chimes, but as a faint echo, as if the sound was being played in 2 places slightly out of sync. The audio on my phone wasn't one clean feed anymore. It was layered. Rest stop beep, clinic hiss, suburban chime, breathing, all stacked like a system assembling itself from its own components. My stomach lurched. The hair on my arms rose. I leaned closer to the phone without meaning to, like my body wanted to confirm what my brain was refusing to accept. The beep came again, perfectly clean. Then the hiss swelled slightly, like a vent opening. And for one brief moment, the breathing sounded doubled. 2 breaths overlapping, slightly out of phase, like 2 people breathing in the same mic. Or 2 versions, waking, primary, post, secondary. I sat back hard, chair scraping softly against the floor. The sound felt too loud. I froze, listening for a response to my movement. Nothing changed. The waveform continued to pulse. And then, as if the sequence needed to complete itself, regardless of my reaction, the 3 chimes came again, fainter this time, like an echo layered under itself. Ding-dong. Pause. Ding-dong. Pause. Ding-dong. The clip ended. The waveform flattened. The gray screen remained, still as a blank page. My phone vibrated again immediately. A second alert. Motion detected. Front porch. My mouth went dry. I didn't open it right away. I stared at the notification preview, and the worst realization settled in my chest like something heavy and cold. It wasn't coming to the door because it wanted in. It was coming to the door because I was about to send the story out. I looked at the laptop. The email draft was still open. My attachments still lined up in the row, like ammunition. My cursor hovered near send again, not because I moved it there consciously, but because my hand had drifted back to that position while my mind was stuck on the gray screen. This was the handoff moment, the merge point, the crescendo. The story itself was part of the sequence. The sound layers had just proven it. The rest stop, the clinic, the suburb, 3 incidents that should have been separate, were now playing over each other like tracks in a mix, aligning into a single protocol. And 0217 wasn't just a time. It was the system's chosen checkpoint. I reached for the second doorbell alert and tapped it, needing to see if the timestamp would do the same thing. Needing to confirm the pattern even while I hated myself for confirming it. The feed loaded. Gray. The waveform appeared, but this time, before the breathing started, the beep came first. Clean and centered, louder than before, like a cue tone at the start of a recording. Beep. Then the hiss slid in immediately after, soft and steady. Then the breathing began. Close, controlled. Then the chimes, polite and precise. 3. And as the third chime sounded, my laptop chimed too. An email app notification tone, faint and bright, completely out of place. A new message arrived. My stomach dropped. I looked at the screen. The email wasn't from the channel. It wasn't a reply. It was a draft autosave notification. One of those small banners that pops up to tell you your email is saved. Except the banner was blank. No text, no icon. Just a white strip across the corner of the screen, like a missing sentence. It vanished instantly. I stared at the empty space where it had been and felt the skin on my scalp prickle. Blank notifications. The rest stop had given me the first one. The suburb had repeated it. Now it was on my laptop. In the same moment, the audio layers overlapped. My hands were shaking so badly, I had to press my palms flat on the table to steady them. The wood under my fingertips felt real, solid, a physical anchor. The house around me stayed quiet. No footsteps, no knocks, no doorknob clicks, just the phone's gray feed and the faint aftertaste of that layered audio in my ears. I swallowed hard and looked at the sendy button again. If I didn't send it, I would still be alone with it. If I did send it, I might be doing exactly what it wanted. That's the moment you always hear about in horror stories. The moment where the protagonist makes a choice that feels like fate. But this didn't feel like a dramatic choice. It felt like a pressure system finding the easiest path. My cursor hovered over send. My phone sat beside the laptop with the gray feed frozen. Timestamp still reading 0217 even though the room clocks insisted it was 11:46. And in the layered silence of my kitchen, I realized something that made my stomach drop harder than any chime. The system wasn't trying to stop me from sending this. It was synchronizing with me, making sure the handoff happened at the exact moment it could be repeated. My finger tightened on the mouse. The send button waited. And somewhere beyond my front door, something breathed close to a microphone, patient as a protocol, ready for the next person to listen. If you're hearing this, then it's already too late for me to pretend I'm protecting you by staying quiet. I've tried. That's not a dramatic claim. It's just the truth. I tried to keep it inside one body, one mind, one set of walls, one address. I tried to treat it like a private infection you can quarantine with enough discipline. I followed rules I didn't believe in. I taped mirrors. I kept the porch light on. I didn't answer after midnight. I kept my mouth shut while something breathed on the other side of my door, like it owned the air. And for a while, that worked in the only way it ever works. It stayed stable. Stable isn't safe. Stable is just predictable. That's what I didn't understand at first. I thought I was surviving by being careful. I thought I was winning by not engaging. I thought the point was to keep it out. But the point was never to keep it out. The point was to keep it running. When I sent the email to the channel, I did it with my hands shaking, cursor hovering, phone beside the laptop, with a flat gray feed and a waveform that pulsed like a second heartbeat. I watched 02.17 appear on a timestamp when it wasn't 02.17. I watched my clock correct itself mid-second, like time was a typo being fixed by an invisible editor. I listened to the rest, stop beep, and the clinic hiss, and the suburban chime layer over each other like three tracks, aligning into one clean protocol. I still clicked send. I know you want me to say I regret it. I don't even know if regret is the right emotion. Regret implies there was a clean choice. What I felt was inevitability. Like I wasn't choosing to pass it on. I was fulfilling the last step of a process that had already been rehearsing through me for months. As soon as the email left, the house went quiet in a different way. Not peaceful, not calm. More like the moment after you hang up on someone and realize the line is dead. The air felt emptied. The porch light hummed softly. The fridge clicked on schedule. The HVAC whispered. The normal sounds continued, but they sounded mapped, like they'd been tagged, like the system was labeling them for later use. My phone vibrated again. Not a doorbell alert, a message draft indicator, no notification banner, no sender. Just that small, quiet insistence that something was waiting in my messages app. I opened it with the slow, reluctant curiosity of someone checking a wound. The blank thread was there again. No contact name, no number. Just a conversation that wasn't with anyone and yet was with someone. In the compose box was a sentence I'd seen so many times I could recite it without looking. I'm getting closer to the waking version. I stared at it, throat tight. Then the sentence changed. Not typed, not edited with a cursor. It changed the way the timestamp changed, like it corrected itself in place. I'm getting closer to my waking version. My skin prickled. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. I deleted it because that's what I always did, even though I knew it would return. My thumb hit backspace until the box was empty. I backed out. I locked the phone. I set it down. 10 seconds later, the phone vibrated again. Draft. I opened it. The sentence was back. Only now it read, "I'm getting closer to your waking version." I stared at it so long my eyes burned. Your waking version. The words sat there like a hand placed gently on a shoulder. Familiar, controlling, intimate. A shift of one pronoun, one small edit. The kind of edit it had been making to my DOB, my timestamps, my reflections, the kind of edit that turns a private fear into a shared one. I deleted it again. Harder this time, like anger could erase code. It returned. Your waking version. I deleted it again. It returned again, but with another line underneath, like a system adding context. Thanks for noticing. My stomach dropped. The second line vanished almost immediately, leaving only the first sentence, the one it wanted me to keep seeing. Your waking version. I sat in my kitchen, staring at that phrase, and something cold settled behind my ribs. The proof I had been clinging to, the screenshots, the clips, the binder, the timestamps, had never been the point. The point was attention. The point was noticing. The point was the moment your mind locks onto a pattern and can't stop replaying it. I wanted to tell myself you're safe because you're just listening. You're not at my door. You're not in my neighborhood. You're not in my house. But that was exactly the lie I'd used on myself at the beginning, when I still believed place mattered more than pattern. Here's what I think is happening, and I'm going to say it plainly, because dressing it up in metaphor gives it too much romance. It doesn't travel through streets. It travels through routines. It learns your home by borrowing mine first, then replacing the details with yours. I didn't know that until after I sent the email. At first, nothing happened beyond the drafts and the familiar 02.17 glitches. The night came, the porch light stayed on, the mirrors stayed taped, and the sequence ran on schedule like always. Gray feed, beep, breathing, 3 chimes. Click, click, pause. 3 polite knocks. Stones in the morning. Neighbors acting like it was weather. I could have lived like that, I think. Not happily, but livably. Many people do. That's what the HOA binder was designed for. To turn horror into policy. To turn terror into a routine stable enough to survive. Then the first comment appeared under your channel's upload. Someone wrote, "Why did my doorbell just chime?" I saw it because I couldn't stop checking. I told myself I was monitoring the situation. I told myself I was looking for reassurance. I told myself I was making sure no one took it seriously. But that's not why. I was watching the handoff happen. More comments followed. At first, they looked like jokes. People playing along, trying to be part of the story. Then the tone shifted. Someone mentioned hearing a beep from their hallway fan. Someone mentioned their camera feed turning gray for a second. Someone mentioned waking up at 2:17 with no notification, just the feeling that their phone had vibrated. I wanted to reply to them. I wanted to say, don't engage, don't answer, tape your mirrors. I wanted to be helpful. I wanted to protect strangers. And then I realized the cruelest part. Even warning you is participation. Even giving you the rules is enrollment. The rules are how the neighborhood stays stable. The rules are how it stays outside. But the rules are also how it stays alive. Because to follow them, you have to acknowledge there's something to follow them for. You have to notice. That's why I'm speaking to you directly now. Not like a narrator performing, like a person who needs witnesses, but hates what witnesses become. If you're listening to this in the daytime, you might feel that little rational part of your brain sneering. You might think, okay, nice story, good build-up, creepy concept. You might even feel proud of yourself for not being the kind of person who gets spooked by fiction. That's fine. Daytime makes everything feel optional. Night doesn't. Night makes you listen for your own refrigerator click and wonder if the timing of it has changed. Night makes you hear the hallway buzz from a light fixture and wonder if it sounds more like fluorescent hum than it did yesterday. Night makes you hear a neighbor's dog bark once and stop like it heard something you didn't. It maps your home by using the sounds you already ignore. That's the mechanism I didn't understand until it started happening to me in reverse. After the upload went live, my own house began sounding wrong. Not louder, not obviously different, just recontextualized. The fridge click wasn't my fridge click anymore. It became a marker. The HVAC whisper wasn't air. It was hiss. The small buzz in my hallway light wasn't a cheap fixture. It was a fluorescent waiting room returning. I started noticing that the beep wasn't always attached to the doorbell cam anymore. Sometimes it came from my phone speaker when the phone was locked. Sometimes it came from the bathroom vent when the fan was off. Sometimes it came from the silence itself. One clean confirmation tone in a room that should not produce it. Beep. Then breathing, faint, threaded through whatever sound in my home was closest to white noise. The fridge hum, the vent, the hallway buzz. And in those moments, the thought that made my stomach drop wasn't, "It's here." It was, "It's sinking." The drafts on my phone kept returning. I stopped deleting them because deletion didn't change anything. It only made me participate in the cycle, so I left them there, like leaving a wasp alone so it won't sting. The sentence continued to shift by degrees, like an editor refining pronouns. First, my waking version, then your waking version. Then one night, it changed again. Waking version incompatible. Exact capitalization. Exact phrasing from the post folder note. It stayed on my screen for 3 seconds, long enough to burn into my eyes, then snapped back to the softer sentence, "I'm getting closer to your waking version." I sat on my couch at 12:30 a.m., phone in hand, staring at that sentence, and realized the final truth with a kind of cold calm that scared me more than panic ever did. The story itself was never meant to be contained in one person. It was meant to be told, not because it wants fame or drama, but because telling is how it spreads without moving. Telling is how it reaches a new door without walking there. Once you hear it, your mind starts looking for the pattern in your own life. You start checking your locks differently. You start hearing your home's sounds as signals. You start watching the clock, maybe even without meaning to. And you start recognizing U217 as a concept rather than a time. And recognition is participation. That's why I'm going to say what I should have said at the beginning. Not in a soothing voice, not in a friendly voice, but in the only voice that feels honest now. Don't treat this like entertainment after midnight. If you're hearing this after midnight, don't pause it and go check something. Don't stand up and walk to your front door just to prove you're brave. Don't look at your phone to see what time it is and then laugh when it's not. So too, 17. Don't test it. Testing is engagement. Engagement increases variance. Variance invites improvisation. I know what you want to do next because I did it too. You want to check your camera feed. You want to open your doorbell app. You want to step toward your peephole and confirm there's nothing there so you can feel in control again. But control is the lie that keeps the sequence stable. If your phone vibrates and the notification is blank, don't keep tapping until it appears again. If your hallway light buzzes a little louder than usual, don't stand under it and listen for a voice. If your bathroom fan carries a faint hiss, don't lean closer with your ear. And if your doorbell chimes, polite, spaced 3 times, don't do what I did. Don't go to the peephole first. Because here's what I learned the hard way. The peephole isn't a window. It's an agreement. The moment you put your eye to it, you're doing exactly what the system wants, making your attention physical, turning noticing into an action. The truth is, it doesn't need you to open the door. It only needs you to acknowledge the threshold. That's why the beep always comes first now. Not as a warning, not as a threat, as confirmation. A small, clean sound that says, yes, you noticed. You're in. I can't give you comfort. I can't explain what it is, because the HOA doesn't explain it, and the clinic doesn't explain it, and my own screenshots don't agree with themselves long enough to form a clean theory. All I can do is tell you what I wish someone had told me before I listened too closely, before I stared too hard at 0217, before I treated the pattern like a puzzle instead of a doorway. If you're hearing this after midnight, don't check the peephole first. Once you look, you've already answered. When I think about if you're hearing this, what lingers long after the story ends isn't the sound of the doorbell chime or the gray, flickering camera feed. It's the quiet question beneath it. What happens to us when fear becomes routine? This story isn't just about horror. It's about the erosion of self that comes from constant compliance. It's about what we lose when we stop questioning, when we let repetition decide who we are. At its surface, the narrative unfolds like 3 distinct hauntings: a rest stop, a sleep clinic, and a suburb. But at its core, all 3 are studies of submission. The thing haunting the narrator never needs to chase, scream, or attack. It never breaks in. It doesn't have to. It wins by being obeyed. The rest stop at its data, the clinic at its sleep, and the suburb at its behavior. Each time, the protagonist adapts just a little more, closing doors, covering mirrors, following rules that no one fully explains. The horror, then, isn't supernatural. It's procedural, and that's what makes it so powerful. The terror is bureaucratic. Every detail, the binder, the signature line, the polite receptionist, the laminated cards, is a mirror of modern life. We're used to forms, disclaimers, terms of agreement. We sign, we click, we comply, often without reading, because it's easier. In that way, the story exposes something deeply familiar. The scariest monsters don't always wear faces. Sometimes they wear systems. There's something hauntingly modern in that realization. We live in a world where algorithms decide what we see, when we sleep, what we buy, what we believe. The story mirrors this invisible manipulation through its protocol. Just as social feeds reward attention, the entity in the story feeds on observation. It grows stronger every time someone notices it. The beep is a perfect symbol for that digital conditioning. Small, innocuous, almost friendly. But it's not a warning. It's a confirmation. A sound that says, you looked, you participated. That's why the final twist hits so deeply. When the narrator speaks directly to you, the listener, the illusion of separation collapses. Horror stops being their story and becomes ours. By hearing it, by paying attention, we become the next participant. The story doesn't end when it's told. It replicates. That's the brilliance of it. The curse isn't supernatural. It's psychological. It spreads through awareness, through engagement, through the same mechanism that keeps us scrolling, refreshing, and checking. From a philosophical perspective, this story reads like a metaphor for hyperattention fatigue, the condition of existing in a world that constantly demands our notice. The protagonist starts by trying to document proof, screenshots, clips, receipts. But in doing so, they fuel the very pattern they're trying to expose. That's a chilling truth for our own reality. Sometimes, documentation isn't resistance, it's compliance. The moment we begin proving fear, we preserve it. Yet beneath the bleakness, there's also an oddly reflective hope. The story doesn't tell us to destroy the system. It warns us to be conscious of it, to pay attention to how we pay attention, to ask whether our routines, our apps, our daily fears are serving us or feeding something else. In that sense, the narrator's confession is almost a gift. It forces us to confront our relationship with control, the way we trade autonomy for stability, freedom for predictability. Think about it. Every rule in the HOA binder mimics a real human instinct. Keep the light on. Don't open the door to danger. Don't look if it scares you. These are survival behaviors. But in this world, survival becomes the mechanism of control. That paradox, where obedience feels safe but ensures entrapment, is what makes the story feel timeless. It's the same fear Kafka wrote about, the same confusion Orwell warned of, the same quiet dread of living in a reality where following the rules makes you disappear. And yet, if you're hearing this, doesn't end with a scream. It ends with stillness. The narrator doesn't die. They dissolve into compliance, into the system, into the listener's ear. The voice doesn't beg for rescue or redemption. It just warns, calmly, intimately, that the horror is now yours to notice. And that coldness, the absence of closure, is what makes it linger. It's the kind of ending that doesn't offer escape, only awareness. Thematically, it's a story about mirrors. Literal ones, yes, but also reflective ones. The kind built into devices, screens, even stories themselves. Every listener becomes a mirror, replaying the narrative in their own head, creating their own version of the sound in the house. When you think about it that way, it's not just a horror story, it's a commentary on empathy, on how stories inhabit us, on how easily fear, once shared, becomes collective. What I find most profound is how the narrative uses horror to talk about identity. The line, "I didn't decide to comply. I noticed I already had," feels like a confession we've all lived in small ways. We start jobs that drain us, scroll feeds that upset us, follow trends that shape us. And one day, we look up and realize we've been participating in systems we never consciously joined. It's not evil. It's inertia. It's human. But the story dares to ask, when does habit become surrender? There's a moment early in the story where the protagonist says, stable isn't safe. Stable is just predictable. That might be the truest line in the entire piece. We chase stability as if it's salvation, but stability without self-awareness is just repetition. It's how fear survives unnoticed, by making itself feel normal. That insight makes this story more than just horror. It makes it existential. It asks whether we are living or just maintaining. On a creative level, the genius of If You're Hearing This is how it redefines the cursed media trope. Instead of a haunted tape or video that kills you after you watch it, the story itself is the medium. Its power comes from your participation. That mirrors the way digital horror has evolved, from passive fear to interactive unease. The danger isn't in the content, it's in the engagement. But maybe that's also the beauty of it, because within that danger lies the reminder that attention is powerful. If fear can spread through noticing, maybe awareness can too. Maybe the antidote isn't silence or ignorance, it's conscious seeing. The narrator loses themselves because they stop questioning. They mistake routine for control. Maybe the rest of us can learn from that. Maybe the real act of defiance is not covering our mirrors, but facing them, looking directly into reflection, even when it lags, and saying, I see you, but I decide. It's easy to read this story as a warning about technology or surveillance, but I think it's deeper than that. It's a study of responsibility. Every beep in the story feels like an echo of modern life, a phone ping, a notification, an algorithm's whisper. And the choice it leaves us with is simple but profound. Will you notice, or will you obey? And maybe that's the lesson buried beneath the fear, that awareness itself is both curse and cure. To listen consciously, to truly listen, not just consume, is to reclaim a little of what the narrator lost. To understand that horror, at its best, isn't about death or monsters. It's about waking up. So maybe, if you're hearing this, isn't a threat. Maybe it's an invitation to think, to question, to take back the small rituals that define your life, to ask what you've been keeping stable out of fear, and what might happen if you let some of that stability break. Because sometimes, the only way to escape a pattern is to disrupt it.